Hey, hey, hey. What's going on, guys? How's it going? Let's go to Challenge. Let me get all my windows set up also so that we're not flip-flopping through everything too much. Try and keep it all nice and orderly here. So a few minutes till tournaments start. I'm going to be eating my soup until then. Kind of turned into a stew. Maybe more than a soup, but it's still delicious. Hope everybody's having a good time. And staying safe, especially. We got a lobby. As soon as people are jumping in to check out the bracket, it's all set and ordered, we'll go find some stuff. And the first map's Cassars. Dude, it's a really fun map. It's got some great terrain, good layout. It's fairly competitive for pretty much every faction. Gun lines probably struggle the most here, but even then, despite having quite a bit of tree cover on this map, there are some decent angles to get in with some range units, and they can still perform here pretty nicely. Alright. Give me a sec, guys. I'm trying to find one particular link I can throw in here. Ah, here it is. Copy this. Open it in a new tab also. Yeah, perfect. This is what the map looks like. It's nice and zoomed out. It's one of the larger maps. Ugh, get out of here, ads. It's one of the larger maps. And the deploy zones, they're pretty small, honestly. You got nice aggressive vanguards. Getting, like, right up onto the point, basically. And that goes for both sides. On the other side, it goes up to about there. Just a little bit past the water's edge, there's like a central objective with a band of like a kind of like a dried creek bed that kind of runs around it with some water in it. A little bit of terrain that you can use to kind of keep enemy infantry maybe a little bit penned up, depending on if they try to like advance up into you, and you can catch them in the water. Infantry do suffer terrain penalties being, I guess, flooded out. It's a really good map for aggressive factions that want to play objectives, because You've got pretty aggressive vanguards on either side. You can use those objectives, or use those vanguards to kind of flood around the objectives pretty easily. Especially for your slower factions that need to set up, like Vampire Coast. That can get a little bit scary for them, as they don't generally respond too well to pressure from multiple angles. No Beastman today. Blood God, yes. That's awesome. Map's also really good for blocking Guardian. That's true. Single entity artillery can do pretty well on Cassars, actually. It's standard artillery. Like cannons, grand cannons, stuff like that, that suffers here. Because I can't really maneuver around all that well. Going ogres again. You'll figure out ogres pretty quickly, Empire. Ogres just take a little bit of an adjustment period because they're such a funky faction. A lot of the time what they want to do can be very dependent on Noblars. Once you figure out how to play really well with your Noblars around the ogres, then it turns into a pretty good time, generally speaking, for the Chungus kingdoms. The bad matchups for ogres is mostly like undead factions. Who are we grabbing for round one? I actually know who I want. Give me a sec, guys. Let me grab some folks for round one. Who else do we want? Sean. Beautiful. Alright, we'll give him some time to jump in here, and I'll finish my soup. Nurgle versus Lizardman is going to be a really interesting first match. Lizards can definitely do some pretty heinous stuff to the Plague God. But there's a couple of units in particular that Nurgle's got access to that Lizards honestly don't have great answers for. Angels of Decay are the #1 threat for the Lizardmen, and the Noxbringer is actually pretty dangerous for the Lizardmen to try and deal with. Doing some of the replays from last tournament. Yeah, I've already recorded some for the future. Because after the next week, I'm leaving on the 13th to go on a trip for like a week and a half. So I'll be missing one of the new player tournaments in that time. And I'm going to be putting out some just standalone replays and videos to kind of tide everybody over. Norska update's going to be really nice. As soon as that drops, I think a lot of people are going to be back on them. It's going to also be kind of interesting to see what happens with Slaanesh getting their changes. I have a feeling that, I mean, all of the gore variants, for the most part, for the Chaos factions have been really well implemented. They've been a little unbalanced at times when they've come out, but overall I think they add some really nice flavor, and there's definitely matchups where they're all pretty strong. Depending on what Slangors do exactly, they could be incredible for the Beastmen. You know, Beastmen just stay winning every single time. There's a new, like, Chaos update. There's, like, something that they, get added into the mix. Disastrous match against Tomb Kings. What's your dumb tech, Empire? Burning Head is probably one of the best things that you could do against the Tomb Kings, so Firebelly. I don't think that one's easy for the Ogre Kingdoms at all. It's just really rough playing into so much chaff and then good shooting against all your stuff. Skink Skirmishers, lots of warriors, a Temple Guard in here. Really cool to see these guys. You know, nice stalwart infantry unit, good armor, nice silver shield, very high leadership, good bonus versus large as well, and decent weapon strength. Should be able to hold the line against some of this Nurgle pressure, although Nurgle is going with a lot of throwing axes. Starting with a couple Furies. Marauders not going to be doing a whole lot, but the Forsaken and the Chosen should be pretty capable. Oh, but going with Curse of the Leper. So, Curse of the Leper, I guess, is going to be used on these Marauders as they're scrapping against stuff like the Saurus Warriors to try and get the Saurus to just destroy themselves with the melee damage reflection. Oh, okay. Sand Mage Priest moving up. Oh, wow. Just Final Transmutation going to be the spell kit here on this guy. Whoa, okay. That's a really interesting choice. really going for any kind of clear for infantry or anything. Like, yeah, Final Transmutation is great, but having Searing Doom in the back pocket is a really good idea. And you can cut, so what you can do is you can cut Metal Shifting and bring Searing Doom. Metal Shifting is okay as a lore passive. It's not amazing, honestly, and you're not going to get it proccing all that often with just Final Transmutation available anyways. Saving the money and having a little bit of a additional like spell in your kit for versatility isn't a bad idea at all, because you can use Searing Doom on these Chosen to kind of break them down, because there's not really anything to threaten those Chosen. They'll trade really well into Temple Guard just because they have way better stats. Temple Guard are going to struggle pretty immensely in the one-on-one there. Same with the Saurus. Saurus into Nurgle Chosen is really not that great of a fight for the Lizardmen. Get the Marauders moving in. Nurgle does take the number 2 and, well, the number 3. Looks like the number 1 held on to for a moment, but Fury's getting shot up a little bit, jumping back up into the sky. Horsemen folding back into the center of the formation. Could play a little bit more aggressively here, I think. Although there are 3 Salamander hunting packs now. And one Cold One Rider, a Feral Cold One. This is a little scary for Nurgle. They don't really have a great way to get into the back here. Definitely want the Furies to potentially get down in here to go after the hunting packs, and this is where the throwing axes need to push up. Because what they can do is hammer this isolated Salamander with throwing axes and potentially do a decent amount of damage to them, while giving an opportunity to maybe isolate the Slan Mage Priest with your own Lord, because the Chaos Sorcerer Lord isn't really going to be able to, like, solo these Salamanders or anything. Just doesn't have quite the damage output for that, but chipping down the Slan Mage Priest with him wouldn't be a bad idea at all. Does have pretty respectable AP, decent melee attack and melee defense all the way around. Makes him pretty good for dual purposing, as a bit of like a spellcaster hybrid combat lord. Sean with a really nice value lead, and Salamander hunting pack's really going to be punishing the throwing axes here. Now, more Forsaken rocking up. The Marauder front line has just been absolutely dominated here, though, by the Source Warriors. You can see how well they've done. Pretty respectable value on them so far. They're just fairly durable, and it's just hard for the Chaos factions if they're not able to get up into the back line and shut down these very annoying Salamander packs. Khorne is probably the faction that worries the least about the Salamanders, personally, but even there, they've got some pretty good damage into the larger targets. Now you might be bringing in like Skull Cannons, your own Khorne Horsemen, Flesh Hounds, stuff like that. Can really get folded up by the Salamanders. Look at the damage that they're putting down on the throwing axes right now. Throwing axes are struggling, man. They just can't really find good opportunities to get value. We do get a really good engagement here, though, for Nurgle. Rancid Visitations going down on the Slain Mage Priest. You get the Chaos Sorcerer in, but Temple Guard move in right underneath of the Slan and are going to be holding the line really nicely here. Immunity to Fear and ITP as long as they're within the Lord presence range of the Slan. That's the blue circle here. That's like the hero or Lord presence radius. That's what it's talking about on this tooltip here. And man, oh man, is this poor little Chaos Sorcerer getting shredded to bits now. Almost got the snipe in on the Metal Slam, but honestly, that wouldn't have really been all that impactful. It's already gotten a couple Final Transmutations off, got some decent damage there. Good banishment that I saw go down on some Forsaken and Marauders. Get the Plague Ogres up, the Rot Knights very, very weak now. And again, just more and more effort coming in from the throwing axes for very little gain. Now they're getting some good damage on the Spear Riders, though, as well as these Cold One Riders. Probably playing the outside points for longer as Nurgle would have been the better option here. Like, just not engaging up onto that beefy front line. Because Marauders just don't win against Saurus. It is never, ever going to happen. And the Curse of the Leper is really a cute idea. I just don't see it being all that great against the Lizardmen. Oh, bracket changed? Oh, I'll check it out. Hopefully it didn't change so much that these guys' game doesn't end up mattering. Yeah, Chosen with some okay value. Marauders folded up pretty early. It's a lot of throwing axes for the early game. I do like having a couple, but I think you could probably do 2 throwing axes with the 2 Furies, and probably upgrade these Marauders to the Plague Bearers. Plague Bearers into Saurus is a much better engagement. They can get poked down pretty aggressively by Skink Skirmishers, and they take a decent amount of damage from Salamanders too, but they're just beefier, and they don't lose in the front line nearly as badly. And that does tend to make a pretty huge difference for Nurgle overall. I'd like to be able to get in here and kind of show it off. Let's go to Lizardmen, and where? Here it is. Yeah, don't mind that. So, Saurus Warriors have pretty low stats. For an 800 gold unit, 29 melee attack really isn't all that good, but the weapon strength is the big selling point on those guys. Marauders with their 10,000 HP, decently tough and tanky, but they are going to get hit fairly often with 33 melee defense. With no Phys Res, that HP is going to disappear pretty quickly. And it's not like Plague Bearers have much more armor, but every little bit helps. They've also got better leadership. Their stats also kind of low, but they've got good weapon strength in their own right also, so they're going to be able to hit against the Saurus pretty capably. And it's really the Phys Res and then Cloud of Flies. Once this activates after 15 seconds and you get the 41 melee defense, that's what the Lizardmen Saurus tend to fall off a bit, and Plague Bearers are still cheaper than the Lizard front line. Could also do Chaos Warriors. Like a few of them, not a bad idea. Kind of hard to poke against 100 armor and silver shields with Salamander hunting packs, as well as the Skinks. Alright, well, we got a practice round out of it. That's fine. Kind of awkward. Okay, what's the new bracket, then? I mean, honestly, Sven can, let's make a new lobby. Let's get some other folks in here for our next round. Although it is possible that a lot of these folks are going to be actually getting into their games. We're a little bit behind the curve. just because we casted an entire round. Who's Sven's opponent again? Is Lazuka? Yes, perfect. Oh, and yeah, I gotta get back on the proper map. Here we go. Let's see what Sven can do into Lazuka's Kislev, I believe is what they're going to be playing. We didn't see it that last game. The Noxbringer. You really do probably want the Noxbringer more often than not into the Lizardmen, because it does good damage not only to Saurus, but also Temple Guard. Also destroys ammo on stuff like Skink Skirmishers and does good damage to them. The best thing the Noxbringer does is damage to the Cold One Riders, actually, though. Cold One Spear Riders and the regular Cudgel variant actually get shot up pretty badly by the Noxbringer because of the weapon strength and the explosion damage that it does. You can chip down models pretty aggressively on those units, and the thing about Cold Ones is they only have 48 models as opposed to 60 like other cavalry units do. So model losses tend to be way more devastating for them. And the riders tend to lose a lot of momentum very quickly as a result. Alright, I think Lazuka was in his own game. So, they'll be showing up soon. Some other folks have already gotten their round ones done. Okay. So there was a need to adjust the bracket, and can't do that on Challenge. You just basically have to reset the whole thing. That would appear to be the culprit for what was going on here. Alright, Lazuka's ready. I'm gonna go ahead and ready up too. That way I don't, you know, miss anything. Another good matchup for the Noxbringer, too. The Noxbringer is just such an auto-include for Nurgle nowadays. It's just so strong. The Soul Grinders work really well for the Plague God. They do a lot of damage. They're decently capable melee fighters. You know, lots of passive healing helps out tremendously for these big beasties as well. We do get the Noxbringer in here. Double Exalted Hero. We got the Chaos Sorcerer Lord, a bunch of Marauders again, and one Throwing Axe. Honestly, dude, the Noxbringer is going to feast here if it's played correctly, because look how many guns there are for Lazuka. Lazuka's going really deep on the shooting, honestly. For a map like this, definitely is something that I'd be a little worried about. I mean, like I said, it's not terrible for gun lines, but if you're floundering about trying to get set up for too long, depending on how your opponent plays it, they can get on top of you very quickly, which can be really painful. Ice Witch of Tempest with Hawks of Miska, very good choice. Can't really go wrong with that. Does a ton of damage. Doesn't damage friendly troops at all. It's not good into armor, but, you know, Nurgle's actually fairly lightly armored outside of their Chaos Warriors and the Forsaken. You know, all the demons have, like, you know, 30, give or take. Marauders down here at 15. They're not really going to be able to resist the damage that Hawks of Miska throws down. The Discourage effect is really strong, too. Minus 16 leadership can be pretty devastating. Especially when you've got a good source of terror with the Frostworms. Frostworms very good at scrapping in melee combat. Fairly resilient with 8,000 HP, 100 armor, decent leadership, and good speed. Having Frostbite's also pretty good. It makes it very hard to disengage from this beast. And you can use extra magic to kind of follow up with some pretty good damage. Good bonus versus large. Kossars with spears in the back. We got 2 Streltsy and 2 armored Kossars here. Wolfheart's looking to move up to the middle, and the Horse Archer's going to the number 1. The Noxbringer will be able to control pretty much the entire Kislevite army with its shooting. You don't want to use it at maximum range because it just won't hit all that accurately against the Horse Archers if it's firing from downtown. Close the gap, get within about half the distance, and then open fire, and the Noxbringer's usually accurate enough to be able to land some really good hits in. Not the best shots in the world, but still got some pretty respectable damage in here. Horse Archers lose 6 models in total across the 2 units. See the little boogers being left behind by it. Nurgle looks to be moving up to the number 3. Maybe going up to the middle. Again, I'd be really careful about engaging on the number 2. Because your opponent wants to get set up and kind of shoot you off of the middle. It's where they've got their main formation right now. If you play the outsides, because Kislev only has a bunch of Horse Archers out right now, they're not going to have a great time clearing infantry off in the early game. And then you can kind of develop out some Rot Knights or something similar to kind of protect that infantry from Griffin Legion, such units. And if you can kind of pull this gun line over and apart, then you can jump on it. Attacking all of the gun units here on the middle objective, you don't really have the damage to get through the front line with just Marauders. Streltsy and Armored Kossars will be able to hold up pretty nicely against both those units. And it sucks to be losing the Marauder Horsemen like this. I mean, they're getting shot to bits right now by the Streltsy, as well as those Kossars there. Horse Archers rotating to the outside, looking to maybe steal the number 3 away. Nurgle's got the number 2. Kislev trickling some other units forward just to try and cap away from Nurgle, but don't quite have the cap weight here. Nurgle going to be going full court press now. Noxbringer did get a great shot onto those armored Cossars. I mean, 20 models killed. All of them concentrated in that one little pocket there. Forsaken and the Noxbringer getting after the Wolfhearts here. Big problem for Kislev here. They really need some cavalry to come in and save these guys right about now. Frostworms looking to catch the Noxbringer. Good rotation. Really good rotation from Sven. Pulling right out and away from the big monsters. Forsaken continue the momentum there. A little unfortunate for Nurgle. You can see those Exalted Heroes looking to press up onto the Ice Switch here. Trying to get her, but they're a little trapped up in this infantry fight. They don't have very good mass. You've got to be very good about your control on the Rot Beast characters so they don't get stuck in inopportune situations. They are able to escape. The Rancid Visitation is going to be wearing off right about now. Massive damage on this Ice Witch currently. She's struggling pretty horribly right now. 3,800 HP. No Patriarch until just now. I don't know if it's going to be able to get over here in time. You've got the Forsaken chasing down the Wolfhearts, doing a great job of hounding them. As good as these Frostworms are, in a 3v2, I just don't see them being able to hang in against Nurgle. Nurgle does have really strong healing of Fleshy Abundance. I know a lot of magic was just used on Rancid Visitations, and it was the upgraded version too. But just saving up for an overcasted Fleshy here would go a long way to getting the Exalted Heroes nice and healed up and give Nurgle a great edge in the remainder of this game. And the frontline fight not going great for Sven. A lot of the Marauders just not really able to get a whole lot done, but once Streltsy is down on the middle portion of the line, huge win for Nurgle there. Streltsy on the outside are able to beat off the attacking Marauders, and the Noxbringer dropping some good shots in here. Steady, consistent pressure against the Horse Archers and destroying ammo all the while. It's probably one of the more underrated aspects of the Noxbringer. It is something that people take note of, but isn't really something that people, I don't think, take into full due consideration for just how good that is, because stuff like Skirmish Cav, without all of their volleys, become much less efficient. You can see that the Horse Archers have gotten some decent value, but with only 5 volleys, these guys do cost 600 gold. And their utility in melee is a little limited. They're okay in melee combat. But they're not going to be able to get the balance of their work done there. That's what I'm most worried about for Kislev. The front line didn't go horribly, but now you've got Rot Knights out. Looks like they're getting a surround on the Patriarch, and they're going to pull him apart bit by bit. You got the Frostworm suffering pretty badly. Noxbringer getting some pretty good damage in melee here as well. And the Exalted Heroes, man, that double Exalted Hero call-out, paying off big time. And another upgraded Rancid Visitations on the Ice Switch. That's probably going to kill her outright. Another 7 seconds. Yeah, there's no way she survives this. Oh my god. Brutal loss for Kislev. Without their Lord and the big monster now, the Rot Knights, the Throwing Axes, the steady reinforcements of Marauders, there's not going to be a whole lot for Kislev to be able to do about all those. And you've still got the Exalted Heroes in here, and while they're maybe not the most efficient at clearing out infantry, Nurgle will, you know, be able to reinforce before Kislev can build up a huge infantry, like, surplus. And the Exalted Heroes will also be able to beat down on the Things in the Woods pretty capably. Things in the Woods with 1100 value, though. Really nice performance from them. Over here, this unit helping to clean up some of the backline pressure. The Wolfhearts with 39 models still alive. being found by one of the Exalted Heroes here. Gonna be pummeling these Special Agent Slavs here. They're a really cool unit. They got a little, like, sniper scope on the back of their crossbow, which is kind of funny. I don't know what that's practically going to do for somebody using a crossbow, but, I mean, I guess it makes sense that it would be a little bit helpful for long-range firepower. Cosfight Dervishes being trapped up by the Forsaken. A little bit of a mistake by Sven. Like, your opponent has these cavalry, like, totally tied up with the Forsaken. I know you want to chase down the Horse Archers, but taking damage where your opponent makes blunders is, like, the #1 way of winning domination games. And you do need to play the points. Kislev does have a slight lead in that regard. They do bring out the Griffin Legion, but a beautiful Curse of the Slug hitting these guys. Oh, wait, that's actually the Tears of Nurgle. Oh, no, disaster. I was wondering why Tears of Nurgle hit them. It's because the Things in the Woods routed up next to the Pestigors, triggering the Tears of Nurgle ability, which lowered the speed of the Griffin Legion by 75%, just as they were trying to get their charge off on the Pestigors. If they had hit that charge, they probably would have taken half the HP off those Pesties. Instead, they're fairly healthy. They lose a few models, and the Exalted Heroes and the Chaos Sorcerer Lord able to kind of push them back for now. Another Griffin Legion up here on the middle. A little late to be bringing out all the heavy cavalry. Bringing out the second Frostworm was honestly not a bad call, but playing a little more carefully with them and keeping the Patriarch back while you get out at least one Griffin Legion, I think would have been a worthwhile investment for your time. Kislev just can't get overwhelmed by Chaos Forces. You need the Griffin Legion to control chaff units, as well as to hammer down a lot of other fairly heavily armored like answers that the Warriors of Chaos bring in, because as good as Rot Knights are at killing enemy cavalry, a double team from the Griffin Legion would pretty quickly break them down. Their armor, when they're exhausted, is only 75, which is respectable. The charge bonus of the Griffin Legion, though, with their weapon strength, is actually substantial enough that they're able to grind out these really elite anti-large cavalry answers oftentimes, just by overwhelming them from multiple angles. Got one Griffin Legion looking to move up in here. Sven with a little bit of a value lead, but a lot of that value is tied up in the heroes being very healthy. And they've gotten respectable value. Nurgle does need to start securing some of these other objectives, though, and can't leave Kislev to take any of them either. Griffin Legion being caught by Pestigors out in the #1. A little bit of a blunder there. You got the Griffin Legion here, taking down the Rot Knights. Exactly what I was hoping to see. You got two of them here with, or is this actually, what's going on? What's going on here? Oh, there's a Kossovite Dervish in here. I was wondering why there were 3 Cav units. I was like, thinking that it was 3 Griffin Legion for some reason. But just 2 Griffin Legion. They are doing wonders against the Rot Knights now, breaking their leadership, chasing them back. Decent number of models left on the Rot Knights, though. 19 models. They'll be able to regenerate a decent amount and probably get back into the fight soon. And do some pretty good damage against these guys. Patriarch with 2 Soliacs. This is a perfect opportunity to use the Soliacs. You got 3 units here, and your Patriarch, no, does break before you're able to get it off. That's a really brutal loss, man. A Soliak's Lullaby here, healing all those cavalry and those armored Kossars, would have done wonders for you. It would have kept your units in the fight for quite a bit longer. Pestigors, getting some decent value here, just about paying for themselves, a little bit over. Nothing too tremendous for them, but a respectable amount, all things considered. Furies doing the work of the Dark Gods, taking down some Cosfight Dervishes here. Exalted Hero looking to chip away at the big monster, but doesn't want to fight that alone. Not really the cup of tea for Nurgle's heroes to be taking isolated one-on-ones against big monsters like this. I mean, they're respectable duelists, but the bonus versus large on the Frostworm, with support from the Griffin Legion, should mean that it outpaces the Exalted Hero, but up to this point, I would say the Exalted Hero has done the better amount of damage here. I mean, this Frostworm's lost almost 3,000 HP. Got some throwing axes moving up with a decent number of Marauders. Good hold on that number 1, and Nurgle doing a very good job of locking down the objectives here in the late game. Got all 3 of them currently. Kislev trying to overwhelm different positions one at a time with the mobility advantage. Now that there's throwing axes out on the field, though, the Griffin Legion gonna get poked down pretty badly by these Nurgle throwing axes. They do have poison and 90 speed, so the Griffin Legion have no hope at all of catching those guys. And the AP damage is really going to add up pretty quickly to become a big issue for the Griffin Legion, who are just very expensive, and yeah, I just don't like watching them get filled full of axes by a unit that's almost half the cost. Some Pestigors moving in, looking to, you know, hold up the advance of this Griffin Legion. Look at this Exalted Hero, dude. Going absolutely ham against the Frostworm. Crazy stuff. I really thought this Frostworm was going to win that fight, but this Exalted Hero just flipped it on its head and said absolutely no freaking shot, and just pummeled this thing into the dirt, man. Kind of seeking into the terrain a little bit. 2,300 value on this Exalted Hero, 600 on the other. This one not doing nearly as much, but not really needing to. Chaos Sorcerer Lord, I'm sure, got some pretty good value. Saw some really good Rancid Visitations. Yeah, 1,900. Getting his value back. Marauders, not that good, but, you know, they just soaked up damage and occupied gunline units, while the more important single entity duels kind of went down on the flanks. Nurgle able to get the edge there and able to stabilize in the late game pretty nicely. Rot Knights with some great value at 2,900. Struggled a little bit at the end because of all the heavy cavalry that Kislev had. And like I said, Rot Knight's really good, but, you know, a little weak to, like, swarms of units. They have a very hard time getting any value out of their regeneration if they get surrounded. Alright, beautiful stuff, man. Great, great round 1 win there for Sven. Getting revenge after a very unfortunate first practice game, quote-unquote. Good value on the Furies is also really nice. And the Forsaken were pretty solid as well. They came in a couple times. Didn't do tremendously, all things considered, but they were solid. I mean, they got a decent amount of value both times around, I guess. Nurgle's slow attrition game, it's a little bit better than Kislev's now. Kislev would have been able to probably win the single entity duels in the past with their Patriarchs, because there was once a time where they had an item that gave a perpetual heal, which was really crazy. With that, plus Solyax, it was basically impossible to beat blobs of Kislev's devising. They'd bring, like, double Frostworm, even triple Frostworm, and throw a couple of Patriarchs under that and just stack heals for days, man. It was crazy. Let me drop all the replays in here, guys. Alright, let's start getting some of these replays that people are dropping in here. Slick. Yeah, I'll replace that one random replay. Okay. Ooh, Demons and Empire. God, okay. Let's figure out what it is that we want to see. Got a corn mirror match in round 1. Are you kidding me, dude? Oh my god, that's so funny. Wood Elves, Warriors of Chaos. So many rats. The Horror's Horror. Let's watch some Tzeentch action. They're just not that common of a sighting. Talking about them will be a nice opportunity to cover one of the lesser known factions in the game. So, I think this will be a good starting point. It's a pretty interesting matchup, too, for Tzeentch and the Greenskins. You do actually have some really good stuff on the Tzeentch side here for this particular matchup, because Greenskins can do a pretty good job of beating down Chaos Warriors and stuff, but Greenskins are fairly low armor across the board, and Tzeentch's shooting units are fairly competent at defending themselves with solid stats, maybe a little unspectacular in terms of their damage output, but they have flaming damage, as well as the magic attacks, which means no savages for the Greenskins. So they're relying on just standard old Orc Boys. And Orc Boys have a shield. It's not going to be that good against the Blue Horrorfire. You've also got Marauder Horsemen. These guys, very well defended with the Protoss shield. And they do tend to outtrade the Wolf Riders pretty horrifically because of the barrier. As long as you don't let the Marauder Javelins take a bunch of unnecessary poke on their HP, and you use the barriers to replenish before taking further engagements, you're usually going to be able to control the edges of the fight, and the Greenskins have to just, like, unga-bunga up into Tzeentch. The magic, as well as stuff like, wait, where's the caster? Oh, we got a cultist. Oh, with Burning Head and the Wand of Whimsy. Brilliant choice. Wand of Whimsy actually gives melee attack to the entire Tzeentch army. That's going to help the blues and the pinks trade good value in the early game. Brutal loss here. Fermented fungi being used to catch the Marauder Horsemen out here on the flank. And then the Forest Goblin Spider Riders just fill these guys full of arrows. Beautiful catch for the Greenskins. Massive win for the Meaty Dangler there. Good fire coming down onto the Orc Boys who are fighting Acold. Acold getting a little damage. He's going to be very difficult to break down. The second these Orc Boys are peeled off of him, you should probably go after the Night Goblin Shaman, because these guys are pretty slow, and Acold could catch them. Oh, All it takes is like 4 or 5 swings from him to be able to kill these guys, because his stats are just out of this world. They're so good. He will guaranteed hit a Night Goblin Shaman right in the mouth and give him some serious issues. You got a lot of pump wagons moving up. There's also Orc Boar Boys here looking to move in. Tzeentch is maybe over-pressing a little bit. They need to just hold the flank over here rather than try and cap this point. And they also, you've got to get mobility out so that you don't get overrun by Boar Boys. Because the Boar Boys are, if they're able to compromise your missile line and then your opponent's pump wagons just go running over all your horrors, you're going to lose out pretty badly. But a beautiful burning head, oh my goodness. Dissipating right there at the end in the midst of the Spider Riders as well as the Morgrim's Mangy Marauders. One Horseman of Tzeentch following this up and getting some decent damage in. You know, they do have Warp Flame, so they imbue a weakness to fire damage. And Kindle Flame is still procced, so that is a lot of additional weakness to fire. Really loving the commitment to that, honestly. Sentient Storm Cloud going down. A little bit of damage onto some of the Tzeentch units. Beautiful cascading fire, taking down the Boar Boys here. And the Snotling Pump Wagon's having a few problems. Not really able to kind of bulldoze the way that they want to. Getting stuck up a little bit too long, and now the Pink Horrorfire is starting to find some purchase here. I mean, Pump Wagons don't have a ton of armor at 50. It's okay, but it's not going to be enough to keep them alive and online. More firepower coming down. Pink Horrors looking to help peel for Acold yet again, who's got 64 kills. It's all against Chaff Infantry, but hey, I mean, him doing any kind of damage is better than nothing. It's really in the late game where these foot characters with, you know, like Perfect Vigor and Perpetual Heals do the most damage, because your opponent can't really ignore them quite the same way as they can in the early game anymore, or just swamp them in bodies. So we'll see how he's looking after a little bit more time here. A lot of Zangors coming up. We finally get some Screamers. Screamers honestly not a bad counter to stuff like Boar Boys and Squig Hoppers. They cost 700 gold. As long as they don't get countercharged, Screamers are actually fairly efficient at killing low-statted mobility, like what the Greenskins are usually fairly reliant on. Marauder Horsemen of Tzeentch is some really good value, almost paying for themselves here. 6 volleys left. They should definitely be able to do it, and actually a lot of friendly fire damage from that Vindictive Glare there. Really unfortunate. So what I think is going on is that TMD was thinking that there would be a big chicken flying around in the sky. The Vindictive Glares are intended to break that down, because the magic missiles are very accurate against flyers. Kind of hard to withstand the shots and avoid the damage, so racks up pretty quickly. Don't really have a bunch of targets now, though, which is a little bit of an issue, although TMD is starting to swing a value lead here. I don't know how true that is. The thing about Tzeentch is that damage to their barriers does technically count for actual value. And what tends to happen is it can be a little bit hard to discern just how much of the value that you've gotten has been on the HP totals at times. There's a decent core mobility, a couple of Orc Boy spears, but not really all that much available for the Greenskins. Oh no, and a burning head going down on a lot of the shooting here. Beautifully cast. Finishing off that Forest Goblin Spider Rider. Ruglad's also getting hit and taking some pretty serious work there. Maybe would have been better over here, although you don't really have that many good avenues to cast it down. Broken Tusk Mob with their 90 armor, just taking a little bit of damage from the rallying pinks back here. Decent value on all the pink horrors, but they're looking a little bit isolated now. Don't have a lot to help them currently. Got Forsaken coming in. The Centaurs of Tzeentch are the heavy AP that's really needed to finish off the Pump Wagons as well as the Boar Boys. I would definitely look to get them into position fairly soon, man. Fairly soon. They're definitely going to need to be doing some serious heavy lifting. Beautiful army ability, just killing some Orc Boys. Maybe not the most efficient use of the army ability, but a full infantry unit kill to secure the middle objective isn't bad at all. And you got the Screamers doing a pretty good job of responding out to the flank. Not a ton of value, but really nice cascading Fire Cloak onto the Zangors. Together, these two units should be able to fight off this pressure. The Orc Boy Spears gonna be fighting the Centaurs. Centaurs, unfortunately, getting a little caught up in here. Definitely need to rotate out and get the Forsaken up into this fight, while the Sorcerers, or while the Cultist and the Chaos Lord of Tzeentch looking to maneuver around, take down some of these Boar Boy Biggins. Furies flying in over the top here, landing onto the rear of the Orc Boy Spears. Really good engagement for Tzeentch. Centaurs just need to stay alive. We've got some horsemen out here paying for themselves. I wouldn't send any infantry to the number 3. You just aren't going to be able to do that without getting swarmed out by numbers from the Greenskins. It's a really close game. You need to consolidate your forces on the points that you already control and kind of try and break the back of the Greenskins as they continue to advance up into you. That would be my 2 cents for how you handle the late game here. You pulled off of the middle, trying to respond to pressure on the number 1. Basically, you want to all in over here right now. All in and clean up the number 1 objective and make sure you're holding on to a point. And then you'll still have plenty of time in the late game to be able to get some value. Over pursuing with a cold, very unfortunate. He needs to just sit on an objective and never leave it. Him bouncing out of there kind of gave the Greenskins the opportunity to cap this middle. They're just leaving their shamans here. They're allowed to just keep their Orc Boys up on the point as well. The Broken Tusk Mob has been doing some pretty good damage. Forsaken and some more blues moving up onto the middle now. Should be able to get some decent work going. I'm not loving this, man. These Black Orcs are really anchoring this side objective here. They haven't capped it quite yet. There's no models on the point, but they are beating down the Zangors very handily. The Centaurs is some decent value, but they are completely surrounded here now. Gonna be dragged down, I would guess. I just keep them in combat, just so they get any additional value here that's possible, considering the scenario. You got Halberds going to be waddling up, maybe a little too slow to really get anything done over here, and then you've still got to fight the Black Orcs. Black Orcs will very easily outtrade the Halberds here. It is not a very fun fight for the Chaos Warriors, man. Chaos Lord of Tzeentch with about 800 value. He's just popping the Sentient Stormcloud as much as possible. Should be off of cooldown in a moment. Going to be pretty effective against the Black Orcs if he's able to land some good hits. Tzeentch just desperately trying to get an objective back. Ruglud's being unsummoned here. Both sides are just so beat up, but I think that the Greenskins are going to be favored here because they just have the cheaper cap weight. Like, they can just throw Orc Boys out at 425 gold. To get up on these middle objectives and hold them away from Tzeentch. One thing that I think Tzeentch is lacking here is Changebringers, because Changebringers punishing Stuff like Black Orcs, as well as these Boar Boy Biggins in the late game scenario right now would be massive, because the Changebringers are very vulnerable early on because of the, whatchamacallit, the fermented fungi. But here in the late game, TMD has used all of the charges on the Rampage. And in fact, the Lord is going down here. Very risky engagement that's being punished really nicely. This is where Akold's going to start looking really good, man. Those early game fights, he hasn't really been doing a whole lot. But now he's beating up on the Lord. Getting some pretty good value. Decent army ability here. Good damage going down on the Black Orcs. Halberd's actually moving to the middle, and Tzeentch did re-secure that middle objective. Need to get this #1 really quickly here, though. Akold moving forward, fighting against the Black Orcs. Not a bad idea. He will be able to clear them out fairly effectively. The damage he does in melee combat is pretty precise. He's able to take models off of elite infantry units fairly capably. He's already killed 3 of these models, so if he just keeps at it, he should be able to pull enough of them down to be able to hang on, as long as you get your warriors up on this point, man. Gotta get them here. Don't want to lose this middle objective. There's a lot of Orc boys getting up on this. You are swinging the #1, though. Oh, man, this might come down to caps, and I think that's going to be a win for the Greenskins if it does end up being all about who's getting the tickets and when. Oh, Tzeentch saving it at the last second. Look how close it is. The Greenskins actually didn't catch this, but now they flip it. Oh, they do flip it. They get the Shamans up on the corner of the objective and are able to actually flip the cap weight enough for them to be able to grab this. Akold chipping down infantry yet again, doing some pretty good damage. Still hasn't paid for himself is the big problem. Oh man, come on, dude. Tzeentch has fairly healthy characters at the very least, but they really should kill these Night Goblin Shamans, because they're dirt cheap and they are 3 cap weight each, so getting rid of them isn't a bad idea at all. And it would definitely give you a little bit of a leg up capping these points, because you're not going to be able to clear the infantry quickly enough to be able to swing these objectives like that. It's going to come down to some really good Fury micro and some very good like positional prioritization if Tzeentch is going to be able to win this game. And in fact, I actually think that with the ticket situation going on right now, they need a triple cap. Oh man, that's very brutal. Team D's done a great job of staying just persistent here. I mean, the early engagements honestly went fairly poorly for the Greenskins, but the Cav micro in the mid game, as well as just being willing to continue putting on pressure into the pink horrors, was able to drag down a majority of the Tzeentch infantry, and then it was just a matter of like isolating units and taking the objectives. And Mr. Fly has been a little bit too loosey-goosey with the points here, like moving a lot of characters off at very inopportune moments. There's a big push out into no man's land between the 1 and the 2 here. And TMD ended up taking both points, and getting that triple cap for that extended period of time is probably the difference between the tickets right now. Otherwise, I think Tzeentch would probably be about even in terms of the actual tickets, and then they would just be able to bunker up on these 2 points and win it. Needing to cap all 3 now, though. Maybe overpressing. They are losing the #1. They very securely have the #2, and they are slowly taking the #3 here. But the flip on the outside is going to give the Greenskins all the time they need to be able to wind the clock down with the last 25 tickets, give or take, that they need. Halberd's really not that effective. Not super surprising. I just don't really like the performance of Chaos Warriors of Tzeentch. Like, the Halberds are just really not that strong. They're just a little too slow. They don't beat any infantry in melee fights unless it's like really garbage tier units. I think you'd just be better off cutting the halberds and maybe one of the Forsaken and getting another Centaur of Tzeentch. The Centaurs are your answer to the Boar Boys. They're like your backline sweeper and response unit. They come out and they kill the pump wagons as they try to push through. They shock down Boar Boys and the Boar Boy Biggins. They can also hammer the rear of Black Orcs pretty capably. Only having one in this matchup, I think, might not be the way. I do like the Cultists with the Burning Head, but once the magic wore out for Tzeentch, the more consistent stats for the Orc Boys was able to kind of shine through, and they were just able to grind down the remaining horrors and eventually get through the Forsaken and the Zangors. Really well played by Dangler. Black Orcs were solid, if unspectacular. One of them paid for themselves. The other, only about 400 value, but soaked up a lot of attention as they were going, as they were being taken down. Cornmere, I am definitely intrigued. We'll get to this one soon, I promise. You know what, why not? Let's just go ahead and get into it. Got some crazy builds here, dude. Bagosh is going for Skulltaker and the Bloodbrute Behemoth with double Wrathmonger and 3 Marauders. Piston going for something a little more well-rounded. You've got Skulltaker, you got a couple Corngors, you got 4 Bloodletters, as well as 2 Marauder Horsemen and a Fleshhound. Ooh. Okay, so Bagosh has Skulltaker on the Shrine. Or the Throne, I guess, really. While Piston's going for Skulltaker on the mount here, on Kul Tiran. Bringing Revel. Cloak of Skulls, not so good on this mount. I do like the Slayer Sword inclusion and Bloody Onslaught, though. On Kul Tiran, the Cloak of Skulls is better on the Throne because it's, you know, an item that gives better longevity to something that can stick around for a long time. I would prioritize the Locus of Fury, actually, over the Cloak of Skulls, personally. Because the Locus of Fury, stacked up with Slayer Sword buffs, is gonna get Skulltaker over 1,000 weapon strength. And he'd be able to put quite a whooping on not just the Wrathmongers, but also on Skulltaker and the Bloodbrute Behemoth, potentially. Fury coming out. Marauders posted up. 3 throwing axes now. Piston is probably going to be having some pretty nice early trades. Just utilizing the throwing axes to hammer Skulltaker as well as the Wrathmongers and the Behemoth will be pretty massive. I wouldn't overpress on the one objective your opponent's holding. It's not really necessary. Although I guess it's honestly, you know what, maybe it's not such a bad idea. Got the mobility edge. I would try and get my horsemen up on the flank here so they can hit the Bloodwake Berserkers. Oh my god, Skulltaker going right for the Bloodbrute Behemoth. I would be very cautious of taking a fight like this. With support, Skulltaker could engage the Bloodbrute Behemoth, but in a one-on-one, the Behemoth has heals. It just has way more HP. I am not really super confident in Skulltaker's ability to survive this, but honestly not doing bad at all. Wow, he's really putting the moves on this thing. 800 value out of him already. Corngors with about 200. Some of the Bloodletters crumbling out already. They're just getting absolutely shredded by the Wrathmongers here. I guess it's not really too surprising. It's kind of like what Wrathmongers are good at, is beating down on mid-tier infantry. Skulltaker on his motorcycle, also getting some good damage done. Khorngor's moving up into this fight, definitely not the best idea in the world, but Khorne is getting, Piston is getting really good engagements on the other side of the engagement here. Folding up most of the other Marauders on the field, and still has plenty of infantry to be able to hang on to points, and Bagosha's Furies are just not contributing a whole lot right now. They've been a little bit lackluster so far, and with all the throwing axes now, this is where you can start dragging down the elite stuff that Bagosh brought in. The Bloodbrute Behemoth has been pummeled pretty badly, honestly. Taking a lot of damage. Skulltaker's pulling away with 1,500 value. Bagosha's Skulltaker has about 600. It's so interesting, the differences in performance between Skulltaker on his Juggernaut versus the Bloodthrone. The Bloodthrone will last literally all game because he's basically unkillable with like good leadership and all of the buffs that he's got. On the Juggernaut, he's a little bit vulnerable. Still has a decent enough HP pool to be able to fight a lot of really scary stuff, and you saw how he was able to do into what's ostensibly like a true counter. The Bloodbrute Behemoth should theoretically be able to win that pretty comfortably. Piston falling behind a little bit here. The throwing axes overextended pretty badly right now. That's really not too great. Looking a little scary right now, honestly. Like, your opponent's got all these Furies out, and what you really want to do with your throwing axes is just keep them back, and just use the throwing axes to hit the Wrathmongers, while you use your infantry to, like, run away from the Bloodwake Berserkers and such, and find better engagements, right? And just by using all their ammunition, they'd be able to drag down these Bloodwake Berserkers without too much of an investment. You're not taking full advantage of the kite opportunity that you have here, Piston. It's going fairly well. Still, you've got your opponent's Skulltaker on the run, in fact, who's taken quite a bit of work from these Khorne Minotaurs. The Minotaurs of Khorne are just such a good unit, man. And it looks like they're going after the Bloodbrute Behemoth now. Trying to find a surround on the big monster, but getting some chipping damage all the while they're chasing it. Not bad either. They're going to be able to take it down pretty quickly here. The Bloodbrute Behemoth is pretty good against Minos, but not when it's this low on HP, and with absolutely zero support, that's just way too vulnerable for such a big monster. Cult Tyrant Skulltaker showing the superiority here, just pummeling the Bloodthrone variant. Taking them down to size in no time at all. 2,700 value on Skulltaker here. Beautiful stuff. A wave of Khorngors coming up. You've still got a very healthy Bloodwake Berserker to deal with, which is really scary. Very risky engagement to take here. Using the Minos into your opponent's not awful, but on top of the Bloodwake Berserkers, I would definitely try and avoid that in the future. Got the Javelins on the rear. Rear charging the fight to try and break the leadership on the Minos isn't a bad idea. You do get countercharged by the remaining Furies. Is a little unfortunate, but you do break the Minotaur's leadership, which is really nice. Being able to chase down those Minos is going to make a big difference in the late game for you. Chasing off the Bloodbrute Behemoth. Good call. Just using a Fury to do that. They'll be able to rally back and get up on the point soon. A lot of Marauder dual weapons. Still not a lot of answers for the Bloodwake Berserkers. Losing those throwing axes really hurt you, man. The longer you keep your throwing axes around, the more of an advantage you're going to have over your opponent. The Khorne throwing axes are like the centerpiece of the mirror match, in my opinion. Whoever can use them better, it's almost always going to get the dub. Alright, Skulltaker has killed a few of the Bloodwake Berserkers. He's up to 3,000 value. Now running into Corngors with Minotaurs on his back. Definitely needs to get the hell out of here, man. I don't know if he's going to be able to escape before he goes down here. It's going to be an unfortunate loss, but there is a little bit of a problem for Bagosh in terms of the objectives. Not really holding on to any of them. I mean, the ticket situation is just abysmal right now. Piston has a huge leg up in the ticket game right now. Sending some Marauders and swarming with these Furies onto the Corngors would be a really good way to take them down fairly quickly here. You can see the leadership debuffs on the Furies really playing havoc with their access to the Frenzy, which is going to hurt them a lot, man. The Marauder Horsemen and the Furies become kind of a liability once your leadership goes down in this matchup, oftentimes. Playing a little more carefully with the with Skulltaker in the late game there would have been pretty critical. Just don't want to leave any opportunities for your opponent to just be able to get any terror routes on you, as well as potentially break your troops by rear charging them, and that's kind of what's going to happen to these poor Corngors. They get hit by a huge volley, Fury Charge from the back, and then a follow-up from the Marauder Horseman on the other side. Breaks their leadership before Fury of the Skull Throne goes off, so no Unbreakable for these Corngors. A massive swarm of Furies coming in. Marauders are here to catch a lot of the Furies, and the throwing axes do get off of this fight. They could loop around and potentially crush the Furies with a good rear charge. Going after the Marauders, though, is probably going to be the call here. Dual weapon Marauders, as well as the Furies. Rallying, the Minotaurs running away. Bloodweight Berserkers like 3,000 value. Crazy stuff from them. Good rear charge from Bagosh up onto the back of the throwing axes. Got some Furies here. Bringing up 2 Bloodletters is a good call. And the unfortunate thing for Bagosh is Furies obviously don't have any cap weight as a flyer. And the Marauders are not really going to be able to flip it just by themselves. Definitely need something in addition out there on that point to flip it for you. Furies finishing off the Minos. Bloodletters closing the gap pretty quickly. Should be able to get here before the cap flips, and Bagosh actually does throw in the towel, not believing in the odds on getting the objective flipped in time. Yeah, the Juggernaut, man, is crazy. I really didn't think it was going to win. It beat the crap out of the Behemoth. That's wild. I like the Juggernaut tech there, Piston. That was pretty beautiful. I loved that. You played it really well, but you got to be more careful with the throwing axes, man. Your throwing axes could have made that game an absolute steamroll, but you kind of threw them away in the middle of the game there. If you had just kept them back to throw axes against the Berserkers and the Wrathmongers, you'd have been able to kill them pretty quickly. Wrathmongers are very weak to AP Kite. You got respectable value on most of them, but they could have gotten a lot more work done. Because the melee trades honestly went pretty hard against you for the most part. It was really just your Minotaurs and Skulltaker who were putting in all the work on the ground there. The Bloodletters kind of got rolled over. A lot of the Marauders did too. Forsaken also not doing all that much. The big problem for Bagosh was just that the investment into the Bloodbrute Behemoth didn't pay off. Also lost Skulltaker fairly early on. And One Wrathmonger, just slightly downtraded, not by that much. The Bloodwake Berserkers are an amazing unit, and they pretty much doubled their value here. But they just can't be everywhere at once. So not being able to hold the caps is kind of what got Bagosh onto the back foot and gave you the late game win there. If your opponent doesn't have any throwing axe horsemen, then all you need to do is protect your throwing axes from the Fury Swarms. And the way you do that is just by keeping them by your infantry and having a few Fleshhounds and your own Furies on the field so that they can kind of like countercharge, and then the horsemen can squeak away, rotate around, and then hammer home with their decent charge bonus and weapon strength. Let's get some more replays going. Slick. Cool. A lot of replays here. Start moving through them. You know, nice and quick here. Best we can. Some Wood Elves versus Chaos Dowie as well. Make sure this one gets in there too. Alright, where do we want to focus our next round? Greenskin's Mirror is interesting. Maybe some Lizards versus Dowie in a minute here. Although, I think we're gonna... Let's watch some Elves fight against one another. Lucreon and Dias. Both of these guys have been putting in a lot of work on the Elf factions. They've been improving by leaps and bounds the last few times I've watched both of them. So I'm kind of curious to see how this goes. I actually think the High Elves have a matchup advantage over the Wood Elves, actually. Just because the High Elves have so many good shields, and while there are shielded units for the Wood Elves, their low armor and the lack of shields on a lot of their missile troops means that Lothern Seaguard are just a real pain for the Wood Elves to deal with. They can't dive them with their mobility. Dryads get shot up as they try to close the gap on Lotherns. If you try to trade with your Swift Shiver Shards, the Silver Shields, and the Lotherns is just going to easily allow them to gun down the Deepwood Scouts without too many problems. And it can get real ugly real quick. Rahagra's Pride going to be some mass to stop any dive attempts. Flock of Doom, Net of Amontok. Techless, very pared down, very straightforward build on him. Not going to be trying to do anything too crazy. Gladelord on the Dragon with Prey of Anoth Rama and Arrow of Kurnus. Banner of the Eternal Queen as well for a little bit of ward save and leadership. Not bad at all. Hold on, guys. I need to pause. I need to go blow my nose real quick before we get into the rest of this one. Alright, here we go. Spearmen moving in, Rangers moving up. Techless waiting in the wings. A lot of Illyrian Reaver archers, too. Illyrian Reaver archers very good at poking down flanks and off angles on Wood Elf units. And the Glade Riders do have a slight edge. I mean, they're just a slightly better skirmish cav. They've got a little bit more range, a little bit more missile strength. If I'm not mistaken, though, they do cost more. Or actually, no, they don't. Oh, okay. The Illyrian Reaver archers, I think, would still probably be able to outtrade them, though. I have to actually see it in action to know for sure. But the extra armor from the Illyrian Reaver cavalry, I think, would make enough of a difference that they'd get the edge. Spearmen soaking up damage. Rangers getting absolutely shit-canned here. This is why you don't really want Rangers in this matchup. They just don't do anything except get killed. They're way too vulnerable to the shooting that the Wood Elves have. And another problem is that they get countered by Dryads pretty hard, because Dryads do have magic attacks. The Rangers are reliant on their Phys Res, and they just can't get around the extra armor and physical resistance that Dryads have available to them. So, it's a little bit of an awkward trade for those Rangers. Really good focus fire coming in from the Lotherns. Not super surprising that they're melting the back line here of the Wood Elves. Do still have some Deepwood scouts here. Glade Guard moving in, but one Glade Rider taken apart by these Lotherns, dude. Good collapse, though, from Diaz. Able to get a Eternal Guard with shields around the side, and getting up into the Lotherns. You're going to be able to shut them down pretty nicely. And a beautiful breath attack onto the Spearmen, as well as the Rahagri's Pride getting hit a little bit. Amazing damage going down. You get Eternal Guard able to take down the Spearmen. The Spearmen did get hammered by missiles for a little bit there. They were pretty beat up. They weren't looking too hot. What is this, Illyrian Reaver Cav? One Silverhelm and one Illyrian Reaver Cavalry coming in. Sisters of Avalorn out on the field now. Still need to kill these Swift Shiver Shards. Need to make sure that the Lotherns don't get killed in melee combat either. Just be dropping some Flocks of Doom, and honestly, a Net of Amontok cast like right here to catch these Eternal Guard and the Dryads that are chasing you wouldn't be an awful decision. It would give you a chance to disengage both of these Lotherns and bring forward the Rangers and the Spearmen here, who are rallying, just to keep the shooting online for yourself, which is going to be very, very important. Illyrian Reaver Cavalry being forgotten about. Gotta make sure that you don't forget about units. You know, it happens. I've done it plenty, don't get me wrong, but little mistakes like this will lose you games, because that Illyrian Reaver killing this Glade Guard would have been a massive win. It would have been shutting down one of your opponent's uptrade tools, probably could have gotten after the Deepwood Scouts also. Do get the kill on the Glade Guard back here. Illyrian Reaver Archers being taken down by Wild Riders now, but you do still have two that are fairly healthy. They'll be able to poke these very aggressive melee cav from the flanks, and probably work around the shields a decent amount, especially this unit as they follow up from behind. Should be able to poke through the low armor pretty easily. Illyrian Reaver Archers caught. Wild Riders finishing them pretty quickly. Rangers fighting against Eternal Guard. Here's the other problem with the Rangers. Their bonus versus infantry is not enough to get over the top of the melee defense that Eternal Guard have. So even though Rangers do beat Eternal Guard fairly comfortably, it is an incredibly slow and laborious process for the Rangers to get through these guys. By the time they've done it, if your opponent's got any kind of missiles, they'll probably hammer these poor Rangers down by that point. Lucreon holding on to a slight value lead, and good catch here. Lyran Reavers finally getting in. Silverhelms doing some great damage and just riding down all these Deepwood Scouts now. Silverhelms over here with 1,000 value. Really great performance from them. They should be able to hold against these Wild Riders for a little bit longer. The Martial Prowess is going to wear off in just a moment here. Their HP is very low. I think it deactivates at 1,500. Is that the math? Yeah, it is. Once they get to below 1,500, they'll lose the Martial Prowess, they'll lose all that melee defense, and they'll probably die pretty quickly. Wild Riders just have really good weapon strength, so they're usually pretty capable at chewing through units, but the advantage that the High Elves have in terms of the mobility game is definitely going to give them the leg up in the late stages here. It's just going to be very difficult to get the Dryads and the infantry into combat before they get shot to pieces. Look at the Sisters of Avalorn, man. 2,400 value after this volley, I'm sure. Yeah, beautiful. I am not... Oh, the dragon, I'm sure. Shooting the dragon, shooting some of the cavalry, and yeah, man, that dragon character is so beat up now. And the Spell Singer trapped up by enemy cavalry. Silverhelm's all over her. 1,000 value on this unit. Lyran Reavers following up some good charges. This Silverhelm with 1,400. Dude, the Silverhelms have absolutely carried this game for the High Elves. They have been unmanageable, honestly. And a lot of the other trades have been pretty solid. You know, you've preserved a decent number of your missile troops. And this is where missiles can be a just insurmountable obstacle, man. Especially when you're on the back foot in terms of value. If your opponent has a decent number of missiles available, trying to re-engage against them when they have a mobility advantage is basically impossible. You just aren't going to find opportunities to dive onto the missiles. Your units are going to be scattered and isolated oftentimes, so that the mobility is going to be able to get easy wins. It's usually just going to get worse and worse on the value trading. DS was doing great, but you can see it's starting to really spiral out of control with the value trades. Dryads getting hit by Flock of Doom, getting shot a little bit. Rangers looking to sacrifice themselves. Not great value on this Ranger. How'd the other one do? Not very good on this side either. Just more archers, honestly. Like, just more Lothern Seaguard, as well as bringing in a couple of Silverins, I find to be pretty good. Silverins have good armor, and they can actually scrap down Dryads in the frontline fights. I think they're a better choice than Rangers, personally. Rangers cost, what, 600 gold, I believe. You could get rid of the 2 Rangers and 1 Spearman and get 2 Silverins instead. I think that'd be a much better spend for you overall. Then maybe you can give Teclis maybe like a sword or something, so he gets the Winds of Magic reserves as well as the Spell Mastery, which can help him out a lot. Towns of Torquilita poking away at the Glade Guard. You've got some Rangers looking to chase them down. Should be a pretty easy fight for them. I mean, both these units are getting pretty gassed. The Rangers and the Glade Guard here. Rangers with their better stats would be able to out-trade the Glade Guard, all things considered. But a leadership break going down on these dudes. And a triple cap coming in for Lucreon. The Glade Riders struggling a lot, dude. I mean, they just keep getting run around the battlefield and now having to engage in a 3v1 about as ugly as it gets for them. They're just going to die here. There's not really any way for them to be able to swing this engagement. Just full domination at this point by Lucreon. The value trading is way worse than it looks, honestly. Lucreon is probably up about 4,000 value by this point, and once you get to the late game and units get summoned out for a second or third time, it stops tracking how much damage you're doing to them. It's a little annoying, so it looks better for Diaz than it really is. This game is 100% over and has been for the last, like, minute or two now. You've got the Fireborn out on the field now also, man. The Fireborn are so good in this matchup, provided there aren't a ton of missiles for the Wood Elves out there. Fireborn are just really good at hounding down pretty much anything and everything that the Wood Elves have. The only thing Fireborn don't want to fight is the Wild Hunters of Kurnus and Zotes? I mean, maybe Zotes can do some good damage to the Fireborn. Or Zotes weak to fire damage? I actually don't remember. I don't think they are. I think they've got Fizzres as well. Come on, where the hell? They're literally right there. Oh, they got missile resistance. Okay. They do have Flesh to Stone, though. 2 uses of that. That gives them Fizzres. Against the Fireborn, that Fizzres is going to be really huge. Because these guys don't have magic attacks. Actually, don't hate a Zote for this matchup, maybe. You get a couple bound Earthbloods, which can be kind of useful. There's 1,600 gold just to deal with the Fireborn. And potentially catch some other heavy knights and be able to pummel them down, because really the Wild Riders are just not nearly as good here as they are into most other matchups because of the armor that Silverhelms have. They just hold up really well to the Wild Riders' attacks. So it might be something worth looking into for Wood Elf players. Is just the kind of off-meta tech of Zotes. I think it was a net from the Glade Lord on the Reaver. Okay, that makes sense. Zotes are goated. Love the derpy lizards. I think they're better than a lot of Wood Elf mains give them credit for. I know Nerexa doesn't really like them, but I've seen Zotes used pretty effectively at times. The reason that you don't see the Zotes very often is usually because Wild Riders are just so cost-effective that you don't need the heavy anti-large AP, but they do have a pretty good spread, and they negate magic weapons as well, which is pretty clutch, as well as lowering spell resistance. So you could even use the, you could even engage the Fireborn with the Zotes, pop that Flesh to Stone on themselves with an Earthblood to heal them up for the early game. You lower the spell resistance, and then hit the Fireborn with some magic from the Wood Elves, like follow it up with a Melkoth's from a Branch Wraith or something. It would definitely do a pretty good job of melting them down. And the extra 20% damage, I think, would be enough to finish the Fireborn off with the Zotes already hammering them. Wood Elves, Chaos Dwarves. Let's go ahead and watch this one. Curious to see what Diaz is able to do here into the Chaos Dowie. Now, this matchup, ironically enough, is fairly even. You would think that with all the fire damage that the Chaos Dwarves have, that they'd be able to handle the Wood Elves pretty easily. The big thing about the Wood Elves into the Chaos Dowie is the Way Watchers, though. Way Watchers counter pretty much everything that the Chaos Dowie typically rely on. Way Watchers kill trains. They kill Infernal Guard Fireglaves pretty easily. They can absolutely mince a Bale Taurus character. They can even push in the late game to kill something like a Deathstreak rocket launcher. But we don't have any Way Watchers. Instead, we got a bunch of Glade Guard, War Dancers, some Eternal Guard, as well as these Glade Riders here. Glade Riders poking a little bit, dodging a Searing Doom. Very good micro from DS there. The more damage you can avoid from enemy spellcasters, the more likely it is that you're going to be able to win games. Because Magic is a huge X factor in value trades. And quite a few factions really center all of their, builds around the magic that they're bringing. Because the magic is usually there to make up for some kind of inadequacy in terms of the units that you're bringing in early on. And Searing Doom is very effective against cavalry. With how many Dowie warriors there are, it's not going to be used in the frontline fights too often. It's really just there to hammer down like Wild Riders and Glade Riders, I would bet. Because Hobgoblin Wolf Raiders are just way too squishy in this matchup. They get absolutely folded by the cav options that DS has available to them. Fireglaive squeaking forward, looking to shoot down some of these Glade Riders. Definitely something you gotta keep track of is your enemy's missiles. You want to make sure that you spend as little time as possible getting hit by gun units like this. Beautiful breath attack onto the Infernal Guard Fireglaves, but now sitting way too long in the crossfire here. DS needs to pull out. What you want to do to escape from this situation... Yeah, don't do this. Don't fly directly out between these two units because the Chaos Dowie shooters have to rotate only a little bit to still keep you in their line of sight. If you fly over the top of this Fireglaive, they have to turn all the way around. It's a little bit laborious of a process for gun units sometimes. Sometimes they want to, like, rotate completely, like they have the formation do a full, like, 360. Other times they just turn around and they start blasting, but it's a little bit of time for you to be able to get away and then fly out of range of the other Infernal Guard Fireglaive, because now you're just still in range of both of them is the big issue here. Luckily, you got the ward save, Fizzres, and missile resistance, so only about 50% of the damage from the Fireglaves is incoming, so... Glade Lord able to stay fairly healthy. Beautiful shot from the Deathstreak rocket launcher, that airburst mortar, just making mincemeat out of the Eternal Guard there. This is looking a little scary, man. I mean, the War Dancers are getting run over by this train right now, and the Glade Guard are never going to be able to kill this Iron Demon effectively. These things have 120 armor, man. I mean, the fire coming down from the Glade Guard is able to do some respectable damage. But this is why you need Way Watchers, dude. I mean, one Way Watcher would have probably halved the HP on the Iron Demon by now. You get a couple of Way Watchers, and you can just, like, run up within range of the Infernal Guard Fireglaves. Way Watchers have 190 meter range, or maybe it's just 180, but anyways, it's much longer than the Fireglaves, so you can counterfire very safely. You run up in range with the Way Watchers, fire a volley off on the Infernal Guard, you'll take a full half their HP off with 2 Way Watchers, and then you can just run away and cackle, because your opponent will never close the ground that's needed on you. Treekin coming in here. Treekin way too vulnerable in this matchup. You are not going to be able to get away with using these guys here. They're gonna get killed by Fireglaive missile fire. Because look, I mean, the Glade Lord has way more resilience to the Infernal Guard Fireglaive shooting. Tree can have some Fizzres and missile resistance, but it's kind of offset completely by the fire weakness. And the Infernal Guard, with their fire rate, are usually able to fire quickly enough to be able to put down some pretty critical damage against these guys. And even if the Treekin are able to make contact with fire glaives, there is still the worry of AP fire damage halberds in close contact with you. It's kind of a wet noodle contest at this point, but I think the fire glaives are going to be able to grind out at least another 200 value, and they'll have paid for themselves, while the Treekin, they're going to be just waiting here for a while, potentially being very weak to any counterfire that Hattie brings out. Glade Riders get around the battlefield and take down the Deathstreak rocket, killing it completely, 1,300 on these guys. Honestly, killing the Deathstreaker rocket launcher has kind of flipped this game on its head, man. The Metal Prophet, this is where you want to drop a Searing Doom, is right here. Look how much is blobbed up on this Iron Demon. There's no reason not to drop something to punish all these blobbed up units. It's a Glade Rider and an Eternal Guard. You could overcast it, and you'd probably get about 500 value from an overcast Searing Doom right there. Kind of pulling back a little bit. The Wolf Riders have kind of been wasted, honestly. Hattie was not aggressive enough with the Wolf Rider Cavalry. They've kind of been getting isolated by Glade Riders, as well as getting shot to death by missiles. Dropping a Searing Doom here. This is, okay, like, dropping the Searing Doom here isn't a bad call. I mean, it's doing good damage to the Glade Guard. Oh man, this Iron Demon has also kind of been left to its own devices in a very bad way. The Chaos Dwarves are playing too many positions at once. They are just not nearly as good at it as the Wood Elves are. Wood Elves are kind of able to win this because nothing shut down their Hagbane tips, really. The Iron Demon went in a little too alone. There wasn't anything to punish the units blobbing up around it. The Sorcerer Prophet of Metal really hasn't done a whole lot. Oh, man. That's really just coming down to magic not being used super efficiently. It's been dropped on, like, Eternal Guard and the Glade Guard in the back line. You don't want to use your magic that's a bombardment to kill these spread out missile lines. The bombardments are for punishing blobs, right? So, like, you've got the Iron Demon in the perfect spot, actually, with it being surrounded by a whole bunch of stuff. Your opponent wants to keep it locked down. You drop a Searing Doom there to punish everything that's blobbed up around it, and either your opponent pulls back and frees up the Iron Demon, or they sit there and they eat a ton of damage from Searing Doom, and then the Iron Demon gets free because the enemy's, like, mass is no longer there. Iron Demon running into Cavalry. Infernal Guard Fireglaive sticking around. These guys have been the heavy lifters. I mean, 2,900 value. Gonna finish off these Glade Riders pretty quickly. Beautiful Arrow of Kurnus, though, taking down a bunch of Infernal Guard Fireglaive models. Weakening them pretty severely. I don't see this going too well for the Chaos Dowie at this point. All of their Chaos Dwarf Warriors are gone for the most part. In fact, I think literally every single one of them is dead. All you've got are a couple of Orc Laborers. Your Wolf Raiders are super beat up, and they're not being unsummoned, so you don't have reinforcements to pull back in for the late game. Dia's pulling a little bit of a value lead, and the Baltor's character is going to be going down here in a moment. Wild Riders all over him. He'll probably, yeah, dies outright. Do lose the dragon. But honestly, that does favor the Wood Elves. Wood Elves have better leadership than the Chaos Dowie. On the whole, I would say. There are unbreakable units, yeah, that the Chaos Dowie have, but generally speaking, like the cap weight for the Wood Elves isn't going to be suffering nearly as badly losing their lord, because they just have higher leadership overall. Orc laborers and hobgoblins, even the Chaos Dowie Warriors leadership leaves a little bit to be desired once you're losing a bunch of leadership passively. You'll just get followed up on with rear charges, and you'll just struggle mightily. I missed your message, GK, but yeah, Wood Elves versus High Elves isn't a very common matchup. It's pretty rare. The Elf factions aren't super popular right now. They're a little on the weaker end overall, I would say. Dark Elves and Wood Elves are the most competitive. So you'll see plenty of Wood Elves. The High Elves are definitely the weakest of the three. They struggle pretty badly against a lot of factions. They're not abysmal, but they definitely leave quite a bit of room for improvement when it's gonna be coming to like DLCs. High Elves just lack durability, and they also lack good melee infantry. Their best melee infantry is Rangers, and those are still pretty mid, honestly. I will say that if you're ever playing Elves, the High Elves are probably advantaged against both of the other Elf factions. I don't think them losing so often to the Wood Elves is very reflective of the real state of that matchup. Into the Dark Elves, it might be a little bit more even. I don't know, man. It's just kind of funny the way the game works, right? Like, a lot of the weaknesses in domination mode for factions usually comes down to, like, a lack of, like, decent melee infantry, as well as, hard-hitting, mobility. And the High Elves kind of are a jack-of-all-trades faction, where they're not, like, bad at anything, but that also doesn't really make them good at anything. You know? They've got, like, one or two units that are, like, truly exceptional, and that's, like, Shadow Walkers and a couple of their Lord options. Like, on a very, like, basic level, the problem with the High Elves is being too expensive and too specialized, right? Elves are very good anti-mobility, but they're very weak to, like, armor pushes. Hell yeah. Adamant coming in. Adamant with the pistol is a very defensive footlord. Super cheap option. Honestly, not bad at all. Hoxa Miska on the Frost Maiden with the Tempest Magic. Good call. I mean, you're just clearing out Empire Chaff for the most part, so using that to keep your Armored Cossars online so they can use their pistols against other stuff like Pistoliers, Outriders, Flying Lords, Empire Knights, anything of that nature is a really good call. It's just so efficient at killing stuff because of that, because of the Vortex not doing any friendly fire damage and the Discourage effect. It's going to be very good for breaking the leadership on all these spears and stuff. Winged Lancers moving up, Sterling's Revenge hiding in the trees, Little Grom waiting in the wings. I love Little Grom, dude. Little Grom is effective against everything. Even, like, crappy infantry units can get folded up by Little Grom with some decent efficiency. Just because it's so accurate, man. It's got 22 shots. 3 shots from Little Grom will usually kill like 30 or 40 models on something like a Spearman, which is, like, on paper, in terms of, like, cost efficiency, isn't incredible value. But weakening a front line so you can then jump onto units in the back line a little bit quicker can help you out quite a bit. 7 kills there against the Huntsman. Another follow-up shot. Actually missing. Very rare miss from Little Grom there. Winged Lancers got shot up pretty badly by the Huntsman. That's why you gotta be careful, man. You want to get a head count on your opponent's army. Like, you can see on the tooltip how many units your opponent has on the field, so you can just do, like, a quick head count. You can be like, okay, there's blah, 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 units in the front line. There's Pistoliers, there's Call Friends. What are we missing? We're missing, like, 4 units, so considering what they've got in terms of money in the front line, blah, 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 process of elimination, they've probably got a couple Huntsmen hiding somewhere. And the good bet is that they're going to be protected by all the Spearmen, so, you know, just keep that kind of stuff in mind, and you can avoid situations like this where the Winged Lancers kind of got shot up for no good reason. It's not the end of the world. They'll be able to get some decent value still. Go to summon out of the Kislevites Warriors. What you want to do here, Little Grom doesn't need to move at all. Just leave Little Grom here and form a box with the Kislevite Warriors around Little Grom. And all you have to do is, like, drag the Kislevite Warriors to where they're, the center of their formation is on top of the Little Grom model. And it'll be super safe. Little Grom needs to shoot these Demigryph Halberds. No reason not to. They're right in the optimal range for them. Beautiful micro. And immediately kills 6 models. I mean, that is just disgusting, man. I mean, went from 50 value to 300 in one fell swoop. And the Empire immediately responds by pulling back the Demigryph Knights, but they're still within range, and they're going to lose another few models here. Brutal damage. 6 more going down here. Gods. You really hate to see it. Kossar's really nice micro from Suga. Oh, man, this is going to be a real quick game, I think. Samwise lost the Pistoliers out on the flank. Was a little too careless with them. Spearman getting shot to bits. Huntsman having to pull back, no longer able to support the frontline fights. 2 spears overlapped on the Armored Kossar here. Really not that great. Streltsy getting some good shots in on Karl Franz as he tries to kill the Frost Maiden. She is on her way out here, but before she goes, looks like we're going to get one beautiful Hawks of Miska. That's pretty much a guaranteed kill on both of these spear units. I mean, the radius is massive on this spell, and they're retreating into it, so even more damage going off on those guys as they're trying to retreat. Very painful. Samwise with a little bit of a value lead, but I don't think that's going to be very true, unfortunately. Some of that is tied up in killing a Frost Maiden. You do kill these Winged Lancers out here without them getting a whole bunch of value. But your Demigryphs are basically dead. Your front line is kind of in shambles right now. And Karl Franz is a great duelist character, but the Adamant has 65 melee defense. Foot characters, typically speaking, are pretty resilient to being charged down by flyers like this if the charge bonus wears off, right? That's really where the value comes from with Karl, is the charge bonus he's got. So when he's just sitting in trying to attack the Adamant a whole bunch, it's really not helping him all that much. And he's probably going to be losing a whole bunch of momentum, truth be told. Sterling's being attacked by the things in the woods, being taken apart in record time, too. Outriders coming forward, looking to get some value, but not really finding any opportunities. And Little Grom already paying for itself with 11 shots left. Where's this shot going? Oh, last second swap onto the Demigryph Knights, I guess? That was very weird. It's supposed to be shooting the Huntsman, but just decided not to, I guess. Streltsy moving up, Armored Kossars waiting in the wings, and yeah, Suga finally getting that value lead. Now that Kislev's more established on the field, it's just going to be a slow process of finishing off the spears and then shooting down any of the remaining range tools that the Empire has. And the Empire is compounding on a pretty big error here by sending forward more missile units who are very lightly armored against a very, very durable, heavily armored and shielded front line backed up by Kossars, who are going to be able to value trade pretty nicely into these missile units, either because Huntsmen are 725 gold, Kossars are 500, or they just massively outrange the unit that they're shooting, like the Free Company Militia only have 90 range to the 140 of a Kossar. Kislev's going to have a pretty good game here. Great swords with some pretty decent value. Getting shot at by Streltsy currently, a massive wave. Look how many Free Company Militia are coming in over here. This is where you summon out your Hawks of Miska caster again. She should be back in the reinforcement pool by now. You got the funds for it. I'd bring the Tempest Witch back out. Because what you can do is just drop Hawks of Miska in the middle of all of these units, and the Vortex will guaranteed hit something here. Griffin Legion, not a bad call either. They'll just run down these dudes, no problem. Streltsy getting hammered a little bit, though. A little unfortunate for them. Little Grom with 1500 value, looking to shoot Karl Franz here, it looks like. Griffin Legion running down some of the Outriders. Emperor getting a regrowth, which is great, but not going to be enough for the Empire to get back in this game. I mean, just look how pushed back they are now. There are Armored Kossars in their spawn zone, basically. Like, if your opponent has compromised the forests on your side of the field with infantry, that is a nightmare, because there's really only one melee infantry unit that can kill these Armored Kossars, and that's Great Swords. It's going to take him a little while to get through Armored Kossars, unfortunately. Griffin Legion taking down one Free Company, pulling back. Going to be able to cycle church back in here. Another Winged Lancer coming out. Little Grom with the last few shots. 1596 in total. 4 volleys. Firing one here against the Emperor, and the cannonball bouncing off of Deathclaw, I think is the name of Karl Franz's Hippogriff. Didn't even flinch, man. Badass. That gigantic... I can't even imagine how much these have to weigh. Little Grom is like a... God knows what the caliber of this artillery, the bore of the cannon is. This is probably like a 300 millimeter like artillery piece. I mean, it is a meaty weapon. So I would guess that the cannonballs for Little Grom probably weigh somewhere in the range of like 1,000 pounds. They're probably heavy as hell. I don't know how these like solitary dudes are like loading the artillery shots at all. You know, it's just 2 guys and their bears. It's probably enchanted ammo or some nonsense. It doesn't have magic attacks though. I don't know how it works. You don't want to think too deeply about the real-world mechanics of fantasy settings, because it just falls apart pretty quickly. So we won't get too into it. Streltsy point blanking Karl Franz. He's basically heel capped. He's going to be dying here. There's no way he's going to be able to make it. The Adamant has actually gotten a little bit of value, poking with the pistol as well. It's really not that good. It doesn't do much damage. He just fires it fairly quick. You know, only 100 damage firing every 4 seconds. It looks better on paper than it is in actuality, but it's a little bit of extra value, and he is dirt cheap, like I said. I'm pretty sure the Ataman pared down is, what, like 1,000 gold, maybe? With this kit. I'll check it after. You don't need Charm Shield. It's really not that good of an ability, honestly. I'd cut that. And just bring everything else, though. Yeah, they kind of are like the Ottoman bombards. Oh yeah, 1,200 pound projectiles. This sounds about right, man. Let's actually go, you know, let's do some armchair history here. Because I am actually kind of curious. Let's go to something a little more reputable than just the Google AI. No shade to it, but it is pretty inaccurate pretty often. Alright, here we go. Holy crap, that's gigantic. Dude, you could, like, you could crawl up in these things and live in there. Holy crap, look how big these, cast cannons are. That opening looks like it's about 4 feet in diameter. So, I mean, I'm like 6 feet tall. I could pretty easily fit in there, and the little Groms honestly don't look too far off if you compare the size of the humans next to the gun itself. So we are probably talking about the cannon shots being about that much. So, yeah, like 1,400 pounds. It's kind of wild. Let me get some more replays in here. We're getting up into the third round now. Khorne versus Tomb Kings, I think, is on tap here, potentially. No Beastman players today, which I'm a little sad about, you know. I love me some Beastman action. They're, I'm a sucker for them. We get plenty of Blood God players, which is super exciting, because they're my other main, you know. I'm a little bit better with Beastmen. Beastmen are just a little bit stronger of a faction overall, because they're not nearly as weak to kite as Khorne is. You know, the Skull Cannon nerfs have really hurt Khorne pretty badly this season. I honestly would love nothing more than for the Skull Cannon to honestly get a reversion back to how they worked before they got the Vortex on the shots, because they used to be the Skull Cannons used to be really effective against horse archers, and that's like the big problem that Khorne has right now. Is stuff like that and throwing axe cavalry. Having Skull Cannons to counterfire those would be a huge boon to the faction overall. I am pretty experienced with using them as a counterfire to cavalry, honestly, and I think that they could do really well if they just reverted them back to where the shot pierces through cavalry models the way they used to. Oh my god. Okay. Piston is after my heart here. This is a cool-ass Khorne build. Okay, so we just got a bunch of Bloodletters and Chaos Warriors. They're going to easily clear through the skeletons here. Tomb Scorpion and Chosen of the Gods, the Casket of Souls. We do have a Bone Giant. We got a lot of shooting for the Tomb Kings here. We do have a Soul Grinder of Khorne. We've got an Exalted Hero. The Exalted Hero presumably is going to be on a Juggernaut here. That's the smart money? Oh, wow. Excuse me. Actually, on the Gorbeast Chariot... Dude, Gorbeast Chariots are horrible. They're such a bad mount. They're too slow. They are unwieldy. They don't turn very quickly. They have awful melee defense. I'm a little worried about this Exalted Hero. We'll see how this goes, though. Bloodletter's going to be moving up. It's a lot of damage coming down from the ranged pieces. The Chosen of the Gods get some good damage in. Ushabti Greatbow shooting the Soul Grinder. Alright, this is like immediately some things that need to be cleaned up. Piston, don't deploy Soul Grinders in the open field against factions that have like good ranged options. Soul Grinder should be hiding behind this pillar right now. The Sleipnir is pretty nice, but Valkia, as good as she is, does not want to be going in by herself quite like this. And I know there's a Chariot character, but even that guy's not going to be able to support her well enough. Just get her up in the air. Keep her a little bit safer. She's getting attacked with a Tomb Scorpion now. This is your chance to pop a Demon Shield and keep her nice and healthy. Going after Kotep now, landing a little bit too far away from him, and she does have like decent charge speed on the ground, but she is actually fairly slow running around on the ground. She's barely able to keep pace with this dude. She just doesn't have 90 speed on solid ground. I think she has it while she's charging, but even here, I mean, she's kind of not able to close the gap on Kotep. This is really painful, man. We'll see if Piston's able to start grinding back some value. The infantry is starting to make contact with the front line. Some of them are pushing up into the secondary. Rough damage from the Casket of Souls there. The Chaos Warriors just need to continue to take ground. You got some Hounds and Furies landing in here. Bone Giant's a good target for that, and Valkia should come kill the Casket right now. With the Soul Grinder, they'll very quickly kill the Casket of Souls. I mean, it'll die in about 5 or 6 hits, probably. It just has awful defensive stats, and Soul Grinders have a ton of weapon strength, with good melee attack, too. A very solid, like, 55. It doesn't have any bonuses, but it doesn't really need that against a unit of this caliber. Choosing to disengage now. You do have the Fury shutting down all of these shooters, and you got Bloodletters compromising the Sepulchral Stalkers, with the Exalted Hero occupying the melee Shabti. Honestly, really good situation for Khorne. If the Ushabti were here fighting with the Sepulchral Stalkers, that would not be a winning fight for Khorne. The Bloodletters just wouldn't be able to last through that much damage. Yeah, Bloodletters need to get off this fight and get up into the back line and find an engagement here. Soul Grinder is getting a decent amount of value, is beating up on the Chosen of the Gods. I actually am really liking the inclusion of the Soul Grinders from people nowadays. There was a point where I actually thought they were pretty meta, in fact. And maybe now, after the Skull Cannon nerfs, the Soul Grinders will have a little bit of a place in the meta as an anti-kite unit, because they've got good range, and the Shotgun Cannon does pretty good damage in its own right. With the fact that these guys fire so quickly, they can actually get about 1,200 value out of their cannon. Even firing against, like, chaff, it can do pretty effective work. And then you can use the good melee stats to kind of pummel down any single entities. And they have a good charge bonus, too. Valkia just needs to stop chasing Kotep. I mean, it is pointless trying to catch him. He is not going to be caught anytime soon. Your opponent is very, like, aware of Valkia chasing him around. It's better to be using her to beat up on the Bone Giant and the Casket of Souls. The Casket of Souls should not be alive still. Bloodletter's getting up into the secondary, and this Bloodletter got its value back, which is damn impressive considering it's been fighting mostly large targets. The AP on the Bloodletter's so good, dude. I mean, they just don't care. They love grinding. Even into bigger, like, constructs. Because of their solid weapon strength, man. I mean, 34 is pretty damn good. Paying for themselves. These ones over here, fighting skeletons and Ushopti. Not going to be winning that fight, but they will get a little bit of damage done before they go out, I'm sure. This full court press from Khorne is done pretty well. The Soul Grinder, there's a little bit that could be done to optimize the play with the Soul Grinder, but he got 1100 value. Overall, not terrible. What the Forsaken need to do now is go get the Chosen of the Gods. Killing the Chosen of the Gods right about now would be massive. You've got the edge and the objectives, and you've developed out your Marauder throwing axes, and if you have gotten rid of your opponent's last decent answer to the Marauder Horseman, the Marauder Horseman will kill anything important for the Tomb Kings. And then you just keep Valky alive and slowly reinforce with bodies, and you'll be able to outlast here. Tomb Kings can beat Khorne, but if Khorne plays their cards right, this is an almost impossible matchup for the Tomb Kings to win. The Exalted Hero got 999 value. Pretty hilarious. He's got 999 going for him. That's pretty inefficient, because this guy costs an arm and a leg on the mounts. He's probably like 1400 gold. With the Banner of Rage, Potion of Toughness, the Gorebeast Chariot mount costs 350 gold. I just prefer them on the Juggernauts, and honestly, I think what you'd be better off bringing is a Blood Reaper. A Blood Reaper on the Juggernaut with Bloody Shackle is going to be basically impossible to kill for the Tomb Kings, because they can pop their heal if they're getting hit by missiles, and they can close the gap, and they do a lot of the same stuff that the Soul Grinder does, but maybe a little bit more efficiently and safely. And it would be cheaper than this Exalted Hero, so just like one Blood Reaper on the Juggernaut mount I would like. Kotep is just chilling here. I mean, Kotep is a decent Lord option, but he just isn't able to do a whole lot outside of the casting. So his impact in the late game here is going to be pretty negligible, and yeah, the Bone Giant, the Chosen of the Gods are getting some decent value, but just look at the cap problems that the Tomb Kings are running into. They just can't grab any of these objectives, really. They're barely swinging the number 2 right now. Exalted Bloodletters, actually, not regular Bloodletters. They're helping finish off this Ushopti. Oh, Minotaurs of Khorne coming out now, massive. Valkia could... Oh my god, Grand Hierophant Kotep somehow got himself surrounded here. He's gonna die. Oh no, Kotep is so dead here. The Minotaurs, they get like 2 or 3 swings on him, and he's gonna be, falling apart. Oh no, please don't let it happen like this. Yeah, Kotep getting munched on by the Minotaurs. Weapon strength. Actually might be able to escape. Oh, barely able to pull through his formation. Might be getting out of here. Furies flying in on the Chosen of the Gods. Gonna get some pretty good damage done here. Skeleton Horses following up. Bone Giant moving in. Melee Shopti waiting in the wings. The Khorne Horsemen actually getting some great value here. 1,000 there. These guys have a couple of shots. They can wear out the Ushopti. And then maybe cycle charge some of the infantry. Wouldn't be a bad idea. Khorne losing a lot of the points now, though. Definitely needs to get some cap weight out on the field. Kotep being killed by Valkia, down to 400 HP. 498 specifically. Valkia with 1,600 value. Bone Giant getting some good shots on those Minotaurs. Has 5 shots left. Valkia really should get back here and do something about that Bone Giant. Can also maneuver the Minotaurs up into the back here, I guess. Don't want to leave them fighting spearmen. They will downtrade horribly against spears. Okay, Kotep dead. Minotaurs and Valkia actually killing the Tomb Scorpion would be a really good idea. Forsaken coming up. Piston banking up supplies. Just needs to see some value out of these Minos. If the Minos can uptrade, then Khorne will be alright. The Exalted Bloodletters, they took a lot of damage, but there's still 28 models here, and it's not like the Skeleton Spears have a lot of damage output, so they might actually be able to grind out the remainder of the Skeleton Spear unit, and that would put these guys at about 900 value, I would guess. Which wouldn't be bad for them. I mean, they're 1,200 gold. So they'd be downtrading a little bit, but it wouldn't be terrible. Look at the Minotaurs, and Valkia literally ripped those Ushabti apart in about 20 seconds. I blinked, and they were gone already. Oh my god. Brutal losses for the Tomb Kings, and Khorne does manage to stabilize the #1 objective. They'll eventually retake the #2. They got a fresh Bloodletter coming out. The Chaos Warhounds taking the #3 now that the Tomb Scorpion is rotated away. More Bloodletters trotting up. These Ushabti Greatbows will get some decent value, but it's going to take them a decent amount of time to accrue it. Minotaurs need to work on getting a full surround on this Tomb Scorpion. If they do that, then they'll easily be able to kill it before they go down to the shooting. Just 1 or 2 of these guys are attacking it right now. They got to be very careful of your monster's infantry and how they're piling into combat, because Minotaurs of Khorne love getting stuck up on one another. And the Ushabti Greatbow is actually able to finish these guys off before they're able to kill the Tomb Scorpion. Valkia could probably finish it off by herself. She's perfectly capable of doing that. And the Tomb Scorpion does start to crumble. Leadership Malice is looking a little bit too much for it to bear. Minotaurs are able to get a few swings in as it's running away as well, so good damage from them. Carrion are able to chase off the Warhounds, but Khorne is just going to content themselves with retaking the objectives. And there's nothing to threaten Valkia at this stage. She's just so strong against factions like the Tomb Kings, where their shooting isn't really suited for killing flying units. She's got the anti-large bonus for beating up on any of the lords. With just a little bit of decent support, Valkia can 100% grind out like double her cost in value. She is a real pain in the ass for the Tomb Kings to handle, man. Generally, you want to tar pit her with like Skeleton Horsemen, stuff like that, and then just outlast into the late game, and then kill her with something else if you get the chance. Sometimes ignoring Valkia is the best thing to do as the Tomb Kings. You just, like I said, bring out tons of garbage to like swarm her with bodies. Need some water. Okay, we're back. We're here. I don't know about double Sepulchral Stalker. You probably only want to bring one of these guys. I think cutting a Sepulchral Stalker and getting more Skeleton Horsemen is a pretty good call here. Maybe getting a couple of Chariots to deal with the infantry. I mean, the Chaos Warriors didn't do too hot. The Bloodletters were a real pain in the ass, though. You know, being a demonic unit, they typically just don't care about getting hit by enemy monsters, right? They don't terror out ever. So they're able to stick around a lot longer, and they're able to value trade into spears and even into Ushabti, funnily enough. You know, the Soul Grinder's actually good. Just adjust what you're doing with it a little bit, Piston, and you'll be doing really well. Like, using that Soul Grinder to prioritize killing the Casket of Souls earlier would have been the best thing you could have done for it. And keeping it in terrain to start out against a faction like the Tomb Kings until you know what kind of shooting they have is also a good call. But having it, I like, because it's going to counter Cetra really nicely, actually. Because it's about as quick as Cetra is. And it can run around and really pummel him with the melee damage, as well as even poking him with the shotgun cannon. I'm telling you, the shotgun on the Khorne Soul Grinder does a lot of damage. Like, very cost-efficient shooting from it. It's got good range. 120 range is no joke. You can stay fairly safe with it as a result. I'll delete a couple of these. Alright, let's pause, because this matchup needs to be talked about a little bit. Khorne has a really good matchup into the Wood Elves, honestly. You've got some really great tools to beat down the front line. I don't see a ton of them here. The Marauders are acceptable. I mean, Khorne Marauders are actually fairly capable of taking down stuff like Eternal Guard. They don't do too well into Dryads, but you can see in the stat comparison that the Khorne Marauders actually have an equal amount of melee attack to the melee defense on Eternal Guard, so they get a pretty respectable chance to hit. Eternal Guard only have 7,000 HP. They cost 150 gold more than Marauders, so Marauders actually clear out Eternal Guard very capably. Having a shield means that they're also fairly resistant to missile fire from the Wood Elves. You get double Cultists here. Both of them have the summons, and you got the Hellforged Bellowers around here. Where the hell is it? Oh, it's right here. Duh. Hellforged Bellower is going to be looking to shoot and try and kill any missiles. It's going to be very vulnerable to the Way Watchers, though. Pravenoth Rama, we've got a Glade Rider Lord. Glady on the Little Noble Steed. Dryads in the Vanguard. Way Watchers in the Vanguard, too. A couple of Khorne throwing axes to start out. I really don't like bringing the throwing axes as one of your first units. The reason is they just get wrecked by Wood Elf missiles. I actually really prefer bringing a couple of Furies to start out. I like the basic Marauder front line. I would cut one, and I'd cut the dual weapon Marauders, cut these Marauder Horsemen of Khorne, get 2 Furies, and get a Forsaken in here. The Forsaken are amazing against Dryads. They win that fight so quickly, it's ridiculous. You can push the Wood Elves off of the map with Khorne in this matchup, if they bring a build like this. Wood Elves need to go pretty heavy into Kite in order to survive this matchup, typically. And if they get caught by Khorne's mobile units, it's usually game over in a matter of moments, man. Good volley from the Way Watchers. The Hellforged Bellowers kind of just waiting around. It got a good shot off on this Triad unit. I mean, massive damage on it. Way Watchers still in range. The range on Way Watchers is insane. And look at that damage. And that's just painful. That's just painful, man. I mean, it's lowering the missile resistance on this thing. It's usually got some Fizz Res, but doesn't have any there, and that's a huge loss for Khorne right off the bat. I mean, the Way Watchers are going to be able to run away and disengage now. Khorne really should just go full bore here. This is actually a matchup where Khorne wants to just try and kill everything that the Wood Elves have on the field. If you build your army right and time your push correctly, you can 100% manage to do that just because of how good your units are in melee combat into all of the Wood Elves' answers. Like, you know, Wild Riders are very vulnerable to stuff like Furies and Flesh Hounds because the Fizz Res they're relying on, low armor. They can get folded up pretty quickly by Flesh Hounds and Furies working in tandem because a Wild Rider can kill either one of those alone, but can't do it when they're focusing their attention. So, Fury's flying in. Getting a nice rear charge onto one of the Way Watchers here, but a lot of focus fire from the Hackbang tips and the Starfire shafts. Doing a pretty good job of melting down these Furies. Yeah, I don't think this game is going to be going on for a whole lot longer, unfortunately. I'm going to constitute a build that I really like into the Wood Elves, that I find a lot of success with. I don't know if this is a Khorne build that's really going to have a lot of good opportunities against the Wood Elves, truthfully. Like, the Marauders don't want to be pressing the backline quite like this. If you're going to press the backline with Marauders, then you need Furies and Flesh Hounds to support them, or it's just going to be a massive loss of life, man. I mean, Marauders get folded up by Focus Fire and the Wild Riders charging them down. And they're fairly vulnerable to it. Cultists are okay in this matchup, but I really don't love the Cultists anymore. They aren't that great against the Wood Elf shooting, because a Cultist is better against a faction like Kislev or the Empire, I would say. Against the Wood Elves, there's just way too much AP to shoot these guys down, and their Silver Shield will do a lot for them, but if they get hit on off angles, it's just over for them. I don't even think they got their summon off. Yeah, no summons being used. One Bloodletter summon coming down here. It got a little bit of value, but you just don't need those summons for winning the front line. You already win the front line if you play your cards right. Yeah, this is going to be a GG in a moment. We'll just fast forward through the rest of this. The only way Khorne gets back in this game is if the Wood Elves, I don't know, accidentally unsummon their entire army, I guess. Good counteraction of Prey of Anathrema with Demon Shield there. It actually kept Valkia fairly healthy, even though she was getting shot by a lot of missiles. Bloodwake Berserkers come out at the worst possible time. I mean, you know, it's just one unit against just hordes and hordes of bowmen. Way Watcher's pretty much out of ammo, though. Good value on both of them right now. Glade Guard with some pretty respectable work having been done by them. Wild Riders, Wild Hunches of Kurnus, not value trading amazingly. Taking down the Marauder Horsemen of Khorne, though. A bunch of Marauders and Khorngors coming in. Khorngor's really not good against Wood Elves. You don't need the AP. They're also really weak to any and all missiles. And the Bloodwake Berserker's dying to the missile fire as well. Valkia doing what she can. She's got respectable value. Yeah, I mean, she paid for herself. It's not super surprising. She's just so dependable, man. Gets on top of the Spellsinger of Beasts, does pummel it into Oblivion, which is nice. Fleshhound's finally getting a good engagement. This is why Fleshhounds are so good in this matchup. They just wreck all of these low armor Wood Elf units, man. Wildwood Ranger's very vulnerable to Fleshhounds on the charge. You can see the Khorngors, you know, like, trading a little bit better than they normally would here, but still losing pretty badly. A lot of unsummons from the Wood Elves. Just a huge value lead. They just did a really good job of outlasting the aggression from Khorne and then punching back and getting that triple cap, and should be able to wind the clock down now. Khorne is trickling in too much as well. You can see, like, when they do get clean engages with units, they actually are able to win some fights, but they aren't able to get enough forward momentum to be able to, like, break through anywhere. And now that the Way Watchers are being re-summoned out onto the field, it's going to get worse and worse. Arrow of Kurnus hitting Valkia, the Glade Lord with 1500 value. Really good performance from her. That's a GG. Get rid of the Cultists. The Hellforged Bellowers is just a little too vulnerable in this matchup. A Khorne build for killing the Wood Elves is actually going to look something more like this. Can even do double Chaos Knight of Khorne. So here's the thing about Chaos Knights of Khorne. They are honestly pretty good. The weakness that they have is just like mass bow fire, but they're fairly quick. They can close the gap on your opponent's backlines, and if they try to delay the Chaos Knights with stuff like Wild Riders or Glade Riders, Chaos Knights do kind of crush those units, and they still have to deal with the Forsaken and the Furies. So you got plenty of early pressure in this build already. You follow that up by just bringing like waves and waves of like Fleshhounds and Furies out. You don't really need a whole lot of anti-large in this matchup. Probably just a couple of Blood Beasts and a couple of Marauder Horsemen throwing axes, and then you can bring another Forsaken in reserve, maybe cut one of these Fleshhounds and get another Forsaken. Just do something like this, and you'll be able to rush down the Wood Elves, because they can't defend everything. If you compromise any of their missile units with any of your mobility, you're going to kill them. And then you can snowball and take down the rest of their army, and if they don't bring enough mobility out quickly enough, you will overrun them with your Chaos Knights. And it'll just be absolutely ugly for those guys. Alright, just reading some of the Discord stuff that's going on. Ice Bear isn't a meme. Things are at Rex shop. Talking about the Elemental. Show me a replay, Suga. I'd love to see it. I mean, any unit can do well in domination mode, honestly. There's a pretty wide variance in performance. I really do love the way that domination is balanced right now. I think just about every faction and every unit has at least like one matchup where it's good or just like a nice mix-up that can kind of throw your opponent off balance if they don't have answers for it. Oh, ooh, baby. Hold on, let me check the progress of the bracket. Okay, we're in the final round. We're in round 5 here of the tournament. Most people are still playing, so we got plenty of time. Mr. Fly is looking to be taking down the vampire counts here. Tzeentch into vampire counts is a pretty good matchup for Tzeentch. You can definitely do some pretty heinous stuff to this particular faction. Awesome. Village just shrieking like an absolute lunatic. Gonna be using Tzeentch's Firestorm. Honestly, a pretty good spell for punishing blobs. Obviously, vampire counts love to blob. Might be able to clear out a ton of zombies with it. Even do good damage to, like, Blood Knights and stuff. Wouldn't be a bad thing to drop on them. Blue and pink fire can also be pretty useful. Blue fire is really good for sniping out corpse carts. It can be a little slow at times, though. So, you know, you just gotta be a little mindful about what you're bringing. But the access to fire damage for Tzeentch makes a big difference in this matchup. Because there's so many regenerating units that the vampire counts are kind of reliant on in a lot of matchups that just don't perform very well here. Zangors are also really strong, very good line-holding infantry unit. One of the better of the marked Gors, in my opinion. In fact, I think they might be the best, in my opinion. Just because of this overshield, the silver shield, the decent armor at 50, which isn't, like, incredible, but is respectable enough to keep them in a lot of fights. Exalted Flamers with some good damage going down on the Tithe. They don't have any great targets. Roasting down some of the chaff isn't a bad idea. Oh my god, but the Dire Pack looking to get on top of the Exalted Flamer. They'll rip this thing to pieces if it gets caught. Trying to run away. Zangors are able to catch quite a few of the hounds. Whoops. Oh my god, this is going to be a beautiful Wind of Death, I think. We're going to pause here. Just for a second, the Exalted Flamer wants to pull through the Zangors here. That way the Dire Pack do not surround this thing. Don't lose a whole bunch of your HP that way. We get a Wind of Death, but it was honestly pretty limp. I am not a huge fan of Wind of Death because it's really expensive, and if you whiff it, then you've wasted a crap load of Winds of Magic, and it's a little high risk, and oftentimes maybe a little too low of a reward, in my opinion. I think there's just slightly better options you could be going for. Fellbats looking to occupy the Exalted Flamer over here, not really doing a whole lot of damage. Kind of a waste of gold. Truth be told, I think what the vampire counts really needed here, I think you really need a Blood Knight to start this match out. Because the Blood Knight's anti-large would easily shred the Exalted Flamers in just a matter of seconds. Either that, or you go for a decent number of Vargeists in the opening. I don't know if you really bring any corpse cards in this matchup, honestly, because they're just so vulnerable. I mean, they get killed by so many Tzeentch units. I don't think they're going to be all that useful. And you get the Aeson the Fallen coming out. He's got a Mortis engine. Pretty good one with the Aura of Mutation. Tides of Transformation is also a really good bound ability that does quite a bit of damage when it gets activated. It's got a pretty short duration, but it does have a pretty good effect on chaff units. So we'll see how much value we can get there. Maelstrom of Change is another really good targetable ability. And the Get to Mutation gives melee attack to everything. And that's pretty good for something like a Zangor. You know, they're up to 31 melee attack, which is pretty damn strong for 650 gold unit. That was a much better Wind of Death, but again, I just don't see it being all that great. It's fine, but it's not really carrying the water for the vampire counts right now. Counts are just way too split up. They have no real punching power, and they're kind of just getting isolated and dragged down here. Looks like the Vargeist got shot to death. I would imagine that the Horsemen have something to do with that, as well as these Pinks, and maybe the Exalted Flamers got a little bit of damage in here as well. Zangor's holding in pretty nicely. Sternsmen are in here? Where are the Sternsmen? Oh, here they are. Sternsman kind of blobbed up on top of our boy Village here, and he drops a beautiful Tzeentch's Firestorm. Looked like it wasn't going to do a whole lot of damage, but taking half the HP off of the Sternsman here, killing quite a few models. Pretty amazing stuff from that Tzeentch's Firestorm right there. Zangor's breaking, very unfortunate for the Tzeentchian forces. Good summons onto the Pink Horrors, shutting them down pretty nicely. We do get the Forsaken moving out, and would be really good for collapsing onto the back of these Vargeist. Forsaken are pretty good at countercharging monstrous infantry because they have big weapon strength and a decent charge bonus at 36. Really good charge bonus for infantry. Decent for mobility in general. They will be able to pile on the very low armor Vargeist pretty quickly. Exalted Flamer basically paid for itself, about on its way out now. Village with 159 kills, 1100 value, going after the Balefire Corpse Cart. Should be able to take it down. Aeson is just chilling over here. Unholy Lodestone is alive. No real effort put into killing the Corpse Carts. Little bit unfortunate. Do get one more Tzeentch's Firestorm going down here. I mean, on zombies and skeletons, I would have probably saved it for, like, a late game scenario where your opponent is probably not counting on you having this spell, so they may blob up a little bit much, and then you can really punish them. Using it there was a little bit speculative, and I don't think is really paying off. Crypt Ghouls going down to Zangor. Zangors should win that combat pretty easily. I mean, they just got way better stats. They got more melee defense than the Crypt Ghouls have melee attack. They've also got better melee attack than the melee defense of the Crypt Ghouls. The weapon strength is the only selling point of Crypt Ghouls in this one-on-one, and I don't think it's enough to get through the Overshield and the HP on a Zangor. Ever. Army ability coming down and kind of blowing your own stuff up. You gotta be careful of this, man. I mean, as good as it is against enemy forces, your stuff is not immune to the damage that it can throw down. Very lucky that the Zangors didn't take any more damage there. Aeson doing a great job of anchoring the number 3 right now. You can see how bad the cap weight is for the vampire counts. They're able to stop it by getting a couple of zombies up here, but Aeson's going to continue leeching all of the life out of these units here. There's still nothing to punish Aeson. No Blood Knights, no Combat Character Lord, which I mean, I guess I don't hate because the Master Necromancer is fairly good against shooting factions because of these zombie summons. He can just throw so many down. But he's almost out of magic because all the Winds of Death he's been using, and they really haven't gotten the vampire counts very far. The value is very even. Normally, that would be favoring the Vampire Counts, but with Aeson around and just leeching out so many chaff units, I don't know if it's going to be good enough, honestly. The Severed Claw going up to the middle is another big problem. Zangors, two fairly healthy ones out here on the #1 objective. They can beat the Feasters in the Dusk. Just support them and keep the Devils of Schwarzhofen from cycle charging them, and all will be well in the realms there. More chaff coming out for the Vampire Counts. Not a whole lot of strategery going on. Not a whole lot of strategery needed, truth be told. It's mostly just Aeson trampling stuff on the #3 and keeping the Vampire Counts constantly summoning stuff here to hang on to the point. Because their lack of answers to them. Like, it's great that you're holding the #3, but having to divert so many units over here means that your opponent was able to get the #2 objective back, and now you've got the Exalted Flamer back in. Beautiful shot onto the Skeleton Warriors. God, those vortexes, super painful. I mean, they do a lot of damage. It throws down 9 vortexes, a lot of base vortex damage, little bit of armor piercing. Stuff like Skeleton Warriors, very vulnerable to the Exalted Flamer's ammunition. Forsaken with some good value. Blue Horrors just get zombies summoned on them. They're going to hold. They'll be fine. Severed Claw can fight all day, and a White King versus Village might go well for a White King early in a match, but with the Twisted Twin fairly charged up here, I think Village might be able to beat this White King. He's got the Overshield, he's got more health as well, which is obviously a really nice situation for Village. Vargeist could be landing in here. Good answer. You get the Feasters in the Dusk being attacked by the Zangors. I presume the Devils came in to, try and help the Crypt Ghouls kill them. And then the Centaurs get a countercharge and get about 600 value, which is pretty damn good. Skeleton Warriors chasing the Exalted Flamer. It's just pulling back. We get more Vargeist trying to kill the Centaurs, but good micro from Mr. Fly pulling back here. Escaping pretty easily. Zombies, summon, coming down. Master Necromancer hovering above. Really good isolation here on those Zangors. Great jump on them by Rene Taki. More bodies waiting in the wings. And this Unholy Lodestone been around all game. Oh, excuse me. Definitely giving a lot of passive regeneration, extra leadership, and the extra stats and perfect vigor is also damn good. Stern's been hanging around. I don't know if Tzeentch has any more Winds of Magic. I haven't seen a Tzeentch's Firestorm for quite some time. Oof. Speaking of the devil, though, look at this Tzeentch's Firestorm right onto the middle of the Sternsman. Wow, dude, the vortex damage is nasty. A little bit of an unfortunate rotation so it doesn't just outright kill the Sternsman, but not enough healing to help these guys out means they probably crumble out here with only 272 or 250 value to show for it all. I mean, they're an expensive unit. They cost 1150. Really not a good performance from them at all. Even on the value trading, but again, Aeson just going crazy out here. 340 kills. Tzeentch is able to take... Every time Tzeentch loses an objective, they're able to maneuver around and take another one away from the Vampire Counts, who just are not anchoring their points well enough, and also not able to do decisive damage to anything, really. I mean, by the time they've killed something, Tzeentch has brought out a replacement, typically speaking. Another Exalted Flamer on the field. Centaurs here, able to help clean up the Devils of Schwarzhofen, who did get 2,000 value. I believe that's their second summon, though. Leaving a little bit to be desired. The Severed Claw with 1,000 value. Looking great. Village has gotten 2,400, and he's fighting a White King here. Gonna be just fine with the Twisted Twin giving him all these extra stats. He's just a little too beefy for the White Kings to handle now. In the early game, their weapon strength and good stats would have given them a good leg up in the one-on-one. But now it's a little too much to ask from them, especially with the Severed Claw here and having killed the Corpse Cart. The White King is probably going to be going down here pretty fast. Aeson with 411 kills and still going strong. Vargeist landing down in here, killing some of the Zangors, and, you know, Vampire Count's going to take that, but middle point flips. Number 1 looks like it could flip here pretty quickly with the Zangors moving up, as well as some Pink Horrors. Synagor's finally going down, but they held long enough for the Dire Pack to also get worn out. You can see their leadership is breaking. Does rally for a minute. Take a little extra damage, it does break again. Pink Horrors will be able to outlast the wailing of those doggos, and then the number 1 will be Tzeentch's. I think they can bunker up on 1 point as well. I don't even need to really retake anything. They just have such a strong point on the number 2 here. I mean, Severed Claw have full cap weight. Makes it really hard to get objectives off of them. Blue Horrors, they're also contributing some good cap weight. Exalted Flamer has done some really good damage to the monster's infantry. Very impressed by its performance against them. I mean, look how many models it's killed on the Vargeist, dude. Brutal stuff. About 100 to 200 value every time it lands, hits in against them. Beautiful damage against the Feasters in the Dusk here. Zombie Summon coming down. Master Necromancer with about 500 value. Probably gotten about 400 value out of all the zombie summons as well. Isn't bad. A little bit of friendly fire damage, but it's whatever. It doesn't really matter anymore. Tzeentch is going to be able to gut out a victory here. Honestly, really well played by Renataki, though. This is a tough matchup, dude. I mean, it is really tough. And stayed with it the entire time. I think just lacking a single Blood Knight, though, is the big problem here. Because Vargeist and Crypt Horrors are just not going to be able to carry their water here against all the shooting and being low armor. They can't really do great damage to Aeson either. Blood Knights would have been able to kill Aeson. They would have been a good answer for running down some of the infantry, as well as supporting the Devils and such on the flanks. Good against the Exalted Flamers as well. Tzeentch retaking the number 3, securing that last-second triple cap. Just to really put an exclamation point on this game. Yeah, against the Vampire Counts. Those big single entities against Vampire Counts are really coming around again. Finally, some undead action, right? Where have they been? Where's the horror and the Blood Knight? Any Blood Knights? No, I would not bring Varric's Reavers here, and I would definitely not bring Karen Wraiths next time. Yeah, there's a little bit of inefficiency in the reinforcing army here. Don't Chevron Bats. They just aren't doing anything. I don't mind the Feasters in the Dusk pick. The Vargeists are a good choice. Here, let me show you some reinforcements that I think will do a little bit better there for the Vampire Counts. So you can do the Vargeists. I guess you can add the Crypt Horrors in there. Just one Blood Knight with the Lances, please. That's all I'm asking. And then you can do basically the same stuff on the back end. Although, I would be very careful about summoning zombies out in the reinforcement pool. It's a little bit of a waste, honestly. Got 1900 here. Black Knight's honestly not a bad unit here, but you could also just go for another Blood Knight, or maybe just some more Vargeists, and one more Crypt Horror. And just swarm the battlefield with enough, like, bodies that your opponent just can't shoot down everything. Because regeneration does make you weak to fire damage, but still, if your opponent can't focus all their fire damage on you, and you survive it, then you can walk away and regen. And think of the vampire counts had just focused their Master Necromancer's magic usage on just heals and summons instead of the Winds of Death, that would have also helped out a lot. You do want to bring Scroll of Power. You can do Wand of Jet if you want. I don't really love it. Gaze into Gash is a good hedge against the chickens, because Gaze into Gash does amazing damage. It hits so hard, man. I love it a lot, personally. Get your Feasters in the Dusk in the opener, and the Tithe are reliant on Fizzres, so they're just gonna die here. Just cut them and bring the bring those zombies in the opener. Get rid of the devils and then you can fit in your Feasters and the Crypt Ghouls. Kallichstein Stalkers can go in the start as well if you want, because they're full cap weight skeleton unit actually. Prioritize the Skeleton Spears over the Skeleton Warriors, because the Skeleton Spears actually can uptrade. Skeleton Warriors can't. They just aren't good enough to be able to do that. Balefire and an Unholy Lodestone, good calls, and then you've got the money for the White Kings. And all you need on them is Scabscraith. Scabscraith really good at clearing out chaff. You get 3 uses, does a shit ton of damage. 1,300 gold left. I'll just bring the devils in the opener. Summon out the Blood Knights as quick as possible. And then you can just go in, probably, because you can always back it up with, like, waves of Vargeists moving in once you take down any blues and pinks. And also do some good damage to, like, Exalted Flamers or Changebringers. Then you bring out the Crypt Horrors. And your opponent's not going to be able to deal with all that, probably. That would be, like, my bet for an army with a lot of similar flavor. That would do pretty well for you. How do you counter Salamander hunting packs with Nurgle? Okay, so Salamander hunting packs are very vulnerable to one particular spell. How are they? Yeah, they're 850 gold. There is a spell that Nurgle has that does great damage to them, and it is not exactly what you would think, right? Okay, so get your Chaos Sorcerer Lord. Instead of going for the Lore of Nurgle, though, you go for Death, and you bring Fate of Buna. Fate of Buna essentially will one-shot a Salamander hunting pack. I mean, just brutal damage. Literally from full health to just about nothing. And that's all you can bring, and if all you do is use Fate of Buna to kill Salamander hunting packs, sorry, just need a little bit of water here, then you can use the rest of your Nurgle forces to grind out the lizards pretty capably. If you kill the hunting packs, you can bring out the Angels of Decay. They just do good damage to everything. They hit like a truck. They got extra ammo over the regular Plague Drones. Super accurate, good stats. They can rear charge fights against Saurus and the like. and they rip apart Slan and big dinosaurs. I mean, the Angels with like 2 volleys will kill a Slan. No joke. It's really gross. The Marauder Horsemen, you can have like 2 of them in the start. Plague Bearers in reserve, not so good. I do think that some Plague Bearers to start out isn't a bad idea. Just like 3 of them, as just a ton of HP for your opponent to have to get through. Fizzres helps them against any poke and salamander fire. They'll typically just do you a lot better than Marauders, because Marauders just get beat by Saurus so badly. Plague Bearers can actually scrap against Saurus for a long time. It's pretty nice. Other tools you can use against Salamander hunting packs. I mean, Furies do have good damage output against Salamanders. You do have to be careful not to get countercharged, though. That's a little hard to do at times. You gotta be pretty careful. You can definitely get folded up if you're not watching like a hawk for those kinds of fights and engagements. Nurgling's actually pretty good in this matchup because they're cheap cap weight that actually do good work against skink cohorts. Where are the lizards? There they are. Skink cohorts actually don't trade very well into Nurglings. Nurglings have more health, they do a little bit better damage, and they have Fizzres and fear that they cause, so skinks oftentimes will be sent running if they're having to fight Nurglings a whole bunch in the late game. So having like 3 of them isn't a bad idea. You can bring Marauders with the great weapons, actually, because these guys can do damage to Saurus. They're vulnerable to poke, though. So, do be a little careful with that. Honestly, just some Forsaken, a good call. Or you can do, here's what you can do. Bring a couple Marauders with a couple of Plague Toads and have them overlap one another, and the Plague Toads can do some good work there. You got 1650 gold. Honestly, what else would be a good call here? I don't know. This is getting to a point where I feel like you can start mixing in your own units as you see fit. Run it as is, and you know, see how things work out. What you might need to refine in this. The Salamanders are a real pain. That's why I recommend Buna, because Nurgle just doesn't have great ways of killing them. So this one spell that basically one-shots them, all you do is use Buna on Salamanders to keep them in check, because Salamanders wreck Nurgle, dude. It is so gross. No, unfortunately I'm not going to be able to cover all the replays, Mr. Fly, but I got, like I said, I got some that I'll be able to upload for my break that's coming up. The mix-up. Went 4-2 is really good, man. Congrats. What do we have going on here? Are we in final stage? I think we should be by now. Damn close at the very least. We've just got one game left. We've got Bagosh and Etheria, who are still scrapping right now. As soon as they're done, we'll be getting into the next set of games, which will be finals and semifinals. Give me a sec, guys. We're gonna chill here. I'm gonna replenish. get ready for the future games that we'll have coming up here. That's a duplicate. Same with that. Same with that. There we go. Okay. Alright, guys. Chicken Feed is asking about Bagosh and Eternia. I don't know where those guys are in the current standings. Let's actually go take a look at that for just a minute now. So, these are the guys we're waiting on. In terms of the standings, we've got Potato, who went undefeated. Really impressive. I think Potato's playing the Wood Elves. Pont got to 4-1. Hell yes. I presume playing some Dark Elves. That is their main faction. Mr. Fly looking set to advance here. 4-1 as well. Playing some Tzeentch. Lost in the last round to Potato Devil. That's going to be a good one to cast. I'll keep that one in mind for a standalone video. Dangler, Bagosh, just outside at 5 and 6. Sean, Etheria, Daceberg, Sven, Piston, Sugar. Lots of folks here at 3 and 2. 3 and 2 is really good performance, guys. Like, for a 5-round Swiss single faction tournament, that's a really awesome performance. Anytime you can win more than you lose, you're doing pretty damn great. For the folks who stumbled a little bit, it's okay. Like, it happens. It's no big deal. You learn from the losses, and you come back with a vengeance the next time. I had plenty of tournaments where I was just losing every single one of my games, and it sucks. But you move past it pretty quickly once you start to really watch your own replays back and kind of pick them apart yourself. Because that's where you make the biggest growth as a player. Claiming 4 and 2 as well? Absolutely, 4 and 2. Everybody can be 4 and 2, in fact. Why not? Let's, you know what, let me go ahead and get a lobby going here. Alright, I think they're getting into the matches now, so let me make sure that I actually get my lobby set up for these guys to get in here and scrap it out. Yeah, Potato Devil and Razor playing, and then Pont and Mr. Flyer on the other side. If Potato's here, so we'll go ahead and do these guys, and we'll cast the other side of semifinals as soon as we get the replay from Mr. Fly and Pont. I'd just really like to see some Wood Elves, because it's been a while since we had Wood Elves in the finals. Or in the semis, I mean. Not in the finals yet. You know, they're a pretty tricky faction to learn. They're very, very strong. They're a lot like the Beastmen, honestly. Both of those factions are very quick, with like strong missiles, good aggressive cavalry. Very cost-effective across the board for the most part, with some good magic options. I would say Beastman magic is a little better than the Wood Elf options, but you know, it's a little bit of a trade-out depending on what factions you're playing into. And both are fairly vulnerable to blunders because of how quick their units are. You can very quickly end up in a really ugly situation with Beastmen and Wood Elves where you're over-pursuing and you kind of end up getting caught out and punished because of that. You can see here, both of them in the, top 5? Yeah, the top 5 factions in terms of win rate right now. A lot of games played, too. Beastmen are honestly pretty unpopular for being such a high-tier faction. If you look at them compared to, you know, like, Vampire counts are up here with, like, 580 games played on them this season. Beastmen are down here with 400. Quite a fair margin. Ogre Kingdoms, kind of in a similar boat. Tricky faction that you need to be very cautious with at times. It's kind of funny, a lot of the high win rate factions actually don't have that many games played on them. But some of that has to do with the fact that people are just very aware of how good these factions are, so oftentimes if there's options for like banning them out in tournaments, they absolutely are going to take those opportunities to avoid these matchups, you know. Any faction hovering around like 40 to the mid 40%, or 50 to the mid 40s, is very capable of winning tournaments in their own right. Ooh, Wood Elves and Tzeentch. Okay, so Potato is getting is kind of getting a rematch from the round 5 where he was able to win against Tzeentch. We'll see if Freddy has maybe got a build that can handle them. It'll be interesting to see. Tzeentch into Wood Elves is fairly even. Like, all the magic damage that Tzeentch has makes it pretty difficult for the, Oh, it's not the right map, is it? My bad, guys. I'll, let me flip it over, make sure it's on the right thing here. Which map is it? Oh, it's Chateau, okay. Not Changers. There we go. Anyways, all the magic damage that Tzeentch has makes it pretty easy to deal with Dryads, honestly. Dryads don't do well into Zangors, and they do really horribly into Chaos Warriors of Tzeentch. There's also Cultists with the Burning Head and Flamestorm, which can be pretty devastating for Wood Elf units. Gotta be pretty cautious, though, because the Wood Elves do have really good character sniping tools with their Prevenoth Rayma and like Way Watchers and stuff like that. It's a pretty stressful matchup. You just have to play so carefully on both sides to not overextend and make mistakes in the early game. Because if you fumble the bag even a little bit, you will absolutely get run over by the other side. Nobody wants to be a meta chaser, Lamau. No, I'm not really a shameless meta chaser. I play Khorne a lot too. Khorne is like a decent, probably like on the lower end of the high tier. Like, they win a lot of matchups, just by virtue of their mechanics, but there's also plenty of matchups that they struggle into for the same reasons. Which is very weak to kite, so, you know. There are a lot of people who are meta chasers, though. Like, most of the people who are high up on the leaderboards, they will very often be playing the factions that are really good in the current, like, meta or patch, and aren't, you know, embarrassed or ashamed of that. The thing is that it's less that these factions like the Wood Elves and the Beastmen, and Slaanesh to some degree now that they've been nerfed a little bit with the Seekers being a little less oppressive. It's less that those factions are just so dominant that they beat everybody. It's just that they have solid mechanics and well-rounded rosters that make it so they don't have that many bad matchups, right? Like, Beastmen play really well into just about everybody because of good Vanguard deploy units, quick units across the board, good, like, counter-charging ability with Centigores, lots of AP that they can fall back on, chariots that are very devastating to infantry formation, so you can't just, like, turtle up against Beastmen. Good mix-up monsters like Jabberslides and the Eye of Morsleep, which I love. God, dude, the Eye of Morsleep into Tzeentch is actually kind of heinous, because the Eye of Morsleep is like a hard counter to the Tzeentch armies. Pretty hilarious. That's neither here nor there for the purposes of this game. Potato Devil is going to be moving up the Glade Guard line. Just a bunch of Glade Guards, some with Starfire Shafts, some Hagbane Tips. Regular old boys with just the plain old bows, doing nothing too fancy, just looking, you know, cool, and going to be trying to help out their Elven brethren and getting some good damage done. 2 Way Watchers, couple Dryads. This is honestly about as meta as it gets for the Wood Elves in terms of a opener. Way Watchers are just so damn strong. And with the Prey of Anathrema, you can absolutely win the game with like 2 or 3 volleys in the early going. It's pretty gross how much damage they do. Kairos looks to be moving up. I think he's going to be popping blue fire here. Yeah, exactly what he's doing. Going after the Glade Guard, though. Good damage, but gets nailed by the Way Watchers. Oh, and uses the cooldown ability to pop another blue fire, just back-to-back. Decent damage on the Glade Guard, honestly. He does also have Pendulum. Penumbral Pendulum is really damn good. It got nerfed from where it was when Warhammer 3 released, where it was just literally the most broken thing in the world for a while. Because it had no damage drop-off on its radius. It was just like full damage all the way through, and it would literally one-shot everything. It's absolutely stupid, but it lost popularity after it got nerfed, and it never really recovered in terms of people using it, but I've seen people using it a little bit more often now, and fat lines, like what we're seeing here with the Glade Guard, are like the perfect opportunity to utilize it to just wreak havoc. And it's got a long cast range. 200 meters is plenty of ground to be able to cast it from some amount of safety. Kairos being shot up a little bit, but no real punishment on the Chaos Warriors yet. They're just moving in steady as can be, not being deterred too much by what's up here in the front line, which is the right play. There's no reason to really fear any of these Wood Elf units in the front line when you've got Warriors. I mean, they're just gonna crush Dryads. Dryads get absolutely rolled over by Chaos Warrior of Tzeentch. You do have the Forsaken doubling up here. Gotta make sure that when you're getting in on these missile lines that you're actually getting like really effective collapses on these formations, because all that's going to happen here potentially is Tzeentch waddles forward with their warriors, and they're not really able to catch anything while their mobility gets isolated and taken down one by one. And you can kind of see that here. Like the Centigores, they got a good jump on some of the Hagbane tips, but they didn't get enough damage for it to be like truly devastating. Really well-placed Tzeentch army ability. Kind of forcing the Glade Riders around into some of the other Tzeentch warriors, but a little bit of friendly fire damage and not a lot of follow-up after that. I thought that the Furies were going to dive in and land on the Wild Hunters and the Glade Riders. Not really seeing that here, though. They're going hell-bent to try and kill these Waywatchers, dude. Chasing after Waywatchers is really painful. It does not work out very well unless you're going just like full bore with full mobility. If you're pushing slowly up the field with warriors, your opponent will be able to bring out their melee infantry to slowly cause problems for your warrior frontline. You can see the rear charges from the Wild Hunters of Kurnus getting the Chaos Warriors into the danger zone when it comes to their leadership. Look how many leadership penalties are stacking on these guys. Attacked in rear, losing currently, frightened, attacked in flank, under missile fire, faster and stronger enemies. Potato just had a massive value lead. Oh my god, that was just dominant. And you can see, this is why the Wood Elves can be a little bit tricky. They go with a big old bow line, and you don't have the means to collapse on it early. Then they bring all their mobility out, and it becomes even harder, and they just shoot you to pieces. And if you overpress, they just rear charge all your stuff, and you just die. So, the Warrior Wall. Honestly, I think works, but get rid of Kairos. I don't think he's that good against the Wood Elves. Wood Elves have too many ways to punish Kairos. Get rid of him and get a basic Chaos Sorcerer Lord with on the disc. Anti-large, fairly survivable. Let me show him off. You could do the Chaos Sorcerer Lord on the disc, and you can just bring the pink fire and blue fire, and honestly, it'll do a lot of damage this way. You can also bring the Chaos Lord, though. These guys are pretty damn good. Put them on the disc, just in case you need to fight any aerial characters, like Sisters of Twilight or a Forest Dragon. These guys with their magic damage, as well as the huge weapon strength that they've got, usually able to body those beasties pretty quickly. You bring Paragon of Change, constantly replenishing barriers, pretty nice. Colossal Strike is okay. I mean, just for the ITP, if you're fighting dragons, it can be useful. But getting these guys to be about as cheap as possible is really the way to go. He's here to kill any characters, basically. And killing characters is pretty important for that matchup, because the dragons are pretty devastating. They've got breath attacks that you can't really afford to let yourself get roasted by. And if you really just want to throw out a strong caster, just bring the Cultist, have them in reserve. And you can just throw out Burning Heads like crazy against the Wood Elves. Wood Elves get folded up by Burning Heads so fast, it's not even funny, man. They really don't have a way to handle it. I think Zangors are just straight up your best option for the front line because of their affordability and their speed. They're actually able to catch Wood Elf missile units when they're trying to run away, because like Glade Guard have 36 speed, and with Primal Fury up, Zangors have 42 foot speed, so they're actually able to catch stuff like the Glade Guard. Waywatcher's a little bit harder to catch because they have 40 foot speed, but still able to close a little bit of ground. Centigors of Tzeentch I wouldn't be bringing against the Wood Elves. Chaos Knights for 200 more gold are a little bit more resilient. They still get the barrier, so they can survive a little bit of fire that way, also survive some Melkoths and stuff like that. They've got good armor to resist anything that isn't Waywatcher fire. And you really want to like overwhelm with threats to your opponent's missile units. You either commit fully to like a dive, or you can like you can push aggressively with your infantry, followed up by the pink horrors, who can shoot down some like Glade Guard or something. It's a little risky. Probably don't want to bring a bunch of pinks, just because the missile fire can wear them out pretty fast. I really do kind of swear by like double Chaos Knight builds against the Wood Elves. They can struggle with it pretty intensely. You could maybe bring some spears here. You know, like one spear unit. A couple Marauders, give them some levels. Bring Forsaken in reserve. Chosen I wouldn't bring because they're super slow. They're probably not going to catch anything. Although, actually, one Chosen for the late game isn't a bad idea. So maybe you can do something like this. Although, nah. Okay, never mind. More Furies. Always Furies. Some Chaos Knights. A couple Marauder Horsemen, not a bad call against the Wood Elves either. Good fire damage. They can shoot down Dryads if you don't have the infantry to be able to deal with them at any given point in time. Don't really need any more heroes. Changebringer's a little too squishy for this matchup, I would say. 2150. Just spend the 2150 on whatever you want. Like, the core army here, I think, is more than enough to be able to compromise most of the Wood Elves' like units. The thing about the Chaos Knights, with their magic damage, they do a great job of killing Wild Riders, because Wild Riders need that Fizz Res to be active to maintain any kind of presence on the battlefield. Chaos Knights crush them pretty hard, man. I did cover one of your games, Renataki. I'll find some of your other ones and cover them so that you can get some feedback on it. Because vampire counts are very strong, but they are pretty vulnerable at times. And you just got to be very careful and discerning about how you're using the vampire counts in general. I'm gonna get my wireless headphones charging here. Feels bad, lost to a reshuffle. Oh yeah, in that first round, you won that first game, didn't you? That's rough, man. That's really rough. Wasn't interested in being kited to a new map. Rip. Yeah, the Wood Elf kite's really rough. It just happens sometimes. Wood Elves skew their builds pretty heavily into either going like full rush, which can catch you off guard, or they go like full kite, or they go like a mix of both. Oh, they've just got like a really balanced build. All of those archetypes for the Wood Elves can be kind of hard to deal with. You know, they're just tricky, man. Once you figure out how to play into Wood Elves, you have a little bit more confidence and like awareness of what exactly it is you need to do to compromise their build and their important like range tools. You can, generally speaking, have a little bit of an easier time with them. There's no guarantees, of course. They're just a good faction, period, so it's always going to be fairly sweaty playing into them. Oh, welcome, dude. Hell yeah. That's awesome. It's always nice to have people showing up for the multiplayer community. We got a really good thing going here, you know? It's obviously not like the focus of Creative Assembly, but it's great. I mean, nice people, just good, interesting folks who love playing the game, aren't really interested in, like, drama and shenanigans as much as they are, and just having a good time and palling around, in my experience. Oh god, what's going on with the other side of bracket? I just completely forgot about it. Okay, Potato and Pont are going to be playing here. I don't know if they've actually gotten in. Let me message them real quick. Let's go find Pont. Let me get the other side of semifinals, and we can actually cast that, and then we'll get the finals replay, and we'll go through that next. So let me hit up Pont, and then I'll ask Mr. Fly. Alright, that's fine. We got plenty of replays to go through before they send us the finals match, and we'll just be in a little bit of suspense as to who is going to be winning that one. Yeah, the air combat sucks in this game. That's like the biggest problem, but that's not just a multiplayer thing. That's single player too. It's just super uninteractive. If people are just like kiting away with their flying units, sometimes you just can't do anything about it. It's really irritating. It's probably just due to the game engine more than anything else, though. You know, it's 8 years old now, maybe a little bit more than that since they had to develop it for the first Warhammer game. Whatever the next mainline Total War is, I imagine it's going to be like either 40k or they're going to do like end times or something. Something along those lines. They'll probably fix up the flying mechanics. They really need to, because it's quite bad right now. Oh, they haven't started the finals yet, so we're actually gonna spectate that. Don't mind me just knocking over all my bottles of water and other shenanigans that I've got on my table here. Yet again, it's just like another hot-ass fucking day. I mean, my god, it has been brutal this summer. I used to live in a state where it was literally like this all the time. Like peak heat every single day. It was absolutely atrocious, and I'm very glad I don't live there anymore, but the Michigan summers really aren't that far off in terms of how unpleasant they can be for how hot it gets. Alright, we'll get away from the build. We're on Bordello Landing. Hell yes, dude. Classic finals map. Try triple scrap launcher. Against Tomb Kings. Honestly, I can see how that would work pretty nicely. But yeah, the Ushabti bows against the ogres is just so gross. God, man, the Ushabti great bows are so good against the monstrous infantry for ogre kingdoms, man. There's always new player tournaments, and we're looking at adjusting the way they work. Previously, if you won a new player tournament, you weren't really allowed to play in any future new player tournaments, but since there's so many factions in this game, and, you know, there's always a little bit of, like, fortune involved in single faction tournaments since there's so many, like, matchups. Sometimes you just run into bad ones. Sometimes you just get blessed with all good matchups in a tournament run. We're thinking about opening it back up on a case-by-case basis for people who have won. The way I do some of the tournaments I run when I do intermediate tournaments is you can always play in my intermediate tournaments as long as you're playing a faction that you haven't already won with. And that's honestly worked out pretty well for me in the few that I've been running. I honestly think it could work for the new player tournaments as well. If, like, you get to play as long as you don't have, like, 5 new player tournament wins. Because if you can win 5 new player tournaments, then I could very easily see how, you know, you're just, like, running all over people. We get Wood Elves versus Dark Elves here. So, Dark Elves very strong against other kite factions, mostly because of Scourge Runner chariots. Into the Wood Elves, though, Scourge Runners won't be nearly as strong because Pravenoth Rama is gonna lock them down and keep them in place, and Wood Elves can definitely punish those chariots for being stuck. For the, 13 seconds that it lasts, and get pretty out of hand. Watching for a couple weeks now, I think the overall skill went up in the new player tournaments. It fluctuates a little bit, right? Like, so, like, typically what happens with the new player tournaments is, you know, like, new people show up, and they're learning the ropes and they're figuring things out. They get a good handle on things, and for a while we have, like, a very set roster of people who are playing in the new player tournaments, and they get better each week that they play, obviously. As those people start to win games, and they kind of move on to the more advanced tournaments, then you get a new wave of, like, fresher people to come in, and it just kind of goes up and down over time, but generally speaking, from when I started doing new player tournaments to where it is now, the skill level of newer players is 100% at a higher level than it was when I first started casting these. People just don't make that many rookie mistakes anymore. You see them fairly often just because people are, like, making them in matchups they're unfamiliar with, but people have a pretty good grasp on the game mechanics at this point. And I think there's enough multiplayer content out there that people at the very least, like, know where they can go to get some early, like, info on their, like, factions that they want to play in multiplayer, so they're not just, like, jumping in totally blind and getting completely trashed by folks. Glade Lord on foot. We saw that last game. Honestly, kind of liking the Glade Lord on foot. You know, these guys just have crazy stats. I mean, 65 and 60 outclasses just about everybody outside of, like, the legendary lords. Like, this is one of the best generic lords in the entire game. You get Arrow of Kurnus, which is an absolutely insane item. I mean, it does so much damage. You can get about 600 value out of Arrow of Kurnus. Even if you're not using it optimally. Like, a well-used Arrow of Kurnus can get you almost 1,000 value. It's really gross. And then you got Pravenoth Rama, which is a snare, and snares are always good. And last 16 seconds, not 13 like I was thinking. I mean, that's plenty of time for one really accurate volley, and then if you time it up well, you can probably get 2 off. By, like, hammering a unit that's, like, stopped, dropping Pravenoth Rama, and then hitting him again with another volley in the interim. like right as you start it, and then you can get another one by the time it's wearing off. It'd be a little bit hard to get the timing on that, but I think it's definitely possible. Killing 4 Coldwind Knights, it's okay. It's not like amazing or anything. It's definitely on the lower end of performance on that prey of Anathema. But you do need to wear these guys out eventually. They're pretty annoying, the Coldwind Knights. They can definitely press you back pretty well. Look at Pont's formation. Super wide. Going for the full surround on Potato Devil, who is definitely very aware of the possibility of ending up in a situation where the flood banks, so to speak, get flooded over. And there's not enough to protect the backline. There's a lot of shooting in this army. Right? Like, you want to spend as little time fighting these Eternal Guard and Dryads as possible, because there's only 4 of them. You want your opponent's melee troops to be chasing yours while you use your melee troops to press their missiles back and then collapse with the mobility. And Pont's doing a very good job of keeping good spacing on most of the forces here. Maybe overpressing a little bit with the Black Ark Corsairs right now. They're in range, the Way Watchers. I would probably try and keep them back here behind the pillar and just keep pushing up Bleak Swords and Dread Spears. We've got some, whatchamacallit, some Coldwind Chariots moving up now. Decent value for Potato, but nothing too decisive yet. Like, here's the thing. Gun lines and bow lines that are built this aggressively around the missiles, they're trying to prioritize early value as much as possible. They really need to get about 2,000 value up on their opponent early to be in a really good position for the mainline engagements, because all it takes to win here for Pont is to kill the Way Watchers, compromise the missiles, gain mobility advantage, and then you just torment the Dryads and Eternal Guard by cycle charging them to death, which is very doable for the Dark Elves. They've got some very good mobile options. Doomfire Warlocks get a great engagement on the Wild Riders here. Harpies and Dark Riders on the other side trying to get on top of these Glade Guard. Dark Riders do kind of blunder their way into the Eternal Guard, but a good response from Pont, immediately pulling out and looking to loop in and getting a great charge onto both these Way Watchers. Is going to shut them down really hard right about now. The Prey of Anathema is not going to be useful enough against the Coldwind Chariots. They're locked in place against the Dryads, not a lot of punishment there. They're going to get free now, and those Chariots are pretty devastating on the charge. They could definitely run down the Way Watchers back here. Doomfire Warlocks getting surrounded now. They're gonna go down pretty hard at this point. Lots of punishment. Didn't get off either of their Doom Bolts yet. Definitely need to see that come out. Harpies going down, and the Pharaoh Manticore struggling here. Not going to be doing a whole lot of damage. The Beast Sorceress with Curse of Honor here, as well as Transformation of Kadan. No real AoEs to punish anything, and no Burning Head is also definitely a choice. Coldwind Chariots getting shot up, a lot of Wild Riders out on the field now. The Pharaoh Manticore is rampaging. We got Starfire Shafts looking pretty safe here. Devil is starting to take a good value lead, and the Coldwind Knights only just now moving up, and this Pharaoh Manticore being forgotten about too. Get Black Ark Corsairs moving in, gonna be doing what they can to grind out some value. Huge loss. Losing the Chariots is really bad. Wood Elves have a pretty hard time shutting down Armored Chariots, actually. Like, the AP on the Coldwind Chariots, not that important, but the damage that they do with the weapon strength is really where the selling point is. Just because it is mostly AP and Wood Elves are lightly armored doesn't mean that that extra armor piercing doesn't make a difference. Because you're considering fighting stuff like Dryads, right, who do have 60 armor. It's like a decent amount. Nothing too crazy, but that extra little bit of AP can help out there. Coldwind Knights get netted, and then Wild Riders get a free charge in. Beautiful stuff from Devil. Overwhelming punt right now. The Wild Riders have gotten some pretty great value so far. They're going to be pulling back and retreating away from the Cold One Knights. You get hit by a Flock of Doom. Eternal Guard looking to make their life a little bit miserable. Trying to get into combat with them, getting those AP Spears on target. Unfortunate loss here. Wild Rider's going to go down, but a fresh Wild Hunter of Kurnus coming out should easily crush the Cold One Knights. Wild Hunters of Kurnus are one of the best anti-large cavalry in the game. They're a little squishy. Their HP total is really nice, but only 40 armor and very reliant on the Phys Res, but Cold One Knights don't have magic damage, so it's like the perfect engagement for the Wild Hunters. This is what they were born to kill, basically. They should take them down fairly quickly here. They do take quite a bit of damage, though. When you see the Cold One Knights starting to get folded up here. And now that the charge bonus is worn off, the better stats on the Wild Hunters is 100% going to preserve what remains of their HP here. So, big win, about 500 value on those guys. Big loss of the Supreme Sorceress here, getting filled full of arrows from every possible angle. Glade Guard is just all over the place, man. You actually got a kill on the Way Watchers, it seems. Like, I don't see any of them available. Although, here's one. One Way Watcher here with 27 models. Oh, here's another one with 35. There's enough of them left to be a pretty serious threat, I guess. Just not able to finish any of the missile troops is the big problem. Frontline for the Wood Elves is a little beat up, and it's not out of the realm of possibility that Pont can get back in this. Dark Elves do have lots of cheap mobility, but it's going to be kind of difficult getting all these Dark Riders into a position where they're able to finish all these units off. The Feral Manticores were a big point sink. They have not performed well at all. They're 800 gold monsters, and the one that got shot to death over there had about 100 value. This one's only got 250. I think more of a press with more shield and infantry would have made a bigger difference here for the Dark Elves. Because they just don't have the staying power on the ground to really finish this game the way that they want to. Black Ark Corsairs getting pin-cushioned by the missile troops. Got more Harpies coming in. No value on these guys. Not sure if that's the one that got killed on its way in early in the match. Harpies over here with 800 value. Maybe just more Harpies instead of more Manticores. You have 3 Feral Manticores, no less. Plus the Supreme Sorceress of Beast, who does get hit by the Arrow of Kurnus and goes down here. Leadership penalty is going to be rearing their ugly head for the Dark Elves now. I don't know if they can hold the line here. I mean, Wood Elves taking the number 2. They've even got some pressure coming out onto the number 1 here. Wild Hunters of Kurnus out on this point right now. Definitely want to get their charge off so they can get a little bit of value. I think they got shot by something. I mean, they lost a little bit of HP from the last time we saw them. A little bit of a blunder here with the Dark Riders getting up into the Eternal Guard. Eternal Guard are just so cost-effective against cavalry. I mean, they rip anything and everything apart quite quickly. Very defensively oriented with a massive bonus versus large of 15 with a majority AP damage. Massive uptrade potential on the Eternal Guards. We do get a Doombolt going down. Massive damage on the Glade Guard, actually. And some good damage on the Way Watchers. While the Dark Rider collapse is kind of crushing the remaining missile troops for the Wood Elves. Is that gonna be enough, though? Because the Wood Elves do have a decent core of Eternal Guard and Dryads on the field now. I don't know, we're gonna have to kind of wait and see. War Dancers with the Azrai Spears out here, actually. Fairly quick unit, kind of collapsing onto the flank, and a lot of the horsemen are fairly trapped up in here. You can see they're, like, occupied trying to push past a lot of the, Blade Guards, some Dryads in here mucking up the works. There's also this Eternal Guard unit. That's kind of railroading all these Dark Riders, and I think that the Wood Elves will be okay. They did lose their missiles. Got a few Way Watchers rallying here, but not really super functional at this point. I think it's just going to be the fact that the Wild Riders and the Glade Riders are out in enough force to be able to hang on to the points with the infantry support that's going to kind of do in the Dark Elves here. Ah, man. I think, like I said, without the Manticores being such a big value sink, I think the Dark Elves have a better matchup here, and I think they could have won this, but, you know, you live and learn for making experimental choices like that. The Manticores are honestly not bad monsters, but I just don't see them being that great into the Wood Elves. You really would need to use them to, like, pummel the Glade Lord and the Spell Singer. And in the early game, I don't think that's really your priority. Your priority is to kill whatever missile troops that the Wood Elves did bring. If they didn't bring any, then you can focus on winning mobility engagements. Because at that point, the Wood Elves are trying to rush you down. Because they probably brought, like, a bunch of War Dancers, backed up by Wild Riders, maybe, you know, Glade Riders and stuff like that. In a matchup like that, the multiple Manticores would probably be a little bit more useful because they could get tear routes on stuff like the Glade Riders and the War Dancers a little bit easier. Cold One Knight's looking to charge in here. Having to divert away from the Eternal Guard. So Potato Devil's positioning on the Eternal Guard has been pretty good. I mean, anytime you can force your opponent into like a false start scenario where their cavalry have to relocate on the battlefield away from your spears and then charge in, gives you time to wear them out with some shooting, gives you time to reposition your own mobile answers to then kind of chase these guys down and hammer them. Doombolt coming in, taking out a few Wild Riders. That's from the Doomfire Warlocks over here. They've used both their Doombolts. They could drop Soul Blight and get the Wild Riders down to basically 0 armor and lower their weapon strength. Don't know how far that's going to take the Dark Elves here. Pawn's just staying scrappy and not giving up the Ghost. It is a triple cap for the Wood Elves. The game's going to be over in a few minutes here. Not in a few minutes, more like a minute. But I respect the effort by Pawn. You know, scrapping back in late game situations like this can give you a good feel for where the actually good units in your roster are for specific matchups, right? Like, the lesson that I would be taking away from here is that Dark Riders, very good. Doomfire Warlock's okay, probably need to be a little more careful with them. The Mantis, very bad. Cold One Knights, really not that important and impactful in this matchup like they are in others. The armor is nice, the shield is nice. Their stats are pretty poor, though. That's the big problem with the Cold One Riders, or the Cold One Knights here, is that they don't outstat a lot of the elf units. So the second they get locked into any kind of prolonged engagement, the superior performance from the better statted elf units is going to really make a big difference in swinging those fights against the Cold One Knights. Didn't have time to get out the Scourge Runners. You probably want to build up a little bit more as Pawn. Like, Potato was leaving you alone to hold on to the middle for quite a while there. Over-pressing onto the back objective is a very common pitfall for trying to deal with the Wood Elves. As the Dark Elves, since you're not at such a huge range disadvantage and mobility disadvantage, you can play footsie with your opponent and give up that middle after getting a little bit of a ticket lead and just wait until you can get your chariots out. Because if you get all of these chariots onto the field, there is not going to be much that the Wood Elves are going to be able to do about it, because all of their cavalry will be occupied trying to chase them around, And that's going to leave your Dark Riders and the Cold One Knights that you do have a much freer hand to get the kind of engagements against the missile troops that they're looking for. And then you can push your infantry in behind that to lock down the Eternal Guard and other enemy infantry that might be trying to like collapse onto the rear of fights and like block up retreat paths for your chariots or your mobility. Then you can get your own decent leg up in the value trade game there. And I don't think everybody overpushed into Potatoes here. Potato did a great job of playing that build, man. That's like exactly what you want to do. Be patient, don't overpress your luck, and just macerate your opponent as they try to collapse on you. Yeah, Wood Elves are not invincible, but you did a really great job of covering up their weaknesses here. This means Potato can't play next week. You know what? Depends. If Potato is willing to play another faction, if Potato talks to JP or Dustman, some of the other admins, like I said a little bit ago, we're looking at allowing people who are like still properly like new to the multiplayer scene more time to play in the new player tournaments, but they just can't replay factions that they've won with. So, it depends. Maybe Zinchko Whoosh. That'd be fun. Yeah, that's the other thing. It's Dark Elves are super mobile, but if you're playing into a faction that has pretty equivalent mobility and you're on their side of the map, even though you're getting your reinforcements there quickly, it's still slower than your opponent, and they will probably outvalue you eventually if you're not getting, like, decisive collapses. Broke beats me every time. I mean, yeah, it's there. We'll see about it. We'll see if Potato is nearly as good on some of the other factions as he is on Wood Elves. It could just be matchup based, you know. It's kind of funny because there's plenty of times that people struggle into factions that ostensibly they have good matchups into with whatever faction they're playing. Like, for the longest time, I just could not figure out Tomb King's Khorne. And Khorne has a great matchup into Tomb King's, theoretically. It's one that I still struggle with on occasions, despite the very favorable win rate that Khorne has. So, sometimes it's just a situation where the factions that your opponent plays are ones that are, like, at a macro level, and from a gameplay design perspective, ones that you just can't quite figure out how to beat, if that makes any sense. Like, I haven't lost to a Dowie player in ages, with any faction. I mean, I can count... The last time that I lost in a tournament against the Dowie was, like, 4 or 5 months ago. And I've played them, like, 10, 15 times. Like, I just don't struggle against Dowie. Like, the only time I'm going to lose against Dwarves is if I fumble my initial engagement. And that's very possible to do. Can't happen, but... Tomb Kings, who theoretically are a little less obnoxious than the Dowie, you know, especially for, like, Khorne, I just can't figure it out for the life of me. I don't know what it is. Like, the Khorne matchup into the Dwarves is, like, right there behind the Tomb Kings, but Tomb Kings theoretically are a little bit weaker overall, because you just have better chaff clear. You must not play greenskins. Dowie feels unwinnable these days. I can show you some builds for how to beat the Dwarves as the greenskins. It's actually pretty doable in my experience. Yeah, that's just the way of the game. There's a lot of matchups. There's a lot of matchups that you've got to learn, and when it comes down to it, you just don't get time to practice into every matchup, right? Like, there's always going to be ones that you're just less practiced in because you don't run into people in tournaments who are, like, really good with those factions. You are, like, playing with friends or people you know, and they may not main those factions, so it becomes a blind spot. Truth be told, greenskins into the Wood Elves, I don't see it being amazing for the greenskins. It's probably more even than some of their other matchups. In fact, it's actually a slightly winning matchup for the greenskins according to Total Tavern. I don't know how true that is, but you've got some really good tools for the Wood Elves. You've got pretty good mobility into them. Oh, if you're talking about the Dowie, though. Greenskins don't have anything for gyros. That's true. You basically bring bowmen and hope that you can keep them in check before they totally annihilate you. Greenskins into Dowie kind of go for a rush style. Like, there's a few ways you can go with it. You can bring a Night Goblin War Boss. The Fermented Fungi does rampage gyrocopters. It's actually pretty nice. You can shred them pretty quickly, because I think it can force them to land, even. Even if they don't, though, and they just fly around in circles for 15 seconds, that's 15 seconds you're not being shot by the gyros. This guy's also an anti-infantry character, so he can kind of shred Dowie Lords as long as it's not something like Grombrindle or Ungrim or somebody super meaty like that. It's a pretty good hit-and-run character. And there's a few things that you can do to really bully Dowie that aren't very good in other matchups. Chariots being one of the biggest things. AP Chariots make Dowie bleed so badly. I mean, they don't have ways to stop, like, Chariot spam, because as good as Slayers are at killing large targets, those large targets have to not run them over completely, and they need time to be able to actually chip them down. So you can go for, like, pump wagons and just bulldoze over the Dowie warrior front line and just wreak havoc on the back line. You can also do Fanatics are pretty good in this matchup. This is a good matchup for Black Orc Great Weapons in my experience. I've had a lot of success with them here. You basically just swarm with just waves and waves of infantry. Backed up with like an Orc Shaman who's just got the Here We Go, as well as Fistic Orc. They're super cheap. They just run in and they just pop buffs endlessly. Keep all your dudes at like peak efficiency against the Dowie, and you grind up to try and get your Wah as quickly as possible. Oftentimes you're gonna have to like build up a little bit as the greenskins. The more patient you are with them, the better. And this is also a good place for like Hammer of Gork and stuff. If you can find a good position for it where the Dowie can't counterfire with their own cannons, you can definitely do a pretty good job of tearing them apart. I know they kill bows before they can like truly finish them off, but that's not really what the bows are for. They're just there to like weaken them and keep them occupied while you kill the rest of the Dowie army. The Dowie can't win if their gyros are just flying around like shooting stuff because they have no cap weight. If you kill the Dowie's main formation, they lose because they get pushed back to their deployment zones, and then their units are so slow they will never ever be able to get back up on the points before you win on tickets. Nasty Skulkers are a big risk into Dowie, personally. They can work if you get them into the rear of your opponent's lines, but it's pretty tricky to actually pull that off. Alright, where's the other semis match? Oh, did I don't think I actually put it in my folder yet. Yeah, here we go. So let's spec the other semis match, and we'll do a few more casts before I head out. Got Sartorial, man. The big boy himself. The drumstick champion. Sartorial's pretty awesome, dude. He's got, like, great stats. He's kind of a premier fighter in a way. I mean, the 56 and 56 isn't, like, overwhelming anybody, but with the advantage of being a flying unit and getting to pick engagements, as well as the Rock of Inevitability, which is his new item from a patch or two ago, he's a real nightmare, and he's got a great lore magic with metal magic. It's always been great, man. Sartorial was like super meta in Warhammer 2 for the Warriors of Chaos, and in Warhammer 3 he gets outshined a little bit on the Warriors of Chaos roster by Archaon right now, but for Tzeentch, if you're looking for the perfect mix of magic and melee combat, he's kind of the premier option. Router Horseman chilling up on the high ground there. Zangor's moving to number 2. You gotta be careful about playing too many objectives into factions like the Dark Elves, because they're so fast. If Pont got all the chariots to rock up to the low ground and just run over these Zangors, it'd be pretty doable, because the Horsemen are up here on the high ground. They'd have to rotate all the way around. You can use the repeater crossbows to hammer a little bit. And then you can just push up your infantry behind all that and have the Scourgerunners just, like, charge in, rotate back around. And they can push up through the trees and back up onto the high ground. The more maneuverable you keep your Dark Elf units, the better you're going to be in terms of the value trading, because it's just really hard to punish such a quick, flighty faction like this, man. You think that you can maneuver your units into position to follow up on an opportunity, and then they just bring out like 50 more missile units to like pincushion you. They've got their like cheapo infantry to like buffer all your mobility off. There's all kinds of nasty things that they can do to you. Scourgerunner's taking down quite a few horseman models here. Mr. Fly getting up into the trees, trying to avoid all of this firepower. Zangor is holding up pretty nicely against the repeater crossbows, but Scourge Runners, their missiles do pierce through models, and the shields don't really matter all that much. They're actually taking some pretty serious damage here. A really nice charge, but a good drop down from Sartorial. He does get the Rock of Inevitability off, although it does get counteracted by Stand Your Ground. Ah, brilliant. Tormentor's Sword kept Sartorial from being able to follow up as he was netted for the 9 seconds that lasts. One Zangor unit already running away. Mr. Fly is starting to get some decent value, though, and is killing one of the Scourge Runner chariots. Other Scourge Runner gets in here trying to save them, but a terror route going down and a leadership break. I don't know if you're really going to have to follow up too much on this chariot. It's got 3 models left, so you might have to. Here's the thing, though. Like, Pont still has a slight value lead, despite some of the decent engagements that we're getting here. That's a pretty nice pit of shades. Going down on the blue horrors, also hitting this Zangor unit, and keeping them in position to be hit by the Bleak Swords as they try to retreat. So, a little bit of extra damage on them there. You've still got one Scourge Runner chariot. You've got all of the infantry engaging in the front line now, and all of the infantry are very healthy currently. Bleak Sword's holding the high ground. Zangor's moving up. Zangor should be able to beat a Bleak Sword. Bloodrack Shrine, getting some great value. 500 value on the Shrine right now. Should be able to maneuver into position to be able to assist against the Blue Horrors and the Marauders. They're kind of trapped up in a pit fight that they really don't want to be in the midst of currently. Severed Claw getting hit by these shots from the Shrine here. High Beastmaster continuing to poke away. Scourge Runners and the Beastmaster starting to get through that overshield of Sartorial and doing some pretty serious damage to him. The Searing Doom is great, but I think against the Dark Elves, this is a matchup where Final Transmutation is really good to have in the back pocket. The reason for that is Dark Elves love the High Beastmaster character, and they also love bringing their Sorceresses and, you know, Masters even. Getting a good Final Transmutation Overcast onto High Beastmaster and his, like, Hero Squad can swing momentum back for you pretty quickly. And get you in a position where maybe you can, like, maintain your presence on the battlefield enough to character snipe and then route off a lot of the, like, remaining cheapo units that the Dark Elves just love throwing out. And the other thing is, like, Plague of Rust, just to use against the Black Ark Corsairs as they're trying to get in, also not a bad idea, because they'll fold up pretty quickly to the Pink Horror Fire, as well as to Marauder Horsemen of Tzeentch, if their armor is being lowered by a full 60 from the Overcast version of Plague of Rust. Metal Magic gets a lot better when you've got a little bit of, like, spread on contingency options. Like, right now, it wouldn't be amazing, but hitting High Beastmaster with an Overcast Final Transmutation here, using Rock of Inevitability to slow, and then, I mean, you got the Synagores of Tzeentch coming in here to try and collapse on this guy. Beautiful Tormentor Sword, though. Oh my god, Pont. Oh my goodness. That was dirty. That was filthy, man. The mobility from the frickin' Dark Elves is just way too much right now for Tzeentch. And look at all these horsemen being buffered out by, what, 10% health Bleak Sword? I mean, they've literally got these guys pushed back up in the deployment zone almost. Totally separated from the Severed Claw and any of the remaining infantry who are just getting run over by this chariot now. The big single entity chariots are quite scary nowadays. Bloodrack Shrine is a little on the weaker end in terms of performance, but the shooting is really impactful still. And the charge attacks are, like, reasonably powerful enough that they're not, like, you know, totally useless. Got Corsairs fighting the Severed Claw. Honestly, a pretty good fight for the Black Ark Corsairs. They can do some respectable damage to the Severed Claw. They are going to get collapsed on from the rear here, though. Good charge from Mr. Fly, trying to get back in this game, just not finding any way back in, though. Another Scourge Runner Chariot coming out. More shots coming down from the Bloodrat Shrine, which can fire while moving. That's the benefit of this shrine over a standard Medusa. The actual, like, monstrous single entity Medusa cannot fire while it's moving. This shrine doesn't give a shit, though. And being able to maneuver around and just drop shots onto the flanks of fights and still be able to, like, rotate around at a given moment to do the same on the other side, or to, like, charge units down that are, like, nearby still, is just really awesome. I mean, there's a lot of added, like, value and utility that you can get out of it. Looks like Sartorial goes down, just being hounded by the Scourge Runner Lord and the other Scourge Runner Chariots as well. A little too much for the old chicken to handle here. Cold One Knight's going to be able to cycle charge a lot of the stuff that Tzeentch has left into ruins here. Repeater Crossbows moving forward to deal with the Forsaken. We've still got the Bloodrack Shrine getting some respectable value with the shooting. Scourge Runners focusing down the Severed Claw. Very inaccurate firing, though. Trying to hit the Forsaken. I don't know what it's aiming at right now. It's like shooting at the middle of nowhere a second ago. See how this shot is. Alright, that's a much better shot. Okay. Respectable amount of damage on these guys. 934 value out of the big shrine. Ain't bad at all. The Aura of Agony and Ardor is buffing up allies as well. I mean, you can see it's active as long as you're within the radius. On the -4 leadership, when there's a terror-causing unit on the field, can be pretty annoying. I mean, very quickly you can end up with your Forsaken, or not Forsaken, but stuff like the Severed Claw who aren't ITP, or your Marauders and the Zangors. Once the Zangor's Primal Fury wears off, they get terror-routed like everything else, and with the extra little bit of leadership debuff from this Shrine, because it stacks with the Fear, so it's technically a -12 decrease, plus the damage by artillery that gets applied whenever it fires in. It's not going to show up on those guys. I'd love to be able to show it off in a second here. There it is. Damage by artillery. Counting from the Bloodrack Shrine. It makes it kind of difficult for units to sustain against entities like this. Synagor is getting run over by the Dark Riders. Dark Riders do tend to trade pretty well into the Centaurs, actually. Now they're going to be able to hound down the Marauder Horsemen here of Tzeentch, none of whom really paid for themselves. It's just a really clean Dark Elf build. What do you do against that? I'm not 100% sure. That feels pretty painful. My experienced Slayers just hold the points. Everything gets wiped up by gyros. It can happen. I'm not saying that Dowie are like an easy matchup for the Greenskins, because there isn't really a matchup that's unwinnable for any faction in the game. Even like the worst possible matchups can be won by the disadvantaged side. I would say that one's about 50-50. The thing about beating Dowie is that there is, like, there's basically like a mathematical equation to go about beating the dwarves. It's very mechanical. Once you figure out how to avoid early game damage from the Dowie, occupy the gyro attention while still killing their grounded forces, it's over for the dwarves. Because they're so slow. They never, ever are able to counter push up onto points if you're prioritizing the damage effectively against them. You can also use your bowmen as the greenskins to shoot down slayers. Slayers are very weak to missile fire. That's always an option. Alright, let's actually watch some Dowie play here. And we'll see how Sven handles this. We got double flame cannon. So I already know why Ricochet is bringing the double flame cannon. You bring double flame cannon because you think your opponent's going for like a full infantry build. The cannons are not going to do much of anything to single entities. It's going to be kind of hard to hit the cavalry as well, as long as they're maneuvering around and avoiding the worst of the head-up damage. So we'll see about it, man. Okay, we do have chariot characters. That's a good call. I really don't like throwing axes early against the Dowie because they are not significantly outranging miners. Miners still do pretty nasty damage to Marauder Horsemen. If you fumble the bag even once, you're losing a ton of value. Artillery shuts down the Horsemen pretty hard as well. I really prefer more consolidated infantry pushes in the early game. Again, though, Sven's build is kind of well-suited for this build by Ricochet, who is kind of trying to counter the early infantry push. You know, Nurgle oftentimes is going to go for a bunch of Marauder Great Weapons. They'll bring up some Plague Bearers, who are fairly effective against stuff like Miners and Dowie Warriors. Chaos Warrior Great Weapons can take some nasty damage from Miners, and then, like, the Flame Cannons, of course. May not have the most amazing armor-piercing damage, but against infantry, where the models individually are fairly weak in terms of the HP per model, it doesn't matter that much for these. And then there's Malachi in here buffing them up all the same, so a little bit of extra work that they can do there. Beautiful charges with the Exalted Heroes, just going absolutely ham on the miners right now. This is where you value trade against the dwarves. You just don't want to bleed too much value to them. Do a little poking damage. Build up your infantry behind this. Make sure that you got your 1 point. And then you want to just overwhelm them where they're weakest, depending on where they reinforce and send stuff. And then you go for the killing blow by consolidating your hold on the points and then intercepting Dowie reinforcements as they try to come in. Because the Dowie are so slow, you'll always be able to intercept them in the open field. Chariot characters going crazy right now. I mean, pretty good number of kills on each of them right now. Pretty even, in fact. 67 on this bad boy, 62 over here. Looking to follow up on the Dwarf Warriors now, and we do have the Noxbringer poking away. I mean, not super cost-efficient value to be found shooting at miners, but every little bit helps. You're destroying their ammunition, I guess. It ain't bad. Good micro away from the blasting charge volley. You can kite out blasting charges by doing stuff like this. Flame cannons, actually getting some good damage on the Exalted Hero with that volley. A little bit of friendly fire, though, and the Exalted Hero is able to pull away just fine. This is why you bring chariots against the dwarves, because their answers are oftentimes very lackluster. They just don't have the burst damage against a chariot like this. Like, you can poke them down a little bit slowly over time in melee, but that's just not good enough against a faction that can heal. The Grimdelvers are a good option here for killing this chariot, and if they get a good volley off, they could have his HP here. And he could be on the way out pretty shortly, depending on what happens. Good spot, though. The Grimdelvers do reveal themselves before they get their volley off, and the Exalted Hero is going to peel out. Sven is playing this pretty pinpoint right now. Like, forcing Dowie to overextend, denying the flame cannon's value up until this very critical point in the game where Nurgle actually has a value lead and is developing out some answers to the artillery now. You've got some Furies. There's not anything to protect these guys back here. Honestly, this is about the point in the game where you want to push this Marauder back here, get both of these Horsemen, and just go hell for leather to try and shut down the flame cannons, because two things are going to happen here. Either you get the cannons and you kill them, or your opponent peels a whole bunch of units over to try and help those cannons. And then you can use your mobility to just rotate away, since you're not going to kill the cannons, and get isolations elsewhere on the battlefield against the Dowie units. Dowie are reinforcing pretty nicely here. Exalted Heroes doing what they can, trying to make up for the difference in positioning right now. Dowie are going to get the #1 objective. A little slow on protecting the #1 here for Nurgle. They do lose it, and that's a big loss. But they did manage to kill some of the Rangers out here on the flank. Good damage on these guys. One Ranger is routing, the other pulling back slowly but surely. Honestly, ignoring Gotrek isn't a bad idea. Wow, the Plague Ogres, man. Oof. Big damage on those guys. Just don't blob up for the artillery like that, man. You gotta, play around it as best you can. Now you're kind of going in a little too split. This is where Ricochet is going to get back in this game. With the Flame Cannons finally having good positioning, shoot down onto the #2, cover the #3, and just, you know, play for time and attrition on the #1 objective. We could be seeing the Dowie start to establish themselves, you know, pretty firmly on good ground here to be able to take this game in the later stages. Flame Cannon being jumped on by the Furies. We'll see if the Grimdelvers can shoot them off before they take down the cannons. They should be able to, although they're having a little bit of trouble getting lined up right now. Really nice shot by the Noxbringer. Beautiful volley, and down go those Furies. Their leadership breaks. They're going to crumble out in a moment here, I think. They stabilize, but Demonic Instability still gets them. Really unfortunate for Nurgle there. Pesty's pushing up into the back line, taking down some of the Rangers. They do have the number 1 again. Frolickers Bubonic need to go get these flame cannons, because one of them is out of ammo, but the other has a lot left. 15 shots. It is going to be really painful in the late game, man. Noxbringer is not really paying off real well right now. Nurgle kind of missed out on their opportunity to use their decisive speed advantage that they had for a moment to be able to get onto the artillery here. But the Dowie's summoning so much stuff over here. It's all about picking and choosing the time to rotate away from Dowie reinforcements and then compromise their other positions that are going to be isolated, because, again, waddling forward with like Doomseekers and Miners, as well as more Miners up onto the number 1 is great and all. Nurgle should just go hell for leather to get the number 2 and the number 3, because there's not that many solid units over here. The Plague Ogres are going to do some decent damage against the Doomseekers, though, since they are an anti-infantry unit. They've got pretty good melee defense, too, so the Doomseekers really not hitting very effectively against these guys. Do get a really good fecundity. They'll probably grind out enough value to actually pay for themselves here. That's a really nice play. And using these Pestigores just to muck up the works and keep the Miners off of the objective is helping Nurgle out tremendously with holding this objective, too. And they're starting to get up on the number 1 over there, finally shutting down the flame cannons. And it's important to kill these cannons, even though they used most of their ammo up. Killing these cannons means that your opponent doesn't get a rebate on unsummoning them. So with all things being equal, like, yeah, the Dowie have traded out pretty evenly against you, but guess what you have? You just got faster units. Like, you're going to be able to reinforce quicker with all your Forsaken, your Furies getting up here. Got the Marauder Horsemen. You'll be able to bring out more Marauders in the late game. The Frolickers Bubonic have been very annoying as well. Running down a lot of the Slayers who have gotten some decent value. Exalted Hero paying for itself. Yeah, look at the Dowie Warriors without fire support are just such a horrendous unit. They just don't do damage, man. They're so vulnerable. Killing some of the Iron Drakes, while Long Trunk Slayer Pirates should be able to get in here and get some effective volley fire on the Sorcerer Lord. He will be able to get away and just, you know, heal with the Crown of Everlasting Conquest. He's got a decent amount of heal cap room. And ignoring Malachi is not really a bad idea. He's just not really a super impactful character. He's pretty poor in melee combat. His gun is decently powerful. Do some pretty effective damage, but it's nothing that you can't work around with decent healing. Nurgle's got plenty of that. Forsaken and the Plague Ogres here. 1,700 value on the Plague Ogres. They were sitting at about 200, or sorry, about 700 when they were routing earlier. Getting back in here, getting another 1,000 on the remaining 6, 7 models. Just beautiful stuff, man. And look at the Furies going ham over here. Furies are a hard counter to the Dowie. If you've got Furies, then you should be able to run these guys over, because they shred Rangers and beat Quarrelers. Even if it is a little slow killing the 80 armor Quarrelers, they still do it pretty effectively. Furies also shred Slayers pretty quickly, man. Like Long Trunk Slayer Pirates, you look at these guys' stats and you think they'd be a little bit better against Furies, but it's the weapon strength, man. Weapon strength against 0 armor, even if they aren't hitting super consistently because of the debuff and the tiredness here, it's going to be fairly effective value against the 750 gold units, so Furies are going to keep them occupied as well, make it a little less likely that their missile shots are going to be trading out quickly and efficiently. And then all the time that the Dowie are fumbling around back here, look at the triple cap. This is where the Dowie just can't do it, you know. There was a point where I thought that they would be okay. Flame Cannon's getting Malachi's Persuader, or Makaisen's Persuader, I think is what it's called. Yeah, Makaisen's. Getting some extra ammo, 2,000 value on the Flame Cannons, and it's just not enough, man. The momentum for the Dwarves has been stifled pretty thoroughly. You got one Forsaken stuffing multiple Dowie units either off the point or just making it difficult for them to get, like, clean arcs of fire or maneuver around and, like, stuff up any Nurgle units that are then reinforcing, and it's just turning into more and more blob fights that Nurgle is just slowly going to be able to outtrade the Dowie in. Noxbringer moving in and getting on top of the Iron Drake. Same with the Chaos Sorcerer Lord. Still has about 1,500 HP that he can heal up, and they have compromised both of these Dowie units very thoroughly. Not really a lot that you're going to be able to do to save them. Pestigors do get pushed back thanks to the burnt effect. You can see just getting them past the point of no return on maintaining their leadership. Fury Swarm diving onto the Rangers over here. Standard Dowie Rangers just have awful melee defense. 26 is not good for a unit that can rip the low armor apart, man. I also don't have very good melee attacks, so Nurgle Furies with the 27 melee defense are definitely not getting hit by the Rangers very often. Exalted Hero on his last legs here. Oh, this is the other Exalted Hero. Looks like he rallied and was able to come back in. That's nice. He's gotten about 700 value, which is decent for a Chariot character. Most importantly, doing HP damage to Dowie units isn't that impactful. Killing models is the most important part of any equation against the Dowie because it dilutes their capture weight. And diluting capture weight on a slow faction is really important because you can steal points away from them while they have units on the objectives. It also means that their shooting is a lot less efficient because obviously Rangers and the like, their DPS is very reliant on having the full weight of fire of their 80 models. Once they start losing like 10, 15 guys, they can still use all the ammo as if they still had 80 models, but it takes longer for them to trade out. And it's just way less efficient. Their Dowie are all about efficiency, man. They bunker up as best they can. They try to get a value lead and play from ahead as much as possible. They're very bad at counter-pushing. This is why factions like Nurgle, Khorne, Warriors of Chaos, forgetting, oh, Lizardmen. Oh my god, Lizardmen against Dowie is brutal for the Dowie. Oh, jeez. Factions that have, like, meaty infantry with a lot of HP and still have pretty good mobility across the board to support all of those chunky units tend to be the Dowie's worst nightmare because they just can't kill it all. I mean, it takes them ages to get through everything at once. And see, they've gotten all this value. A lot of it's tied up in killing stuff like the Noxbringer and on the Chaos Sorcerers and the Exalted Heroes, and it's allowing the infantry to skirt under the radar and turn into just like a steady, consistent, like, pressure tool by which, you know, miners are getting isolated. Like, you got 3 miners over here getting absolutely shit-canned. You know, like, they're a cheap unit at the end of the day, but losing a 425 gold unit or a 325 gold unit and they're not paying for themselves consistently really starts to add up, you know? More miners coming in, these Rangers firing away, killing some isolated stuff, miners getting flattened here. Could just have this Fury just run in and sacrifice itself trying to kill as many of these Rangers as possible. I wouldn't do that now that there's a miner in here. You could just charge the miner with blasting charges. That's what I would do in this situation. It's not super important, though. Doomseekers are out here. They're doing their best. They're going to take a decent amount of damage from the Froliker's bubonic melee reflection here. Because these little popcorn bandits have a passive heal, extra leadership. And the damage reflection isn't anything too crazy, but it is a plus 10, which is pretty respectable. Melee reflection, the way it works is it's dependent entirely on if you're like actually doing effective damage to the unit. And Doomseekers massively outstat Frolikers, so the returning damage from the melee reflection is going to be fairly punishing for those guys. Really nicely played by Sven there. Good game versus Ricochet with Khorne. Yeah, let's get some Blood God. It's been a while since we've seen any. Who are you in-game, by the way, Antonio? No, that's not it. What round was it, and what's the name of the replay if you can drop it? Give me a sec. Let me download some more replays. I don't think I grabbed these. It's Khorne versus High Elves. Not what we're looking for. Mixed in with these? No, that's Hall versus Tommy. Let's have some Bretonnia gameplay here. Oh my god, not the Shredder of Lustria. Jesus Christ. Vampire Counts versus Khorne. That's a matchup that I'm very curious to see now. Do you have that replay? Because I'd love to see the Vampire Counts actually beating Khorne. I figured that it's... Oh, here's... No, that's not it. A Bear. Khorne Dowie. What else? Lizardman. A lot of replays slipping under the radar here, it looks like. I know I've downloaded all these. Okay, thank you. It helps if you tag the replays. Oh, sweet. Perfect. Okay, I got 2 duplicates, so we'll just ignore those. Thank you, man. We'll do those now. Or do this one now. I'll keep an eye out for the, Oh, here we go. Piston versus Ricochet. I need to remember people's names between YouTube, Steam, and Total Tavern. It's pretty easy to get them all mixed up after a while. We'll do Vampire Counts into Khorne, and then we'll do our Khorne into Dowie. They'll both be pretty good showcases because This is a matchup that I've been pretty curious about flipping around now that Blood Knights with the swords are available, because I've done a little bit of testing and they are honestly pretty good against Wrathmongers. It's not like a clean and easy fight for the Blood Knights, but they definitely do some pretty nasty damage, and with cycle charging can get out of hand pretty fast, I imagine. I don't know if you brought any of those or not. You got the Red Duke. You got a fairly standard army here. Piston opting for the Hellforged Bellowers. Hellforged Bellowers I'm not super sold on as a Vampire Counts piece. It just doesn't do a whole lot of damage to anything important, usually. It will be good against the Graveguard that are in here. I will say that. You just don't see Graveguard too often against Khorne, because Graveguard really don't perform very well against stuff like Bloodletters. Even the Chaos Warriors and the Marauders can hold up pretty well against them. Not even talking about Wrathmongers, which just literally rip and tear Graveguard into itty-bitty pieces. So, Balefire Corpse card for the magic attacks, and then you got the Unholy Lodestone for the perpetual healing. No Cryptars yet. Red Duke is just flying around on the dragon. I do love the Red Duke, honestly. I think he's mad underrated. The damage that he does when El Sif is up is pretty awesome. Decent shot from the Bellowers. Trying to hit the Graveguard, but plowing into the Skeleton Warriors here a little bit. Little antsy on the Sleipnir, honestly. Here's one of the bigger things. Valkia is decent against the Vampire Counts, but Skulltaker on his Shrine is definitely your best bet. And the other really good option for Khorne into the Vampire Counts is Skarbrand. Skarbrand wrecks a lot of the Vampire Count lords. His Rampage and Wrathful Reaper with Slaughter and Carnage, and just honestly all of the Skarbrand abilities are pretty worthwhile having against the Vampire Counts, because they don't have a good way of killing Skarbrand without putting themselves in the line of fire, so to speak. Another thing I'm noticing a lack of is Throwing Axes. Throwing Axes of Khorne are mega cost-effective against the Vampire Counts. Absolutely a hard carry unit in this matchup. They wreck the big monsters, man. And especially important if you're going to be bringing Valkia. Marauders of Khorne with dual weapons are not bad against the Vampire Counts, but I don't like them as the sole frontline infantry. Unless they have Skulltaker, because their leadership is fine at 60. They have ITP as long as they're above half leadership. The second it wears off, they start to fall apart. They'll tear route. They'll tear route with a lot of HP too, and they're fairly expensive at 550 gold. Fighting against a bunch of zombies and crappy skeleton warriors, they tend to get worn out with all the passive healing and perfect vigor that the corpse cards can just provide, right? It gets a little frustrating at times. Definitely never want to attack spears with your Fleshhounds. Fleshhounds, the only thing Fleshhounds are here for is to countercharge Vargeist and like try and get surrounds on the big characters and stuff. Using them to charge down infantry is just wildly inefficient. They're not going to do enough damage for it to ever really be worth it. Minotaurs need to rotate over, and this is where the throwing axes are absolutely necessary. I mean, you got Spawn and Wrathmongers waddling in. By the time you get up here, the Mortis Engine will have leached the life out of literally the entire front line here. Like, both of the Marauders will be gone. Be able to work on these other Marauders over here. Alright, get a good surround here with the Fleshhounds against the Balefire Corpse Guard. Good Sleipnir. Decent damage to the Graveguard and the great weapons. Valkia does not want to fight Vargeist. Valkia should just run away here, try and stay out of the line of sight of these Vargeist as much as possible. You can see the Marauders getting folded up here, and you're like, okay, I mean, they got 131 kills. Yeah, they got 164 value. They didn't do anything, basically. Just killing, like, waves and waves of chaff, as chaff yourself against the Vampire Counts is just usually not worth your time. Bloodwake Berserkers are super good in this matchup, but I think I would rather prioritize the throwing axes. Because the 3 throwing axes right now, here, here, and here, all firing against the Mortis Engine will basically two-shot it with volleys. The extra damage to the regeneration and the fire weakness on these guys is really horrible. They get folded up pretty badly. And Minotaurs are just not that good against the Vampire Counts, oftentimes. If they're getting isolated like this. They're good into the Vargeist and Cryptars, as well as even doing decent damage against Blood Knights, but if they get surrounded by garbage, they just fall apart, and they will not be able to do a damn thing. Berserkers get up into the combat here. They will start to get some decent value. These guys are just impossible to kill for the Vampire Counts, oftentimes. That's why the Sword Blood Knights I've been very curious about, because they do actually perform pretty well against them. Beautiful breath attack from the Red Duke here. And a Gaze of Nagash goes down. Doesn't do a tremendous amount of damage, but the Spawn are pretty beat up now. Half health, barely been in combat for more than a few seconds, honestly. Valkia very beat up. She's just not hanging in well enough. Red Duke has a bunch of healing. She doesn't. Passive heals all over the place. Also mean that by the late game, Valkia is just not quite where she's comfortable. That's why I recommend Skull Taker. You can pare Skull Taker down to just his immune to flanking ability and Revel in Slaughter, and that works out pretty nicely for him. Hellforce Bellower's got good value, but it's being left to crumble out here, which is really rough. If you're going to bring a Khorne build like this, you basically are going for value trading, and you're going to use the Hellforge Bellowers to, like, blast down the Graveguard as much as possible and deny opportunities for the Vampire Counts to get clean engagements on you. You're going to just, like, slowly pull back. You're going to, like, rotate objectives. Your opponent shifts all their crappy zombies over, and then you, like, rotate around and go elsewhere again. You gotta play ping pong here with this kind of a build. The Mortis Engine has also just not been answered, and it's just getting ridiculous value. I mean, 220-100 is already bad enough. Add in all the healing that it can get, and you'd be talking about probably another 1,300 or 1,400 on top of that. Khorne hates Mortis Engines. That's why the throwing axes are so important, because that's really your best answer to the Mortis Engines. If you try and kill one in melee combat, then you're going to be pissed by the end of the game. You're gonna have, like, fumbled away any lead that you can potentially grind out trying to do so. And then your opponent's gonna bring up all the Cryptors in the world since you're not answering with the Horsemen, and they're just gonna wear down all your infantry with these regenerating monstrous units, man. Valkia coming back out. 2,200 value, trying to finish off the Mortis Engine. It's crumbling, finally goes down. But Valkia alone against the world is not going to work out very well for her. Vargeist can pummel her pretty well. They've got good weapon strength with a lot of melee attack, man. 57 is... it's enough to wear out one of the more defensive anti-infantry, or anti-large infantry characters in the game. big ouchies. Chaos Warrior with the dual weapons. These guys are definitely not good in this matchup. They don't really have any matchups that they're that strong in. Chaos Warrior dual weapons just need some kind of a buff right now. They're just kind of weak, honestly. They don't trade very well, even into vampire counts. Barracks Reaver's coming up. Full court press. Total tabling of corn here. I'll show off a corn build that I think has some actual teeth against the vampire counts. It's probably changing a little bit as the vampire counts players adjust to the new unit. New unit is damn good against your best force and best tool in the Bloodwake Berserkers. So you are going to have to be pretty discerning about when and where you take fights with the Bloodwake Berserkers nowadays. It's no longer you just send them in and they're literally unkillable now. Revelin Slaughter on the Blood Throne. Make him as cheap as possible while still keeping the survivability item as well as the buff. Revelin Slaughter stacked with Totem is 16 more melee attack, 12 more leadership. The leadership is actually more important than the melee attack. I mean, the melee attack's really nice, but the extra leadership means that your Marauders are operating with 72 leadership instead of 60. Just getting them up to the range of like Bloodletters and Chaos Warriors without having to invest the extra like 400 gold. So you can go with basic Marauders. They're not bad. You just need to be careful with them so they don't get overrun. I really like Forsaken here as well. They do pretty gnarly damage to all of the Vampire Counts units. Because of the flaming damage, they get extra damage to corpse carts, they pummel Vargeist pretty nicely, they rip and tear through Cryptars, believe it or not. They need a little bit of support to do that, but that's pretty easy to provide. And they debuff the healing by half because of the flaming attacks as well, and they're your cheapest access to fire attacks too, so don't pass them up. Spawn are okay in that matchup. I wouldn't really be bringing them too often. Spawn are, again, a unit that is on the weaker end of the spectrum currently. They need some buffs. Minotaurs, you can have like one in reserve. You don't need that many. It's better to have throwing axes, dude. I mean, seriously, start with 2 throwing axes and play around with them. Get a feel for how they operate, and you will start to understand why it is that I'm talking them up so much. You know what? Whatever. We can do that. We can do 2 Minotaurs. For reinforcements, Bloodletters aren't bad. This is a pretty cost-effective matchup for them. They do pretty well into Graveguard. And since they're demons and they're not affected by fear, they get buffed up by Skulltaker really nicely, so they just don't crumble out until the bitter end, man. I mean, when you're talking about adding another 12 leadership on them, it's 87 leadership, which is pretty insane. You know, it's more than Chosen and whatnot. Chosen can work here. They're a little bit of an expensive investment, and they're really slow, so they can be walked around sometimes. That's something you have to watch out for. Do something like this. We'll cut that Minotaur in reserve. Bloodwake Berserkers, usually good enough against large targets to not struggle too badly there. You're using the throwing axes to harry down a lot of the Vampire Counts, like mobile tools. Get the Hounds. What else do you want? 1,200 gold. Cut 1 Bloodletter, maybe. The Slaughter Guard aren't bad, but I wouldn't really sell my soul out for them. Nah, maybe a Minotaur is the right way to go, and then another Fury. Furies are really good. They pummel Vargeist. 2 Furies attacking a lonely Vargeist is such a monumental win that the Furies barely even take that much damage. I mean, they'll shred through the entire HP on a Vargeist and retain about 80% of their health. It's pretty wild. Chaos Warrior spam cooks. Chaos Warrior spam is okay. I prefer the flaming attacks from the Forsaken, though, over the stats that Chaos Warriors offer. Chaos Warriors are fine. They hold for a long time. They're really good with Skull Taker backing them up. But if you're going to go with Warriors, then just bring some Halberds, actually. Halberds are way better, in my experience. They can hold their own, obviously, without any support against large stuff like Vargeist and Blood Knights, as well as Crypt Horrors. They can pummel them pretty hard. They beat zombies pretty solidly as well. You can probably bring less Minotaurs support. Maybe do that instead. There's a few ways you can go with it. This is like an army that I will sell out for 9 times out of 10 playing as Khorne into the vampire counts. You can maybe cut one of these guys and get another Fleshhound, just so you have some more response tools, but really it's the Marauder Horsemen who do all the heavy lifting, killing Mortis Engines and Corpse Carts. Skull Taker is there just to buff up leadership, help you value trade a little bit in the pits, bring out Minotaurs to deal with any like super heavily armored big targets. Bloodwake Berserkers also pretty good at that. But you still have the Throwing Axes who can double up on that duty as well. That's why you have more in reserve. Fury Shred, anything that's trying to rear charge you. Same with the Fleshhounds, and that's how you counter all the Vargeists. And then the Vampire Counts just don't have the answers for you. Especially if you kill all their passive healing and the Mortis Engine, and can keep the Lords in check. They suffer pretty bad after that. And you should be able to farm up a bunch of army abilities, like pop Horn of Khorne every single chance you can, drop the sword, delete them, and just have like a whale of a time doing all that. Let me catch up on all the messages. I've been talking like non-stop about as many of the ins and outs as possible. So I'm sure I've answered some of these questions, but just to make sure that we actually get there and everybody's got their the questions answered, I want to take the time to do that. Didn't think he'd go so wide. Vampire counts are always going wide, especially against Khorne. Khorne is really bad against wide factions with lots of healing, actually. It's one of the reasons that Khorne's matchup against Nurgle prior to Omens was honestly kind of mediocre. Karanak was like kind of the hard answer for you in that matchup. But before Karanak came out, Nurgle just beat Khorne all the time because of Mortis Engines and passive healing. Khorne just didn't have the durability and staying power for dealing with it all. And the Vampire counts are still kind of able to do it. Elite builds of the Vampire counts tend to be a little bit mediocre because their chaff are just such an annoying, like, roadblock that you have to get through, and they allow their monstrous infantry and their flyers to get so much value that it's kind of hard to not go wide with them. I was going to use them to try and pin his cavalry, just didn't know what to take. Mortis, because you're missing the throwing axes. I mean, that's the way to go, man. It's a good call, Renataki. The Minos just don't beat Mortis Engines. They get leeched out pretty aggressively by it, actually. They take a lot of damage from the Mortis Engine effect, and the regeneration on the Mortis Engine with its HP pool is usually enough to survive a Mino, because the Mortis Engines are going to be, like, flying around in the middle of a bunch of, like, crappy zombies and skeleton spears, and Minotaurs are not well renowned for their melee defense. It's actually quite weak, so skeleton spears are kind of a hard counter to Minotaurs. So you need to be really careful about fighting on top of those guys. You really just have the Minos for anti-Blood Knight duty. And anything like dragons that might be trying to kill Skulltaker. Counter to throwing axes is Black Knights and Direwolves. There's not really a good answer to the throwing axes, actually, for the vampire counts. Vampire counts don't have a way to kill anything at range, obviously. That's the big weakness of the Khorne throwing axes, is usually just how vulnerable they are at range. Direwolves can do decent damage to the Khorne Horsemen if they get the charge off. Khorne Horsemen absolutely shit can the Dire Pack if they get the charge off in the Dire Pack. And the reason for that is the huge weapon strength and charge bonus that the Marauder Horsemen of Khorne have. No armor on the Dire Pack and low melee defense on these little doggos means that their damage is just not nearly enough to keep pace with the 40 weapon strength and the 36 charge bonus. And then you got to factor in all the bonuses from Frenzy. Like they get an extra 4 weapon strength on the. Here they get 4 extra charge bonus because of rounding. They get 10 extra melee attack. They crush hounds actually. Screening with Blood Knights is honestly kind of the only thing you can do because Black Knights are respectable units. They are gonna struggle if they're pushing into the backfield trying to get after throwing axes. Khorne basically just makes like a little defensive formation that they put the throwing axes in the middle of, and since vampire counts can't shoot you, they have to push onto the throwing axes, and that's damn near impossible if you know what you're doing. Bats can occupy throwing axes, but they are going to die to throwing axes eventually. Do a better one for vampire counts as well. You gotta send me another replay then, Renataki. The other one that I have, I've already covered. I don't think anybody else is playing vampire counts. Yeah, warrior spam is value that just gets bogged down. Skulltaker, do well on the front line while you're throwing axes, farm value. That's true. It's just all about the throwing axes. If you don't have them, you're going to struggle because you're fighting in melee against one of the most aggressive passive healing factions in the game who also have Mortis engines. And those are both painful for Khorne to handle. The Hellforge Bellower can work against vampire counts, don't get me wrong, it's just that that's an expensive tool that's really best against infantry, and the vampire counts infantry is pretty horrible outside of the Grave Guard, so if they don't have Grave Guard, like, it doesn't really mean a whole lot for you. 4 Warrior, 4 Halberd, Unga Bunga. You can get up on the points against the vampire counts with something like that. And if you bring out all your Marauder Horsemen behind it, they could probably just, like, bunker up and you can win on 2 points. But you can never, ever push out from that position with Warriors. Warriors literally get up in a defensive posture and then just sit there the rest of the game. Black Knights, do they have Strider? I don't actually remember. They do. I mean, Strider is fine, but that's really only useful in forests. You know, cavalry don't suffer any penalties in water. And you're not going to get a whole lot of engagements. Not going to get a whole lot of engagements in forests against Khorne. Khorne doesn't really play out of terrain all that well. They don't have Strider on anything. They've got Woodsman on the Bloodbrute Behemoth, and that's like it. Oh, but I think Khorne Minotaur's got Woodsman, so they actually fight pretty well in trees now, since they don't suffer the terrain penalties anymore. They used to not be able to hide in forests, and they also didn't have Woodsman. That got added this most recent patch. Alright, vampire counts lizards. Yeah, we'll do Empire action. Although we already promised to do another replay. What was it that we were going to do? Oh, we were going to do the Corn Dowie game. And then we'll do Empire. Then we'll get to the vampire counts versus lizards. And then that is definitely going to be all that I've got in me today. That'll be probably occupying like the full hour that I feel like I've got left in me, you know? Alright, so Piston rocking up in here against Ricochet. Ricochet is going to be doing the Malachi artillery. This is honestly pretty meta nowadays for the dwarves. Their artillery is damn good already, and Malachi buffs up their accuracy so much that they just never miss, and they will farm you if you're not careful, man.
Do not fear your own demise, for our master rewards those who fight in loyalty to him.
Awesome. Valkia is so cool. Skull Cannon moving up. Skull Cannons are honestly not that bad against Dowie, because they actually do a lot of damage to Doomseekers. See here, it kills 4 models outright. I actually really like the utility of having one. I usually will mix them in reserve, though. But, goddamn, look at them dunking on the Doomseekers right now. And they're getting collateral on the miners as well. So, great trades early on for Khorne, honestly. Gotta be careful of the artillery, though. Oh, but the cannon's getting jumped by the Marauder Horsemen early on. And Piston doing a much better job this time around of shutting down, like, responding units. Long-Drunk Slayer Pirates against Marauder Horsemen. Marauder Horsemen won't win the fight, but they should be able to do some respectable damage. And you got the Furies just blazing up in here. I would actually land on the miners right now, because you can see the cannon crews getting shredded by the horsemen. The horsemen are not going to die before they kill the cannon crew unless the blasting charges get just disgusting volleys off here. This is going to be a quick game, dude. Oh my god, these poor Doomseekers down to 17 models. The Skull Cannon has 700 value just killing them. Ew. Oh my god, man. I'm gonna throw up. I'd be crying right now if I were Ricochet. I mean, this is about as rough of a start for the Dowie as can be imagined. You do have a few of the crew members of this cannon that are left, but one cannon is just completely gone, and the cannons are kind of your X factor a lot of the time. You've lost a Doomseeker that got a whopping 150 value up to this point already. You got Minotaurs steamrolling over your Dwarf Warriors with Bloodletters all over the place, man. And Bloodletters, talk about cost efficiency, dude. Bloodletters, all you do is spam them in this matchup and you win, basically. I mean, Dowie have to kill Bloodletters before they make it into melee combat, because Bloodletters will just tear through everything with just a minimum of effort. They really love the Dowie matchup. It is their bread and butter. This is where they probably shine the most. One Doomseeker unit is fairly healthy and alive. Finally crumbling out this Bloodletter. It's got 600 value on the lower end of their performance, but still, like, you know, not terrible, all things considered. Cultists hanging in here definitely need to follow up and make sure that you kill the Doomseekers. Valkia being disruptive. Getting after Malachi now, not a bad idea since he's all by himself and there's really not a whole lot for him to do. Seekers looking to, or not Seekers, Chaos Furies flying overhead, looking to get after the cannon crew and finish them off. One cannonball's going down and does hit a Minotaur right in the face, knocking him over. Good cycle charge from Piston, man. all up in the Dowie's face here. And the Skull Cannon with, you know, almost its full value back in the first 3 minutes of a game. That is cost efficiency, dude. Skyhammer Squadron. Oh, just regular old gyrocopters, actually. Although they're going to do good damage to the Skull Cannon. Skull Cannon should just pull out now and rotate around to the middle, I would say. Valkia is getting hammered by something. How did she lose so much HP? Long Drunk. Oh, Slayer Pirates. And Malekith's repeater gun. Yeah, chipping her down pretty effectively, but that's fine. Valkia just goes and hides. Valkia, really, all you use her for, if you bring her in this matchup against the Dwarves, you drop Sleipnir when you've got it, you fly in and attack gyrocopters, and that's, like, it. You literally don't do anything else with Valkia. She can, like, chip down some Slayers, or do some damage and occupy, like, miners with blasting charges while you follow up some other units, but really it's just the gyros that are her forte.
One of your units has been destroyed.
See one gyro taking a nasty blow there. They're going to have to pull back, and as long as they're being chased around by Valkia, Khorne should be able to develop out other answers for the, like, Grimdelvers and the Grudge Rakers. They did kill the Skull Cannon. Skull Cannon got some decent damage off on them, and the Furies are collapsing now. Gotta make sure that this other Fury gets on top of the Grudge Rakers, though. The last thing you want is a unoccupied Grimdelvers that can shoot this other Fury off of their compatriots, and then just massacre the Bloodletters and the Minotaurs. Good micro here. There you go. That's the way to do it, Piston. Valkia chasing. There's nothing to shoot her back here, so she can just chase. And the gyros, I mean, what are they can't do anything now. They just run forever, and that's it. Cultist scrapping in the pit. Cultist could kill Malachi by himself, but Exalted Bloodletters are also going to be able to rip him to pieces. Another really good matchup, or another really good unit in this matchup. They can suffer from miners with blasting charges, but the Phys-Res does help pretty tremendously against blasting charge volleys. Does tend to mean that, at the very least, Bloodletters and Exalted Bloodletters are able to get into melee combat with most of their health intact, and then it's just a matter of grinding down the Dwarves. Bloodletters here has some decent value. You can see the Furies just shredding the Grimdelvers and the other Grudge Raker over here. Brutal loss for the Dwarves. You need your shooting if you're going to beat Khorne, and there's no shooting left now. Bloodwake Berserkers coming in, and they'll ice the game out, and Cultist kills Malachi with the help of the Exalted Bloodletters, who have 1200 value and plenty of HP to follow up on any more melee units that Khorne might want to be fighting in the front line. We'll just fast forward through this one. It is 100% over. See Khorne just feasting on the souls of the poor Dowie here, and the Furies are just all over the place, man. Really nice Fury micro is just an absolute necessity in this matchup. It's gonna get you tons of wins if you're just really discerning about when and where you're using your Furies and farming up the low armor missile troops or Slayers or Doomseekers or just anything Furies are good against. With the Dowie. Furies can get folded up by Doomseekers. I'm talking about Furies actually do good damage to Doomseekers if they have a little bit of support and if they're able to collapse on like the rear of the Doomseekers. If that happens, Doomseekers just can't do anything. They've got no armor, again. Furies have pretty good melee attack. With Khorne being able to like drop Horn and all kinds of other army abilities, they can buff up leadership pretty easily, and that gets a little bit scary for the melee defense and all these Dowie troops. Absolutely iconic Skull Cannon firing from downtown. Actually he killed one miner. That's pretty amazing. Just trolling. There's 360 no-scoping fools out here.
I knew it.
Beautiful stuff, man. Piston all over that one. I mean, now we do want to push 2 points eventually, but for an artillery build like that against a Khorne army that has a lot of bloodletters in it, you probably do just want to sit on your home objective for a little while and then push up onto the rest of the stuff. Monday stream for the rest. I'll try and do Monday. I really want to. It just depends on how freaking hot it is. If it's too hot, I'm not going to be able to do them then. Plenty of Dowie practice, yeah. Once you get practice against the dwarves, it turns into a matter of, like, patience and timing. Usually you'll be able to handle them at that point. Bloodletter's solid value. They weren't really the carry pieces here. It was the Minotaurs, Skull Cannon. Tongue Axes actually did pretty well here. You know, one of them didn't pay for itself, but the other doubled its value. Even it did come in 2 times, yes, but got its value back both times, I guess I should say. Exalted Bloodletters were strong. The Furies were great. Bloodweight Berserkers just didn't have anything to do. One-Drone Slayer Pirates with some decent value on 2 summons. It was really about it, though. Did I add these replays in? I did not. Oh, apparently I have this replay somewhere in my files. It's at the top here now, so we'll get into it. Banshees, no way, dude. Super cool. Excited to see what they can do. Probably not a lot. They're a little weak right now. Ethereal units in general are just kind of gimmicky in a really weird spot nowadays. I don't really know what it is that you do with them. Maybe you got a better idea than others. Are there actually any Empire players, though? I don't know if we do have any Empire, now that I'm thinking about it. I didn't see any while I was... oh, we did have one person playing them, Samwise. I don't know if they played through the whole tournament, though. I think they may have dropped and or not put many of their replays into the Discord. It's from a week ago. It's a finals match. I don't really want to cover ground we've already been over. Castle of Greenskins would be pretty fun. Just make sure I'm not missing any other Empire games. Oh, here we go. Nice, okay. We've got a wild one here. This is an interesting Empire army. So, Sexy Mutant is rocking up in here with 4 greatswords, a Huntsman, a War Wagon, Hammer of the Witches, Bright Wizard with Burning Head. We're waiting for the program to respond. You're not going to crash on me. Burning Head's going to be damn good against all of the chaff infantry that Tommy has. Hammer of the Witches can kill the Soul of Damnation pretty fast. There's not really any great places to put the Soul of Damnation either, because you can't really shoot over these towers because they're too tall. I'm also a little hesitant to have it behind this tree line because it's not giving very good cover, honestly. And if you're too close, the arc of fire isn't high enough. We'll see about it, though. Let's see what Mutant can do. Bright Wizard on foot. Boar's Toddbringers flying around on the big old mount. Blood Roar, hold the line, crush the weak. Midland Runefang. Cut Foe Seeker and Deadly Onslaught. They're just not worth it, and you can just use the 200 gold elsewhere usually. Huntsmen with a really nice set of volleys against the Marauder Horsemen early, but they do get charged down. Huntsmen are very bad in melee combat, but Horsemen do lose their nerve here, running away. Faster and stronger enemies nearby, and now Boris is on them, and you know, he is going to be escorting them back pretty fast. Soul of Damnation opening up. It doesn't have tremendous opportunities to get value against the Empire in my experience, because it's oftentimes mostly swordsmen and stuff, but against the great swords it'll be very effective. You gotta be careful about your Huntsman positioning. Huntsmen are total crap in melee. I mean, if they get charged, even if it's by a Marauder Horseman, that's why you saw that come in from Tommy. Tommy knows that Huntsmen do die to Marauder Horseman charges. Forget about a Hellstrider. I mean, the Hellstriders are going to solo this Huntsman in like no time at all. You've got to keep your missiles behind your front line.
We have a victory point. Keep it from the foe.
The red is the infantry, the blue is the missiles. And you want to be sure that your front line stays well-paced in front of your missile troops. Otherwise, you're going to let them get totally shit-canned like this. And that's just a huge loss, man. Not really one you can afford. And they shattered, which is really terrible, because they have 39 models left. If they hadn't taken so much damage so quickly, they could still have rallied and come back in and gotten a little bit of value, but now they're just sitting here with 350, which I guess isn't totally atrocious, but definitely leaves a lot to be desired. And a beautiful Searing Doom on all of these blobbed up infantry. Great Swords running. Great Swords are just not that strong. They're one of the worst elite infantry in the game. They don't value trade well. They're, like, mediocre across the board, honestly. They're usually just a huge point sink for a niche that the Empire doesn't really need a whole lot of help in to begin with. Finally cleaning up the Hellstriders, the War Wagon is got 4 models and can continue to poke away. Wait, there's 3 here. Where's the 4th? What the hell are you talking? Where's the 4th model? Oh, it did die. What the hell? Maybe I'm just dumb, I guess. I don't know what's going on there. But anyways, Bright Wizard drops a Burning Head. Doesn't really get a whole lot of value, unfortunately. Yeah, the Soul of Damnation is just farming up the Great Swords now. It's going to start getting real ugly for the Empire. If the Empire get pushed off the points, they're not going to get back up on here for quite a while, because they don't really have the numbers right now. Tommy is banking a ton of supplies. I will say that it behooved Tommy to bring something out soon. Even if it's anticipatory of what your opponent's bringing. Like, you see your opponent's got the Hammer of the Witches. They've got a War Wagon. They've got Hawken Long Rifles. And they've been summoning a steady stream of units in, so you've got to know they don't have that many supplies. Here we go. We get Hellstriders, we get Rotting Riders, and a Forsaken. So, a big flank force coming in. That's how you summon stuff in. You know. You've got one super fast unit. You got a nice, like, elite cavalry option for any knights or what have yous. Forsaken can follow up, and then we get a bunch of hounds coming in too. So going for the full press on the back of the Empire army, I would guess. You do want to be a little careful. Get the Rotting Riders back, because they do not like getting shot by artillery. Hammer the Witches will very quickly farm up the Rotting Riders if you're leaving them in the open field like this. And Mutants actually swung a value lead now because of that. That's scary. Greatsword still getting pummeled by the Soul of Damnation is nice, but you have to kill the Hammer of the Witches and the Hawklands to win this game now. The Rotting Riders have just taken nasty work, and you just can't afford to let that happen by mispositioning them like that. They're still in cannon range. Luckily, the Hellstriders get around the flank, and Sexy Mutant is a little too slow getting the Empire Knights out. A little slow in developing them. This is why you have a unit to defend the back of the cannon crews. Because if something charges the front of artillery crews, what happens? Lots of models tend to get stuck on the artillery pieces. You drop the artillery, use the crew to like run away, and you peel through the infantry and you kind of replace. The blue line is the pivot zone. Crew runs back. Infantry runs forward. Then you summon the knights out and you get a rear charge. And then you pin whatever your enemy has in place. And there's nothing they can do to escape at that point. And then you get your artillery to recrew the piece. And if they send more stuff back there, it's a little less important because they've already traded out a whole bunch of units for pretty minimal gains, even if they kill the artillery piece in a subsequent dive. Hammer of the Witch's crew is routing, but we do see a shatter on the Hellstriders, and the Warhounds are very beat up. Forsaken occupied on the number 3. Sexy Mutant doing a great job now of getting back into this game, honestly. The Soul of Damnation is just getting oodles and oodles of value, and the Rotting Riders, after taking an early pummeling, have rallied up pretty nicely. Number 1 objective held fairly securely by the Warriors of Chaos, the Great Swords. Looking to cap the number 2, going to be kind of hard. Number 3 pretty firmly held, though. Just get this Tattered Spear on the corner here. Healthier Spear here. Just roadblock anything that tries to come in. And rotate the rest of your forces onto the number 2 right about now. Leave this spear unit back here, either in the front of the cannon or behind it. And yeah, good counter charge onto the Chaos Warhounds, and a good Burning Head. Burning Head's very strong against lightly armored cavalry like Hellstriders, so actually getting some pretty effective damage in there. Empire Knights, though, being isolated by a Hellstrider and the Rotting Riders now, definitely going to be going down here pretty quickly. Hawklands trying to pull away, only lost 1 model, so really nice for the Empire. As long as they can continue to protect their backline, they need to get a solid up trade somewhere, though. It's just been way too even so far. If Archaon goes down, though, that would go a long way, and he's down to 47 HP. And he does break. I don't know if he's going to rally, either. Although, no, the damage by artillery will wear off. And he should have about 6 leadership. Alright, I think it'll be okay for the Warriors of Chaos on the leadership front. Hellstriders compromise the Hawklands. Hawklands probably going to die outright here. Hellstriders just don't frighten easily. 19 Hawklands. If they do rally, they could still contribute some pretty nice value. Rotting Riders taking some pretty heinous damage. Hammer of the Witch is recrewed. Need to give it the attack order to hit the Rotting Riders here. Looks like they're on fire at will. They're just not focus firing very well. But Boris gets in here and actually helps break the leadership. Blood Roar crushed the weak. Attacked by artillery, attacked in rear. All the leadership mouses in the world, breaking the 85 leadership of the Rotting Riders. Honestly, pretty disastrous right now for the Warriors of Chaos. And it looks like Archaon also died? I don't know what the hell killed him. Where is he? Where's his dead body? Is that him? Oh my god, I think this is the Ever-Chosen. He got crushed by his horse falling on top of him. Big ouch, dude. That might end up being game for the Warriors of Chaos, because they've got a lot of low leadership units on the field now. I mean, and the Empire still has their artillery corps and some Hawklands. They should be able to poke down just about anything that's being thrown out here. Another Hawkland trotting up. Greatsword moving in. Greatsword will be better in the late game. than it was in the early game. And the Soul of Damnation with 2,400 value and 350 kills almost. Great performance, but you can see how just because an artillery piece gets an obscene amount of value, that doesn't necessarily mean that it's a guaranteed win by having it on the field. When it gets unsummoned, many will be able to bring up a few more units as the rebate trickles in. Get about, what, 800, 900 gold for the Soul of Damnation. Actually, I think it's closer to 700. Yeah, because it's 1550. It's a little less than half of what it costs. So should get about 700 back in the bank. That's 3,000 supplies, but because you've been pushed off the point so aggressively, I don't know if those supplies are going to be doing anything for you. More Empire Knights, Hawklands chilling in here. Very good strong point for the Empire. And Mutant has done a very good job preserving this core of units. There were a couple of times where I thought maybe the Warriors of Chaos could get into the back line and deal with all of it, but not really able to. And Archaon was just not that effective this game. Only 1,800 value on him. That's honestly one of the lower end performances that I've seen out of Archaon in a while, man. He's just really strong, but he is quite expensive. On the lower end of cost, he's about 2,200. With all of the items and abilities here, this dude costs an arm and a leg right now. Probably close to 2,800, in fact. Decent burning head, but not finishing off the Huntsman. You get a dive from the Hounds, and they do get on top of the Hawklands, and they are able to do some respectable damage to them. Hawklands are going to survive, though, and 24 models left. Still a decent amount of ammunition on them. Good Searing Doom. Very good Searing Doom. An Archaon 2,900 in the blink of an eye, man. He got 1,100 value in the time that we last looked at him. Just beating up on a Boris will do that for you, I guess. Mutant has been very smart with the Boris micro, not overpressing him into the character duels and using him to support mobility fights and countercharging stuff instead, which is the right way to go about it with him. That's really what he does best. He doesn't do all that well in character duels because his stats are kind of low. But, you know, fighting Hellstriders and lowering their leadership and just killing one or two models at a time is definitely something that he's very capable of. And he has gotten 1,800 value, which is really nice. Huntsman just hanging around. 1,300 value on them. Another Huntsman being summoned in. 1,100 the first time around, it looks like. And focusing down the Warhounds. Hounds do get on top of those Hawklands, but should break soon. That's another really good Searing Doom. Searing Doom, as always, proving itself to be a uber cost-effective spell. Punishing these blobbed up units. Boris looking to land here. On the charge, he should be able to get a couple of good hits in, but doesn't want to stick around too long, because it will start to swing against him pretty aggressively here. Yes, there we go. Love to see it. Such good Empire play, man. On the Aspiring Champions getting wrecked with the Hammer of the Witches here. 2,000 value on the artillery piece. Hawklands poking these guys as well. That's not that big of a deal. The Hawklands actually don't pierce through shields. You see the Aspiring Champions holding up pretty well against that. It's when the artillery comes flying in that they start taking some serious damage, though. Dude, this game is like razor close. Empire really should just worry about the objectives. Their back line has been indispensable. I don't think that you really need to devote much energy to defending it at this point. Just bringing up more cap weight to sit on the number 3 is going to make it impossible for all these Hellstriders to cap the points away from you, honestly. Just bring up 1,000,000 spears now. Well, I don't know if you have any more spears to summon in now that I'm looking at it. Maybe you do. I'd prefer, like, spears or a cavalry unit over a war wagon. Oh, wow, an instant unsummon. What is going on here? This must have been a misclick. That would be my guess. Sexy Mutant was thinking, oh, damn, I fucked up. I need to get something else out, but doesn't have the time. This is going to be, like, what? It's going to be, like, 15 tickets, maybe, between who wins. I mean, the Empire's definitely winning this, but it's going to be so razor close. Oh no, and a beautiful burning head coming down. Bye-bye, Hellstriders. Oh, brutal damage. Oh my god. One Hellstrider loses about 1/3 of its HP. The other loses about 15%. Bright Wizard honestly hasn't done a whole lot this game. 800 value really isn't that good. Has paid for himself, though. Right? Just enough to keep the Empire ahead here. Aspiring champions on their last legs, not a lot of value out of them. Hawklands have all been mopped up. Oh, but actually not. 16 sneaky fellas back here. A whole 600 HP, and they're just plinking away at whatever they can open up on. Huntsman getting charged down. Archeon and Boris dueling again. Archeon getting all the buffs. Time to leave. Get the hell out of here, Boris. Yeah, Boris looking to peel out. He should be able to escape from Archeon. As long as he gets up off the ground, he's fine. Uh-oh. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. Archeon? No, he's not able to kill Boris here. Archeon the second time around is done pretty damn good. Good Burning Head and a nice follow-up from the Empire Knights might be enough to break the Forsaken in a moment here. Nah, I think the burnt effect is going to wear off where the critical damage comes in, but super close win here for the Empire. Great job of holding 2 points. They literally barely played off of the number 3. Pretty quickly, I feel like the Empire figured out that the Hellstriders are going to be a little bit too much to handle, trying to move infantry up here. Just focusing in on a more compact battle line ended up getting them the dub here. They were able to outlast the Soul of Damnation value. And then they just shot everything to pieces. I mean, the Great Swords were a total liability. Absolutely abysmal value on them. 700 value being your best performance is just not it. Spearmen coming out, just road blocking. Pistoliers, really all the damage was on the missile troops and some of the cavalry. That was really about it in terms of performance from the Empire, man. Down trade on the Rotting Riders. Archeon having to be resummoned was a big problem as well. Soul of Damnation with 2,400 value. Just not enough, dude. Not enough. Good stuff from Mutant, honestly. Dow is like a gatekeeper faction. I mean, that's a pretty good way of putting it. Do you review every single game? I do my damnedest. I really try, but these tournaments are 5 rounds now, and there were 34 people, I'm pretty sure. So, I mean, if everybody sent in one replay, that would be 34 replays, and they all take around, like, 10, 15, 20 minutes. That's a long-ass time by itself, but I get closer to, like, 50, 60 replays, oftentimes even more. I mean, there was one week where I think I got close to 100. It took me like 20 hours to get through them all. That's just not very sustainable. That's like definitely getting close to potential burnout territory, so I try to prioritize what people ask me to cast now. Mix in some of the stuff that I think would be interesting. And I do what I can with the days that I have to cast the rest. So that's like the long-winded answer to it. Second Greenskins versus Lizardmen game was close. I'll keep that in mind. That way, like I said, going on vacation, need some standalone videos. I am going to make a note of that one so that I can cast it for the future. The Hell Cannon did have a good arc. It was less about the Arc of Fire and more about my worry that the Soul of Damnation would die to the Empire artillery piece. But the Empire never closed the gap. They didn't seem interested in playing their artillery duel. They just seemed content with using their own artillery to blast down all of the Warriors of Chaos units, which ended up being the right call. So, I think it ended up with about the same amount of value as the Soul of Damnation for, you know, a little bit less money and honestly more pressure because the Warriors of Chaos went real deep multiple times onto that Empire formation that was in the corner over there. Enough of that, though. Banshee's moving up. 50-45 on the melee attack and melee defense. Not terrible, but pretty low weapon strength, but it is all AP. Screaming Banner. Potion of Strength will give a nice boost to the weapon strength for 33 seconds. I wish these lasted longer. Like, if you had 2 uses on the potion, I would recommend it for quite a few characters, because quite a few characters do have access to this. 1 use, though, I don't think is enough to justify bringing in Domination mode specifically. Red Duke on the Dragon, Dire Pack in the Forest. Zombies and the Tithe and everything moving up to the number 1. I don't know what the Vampire Coast does, or the Vampire Counts do, to kill the Shredder. I think you just resign yourself to the fact that you're gonna lose stuff to the Shredder, and then try and kill the rest of the army of the Lizardmen. Otherwise, I think it's just gonna wreck you, man. It is a nightmare. This thing is disgustingly overpowered, honestly, in a way. The only reason you don't see the Shredder in literally every single matchup is because it does cost 3,700 gold. But it's worth every frickin' penny. Because if you use it well, it'll get you about 7k value. And sometimes, even if all it does is pay for itself, depending on the matchup, that's still pretty incredible. And it's very hard for this thing to be dealt with before it's actually able to uptrade. But the Banshees maybe are going to be a good answer. I don't know what the hell they're going to do against this thing. I mean, they're going to be doing like 200 damage, 290 damage with each swing, I guess. Maybe they can wear it out. Good call landing on the ground, getting away from the Colossadon Hunters. Red Duke is, not kind of scraping the ground here. Does get out amongst his fellows. The Colossadon Hunters contenting themselves with going after the Corpse Cart here. Unholy Lodestone, going to be going down pretty hard. It's a very weak unit. And the Colossadon Hunters are one of the best anti-large tools in the game, at least in terms of the DPS. Their durability leaves a lot to be desired, but they just absolutely shred that Corpse Cart. 1,000 value on them already, but they do get caught by Hex Wraiths. Wow, the Ethereal's coming in here and actually performing pretty nicely. I really like that. Damn impressive. And look at the Banshees. What is this? You know, they do have Frostbite also, and that is lowering the speed of the Shredder down to 38. It is not able to escape the Banshees. Wow, what a wacky counter so far. I mean, not really something I was expecting. Rika does have the value lead, though. On the Hex Wraiths, they're losing the Colossadon Hunters, actually. Wow, Colossadon Hunters shredding the Hex Wraiths. Buff Ethereals. My god, please, do something about this. These units cost about the same amount of money. Colossadon Hunters, I believe, cost 1,400 also. Hex Wraiths are quite expensive. That's a really disappointing performance. Oh, but they get a tear route. Wow, last second tear route going down. The leadership on the Colossadon Hunters breaks. Well, I mean, maybe if the Hex Wraiths chase off the Colossadon Hunters, it's all worth it at the end of the day, maybe? I don't know. Still not ideal for the Vampire counts, but they're doing alright. I mean, Shredder, it's looking fairly healthy. Lifecaster is just kind of chilling on the low ground here. Good pressure with the Banshees. Look at them. They've got 400 and 300 value here. Kind of proving their stuff a little bit. Potion of Strength hasn't been used. The Wailing Banner or the Screaming Banner? Yeah, the Screaming Banner. Lowering the leadership a little bit on the Cold Wind Spear Riders may be going to help contribute to a tear route on them shortly here. They're not immune to it. Definitely would be putting them on the back foot. Red Dude did get a decent breath attack in here, killing quite a few of the Umbral Tide. Skeleton Spears just hounding down the Salamanders. And we do finally get the Lizardmen engaging with some of the Saurus Warriors. Renataki being fairly patient. And the problem in this matchup for the Vampire counts is just the durability of the Lizard units, and Skink Skirmishers are just a nightmare in terms of the value trading. I mean, they poke down all your lightly armored stuff with absolutely no problems. Graveguard getting into the Saurus Warriors here, and Red Duke and the Banshees landing in. Trying to take down the Mage Priest. Yeah, there we go. Finally landing in with the Red Duke. No Elsif, but don't really need it right about now. Should be able to kill this guy. Beautiful banishment. On top of the Graveguard Great Weapons and the Sternsman there. Pretty serious damage going down. Shredder coming in to counteract the Red Duke right now. Red Duke does not want to stick around for this. He really needs to be healing himself up. Nice Overcast Invo coming down. Hitting quite a few critical units here. Sternsman get the heal. Red Duke gets the heal. The Banshees get the heal as well. Should be able to stick in here for a little while longer. No answers for the Cold Wind Spear Riders right now. We do get the Karen Wraiths and the Vargeist, and we do get a Tear Route and a Leadership Break on the Saurus Warriors. So here's the reason that I distinguish between the two. Tear Routes will eventually resolve themselves. The unit will rally after a set amount of time just being scared. A Leadership Break following up on a Tear Route is actually very doable and really devastating because there's no recovering from it at that point. Then you just use a cheapo mobility unit like these Dire Pack to just like hound down as many of the remaining Saurus Warriors as possible, and then you can send them elsewhere to look for other engagements. Good damage on the other Salamander hunting pack. The Umbral Tide has been pushed off. These Salamanders on the way out. Red Duke desperately trying to escape right now, and it's kind of hard to get away from the Shredder. The reason for that is that it is decently quick when it's fresh, and its Howdah does imbue poison, so luckily the Red Duke's 90 base speed is enough to just keep him ahead of the Shredder, so it's able to survive the worst of it there. Back up in the air, looking to potentially heal. Banshee's continuing to chip away, just not a lot of damage and value coming in from these guys. It just seems a little bit mediocre. Their damage output. Stern's been going down. Graveguard over here, moving in with the Cairn Wraiths. Vargeist are pummeling this Slaying Mage Priest, but Saurus and Cold Wind Spear Riders coming in now will rip them apart, man. Vargeist are very squishy if they get charged down. Super cost-effective unit, great against the Lizardmen for the mobility. and the countercharging potential, but definitely not something you want to leave out in the cold like that. Looks, though, like the Spear Riders are having a hard time attacking the Vargas, although now it looks like they're actually on target, and they're quickly dissipating the energies of the Vargas. Did get 1,400 value out of them, though, which is nice. Very even game. Typically going to favor the Vampire Counts, and they do have a full triple cap, so Lizard's losing a lot of momentum, and this is where it all ends, I'm afraid. The Slan Mage Priest does get Terror Routed, loses Nerve and Leadership breaks as well. Not going to be able to drop any more heals, but a beautiful Banishment before he goes out. Roasting down the Graveguard. Not a lot of damage on the Karen Wraiths, unfortunately. Karen Wraiths hanging in. Oh, and the Banishment actually doing some wicked damage to the Spear Riders now. Maybe not really worth it, even then. Leadership shatters on the Slan. So here's something that's worth doing against the Lizards in a situation like this. If you kill the Slan, sure, that's great, but Slans are fairly affordable lords. If it's in a closer game like this, shattering a Slan and then leaving the Slan to just, like, spend 1,000,000 years running off the field isn't a bad idea, just to deny recharges on Banishment, more Statuettes of Spite, as well as any other magic they might want to cast that's in their reserves. Letting Lords rout off the field when they're shattered isn't a bad idea, oftentimes. It depends on how expensive the Lord is. If it's something like a Slan, being fairly inexpensive, not fairly inexpensive, they're like 1,800 gold if you pare down their items aggressively. But they're so cost effective that it's usually worth resummoning a Slan if you lose them. Plus the fact that leadership for the Lizardmen is pretty abysmal when they lose their lords. Sometimes it can be a little bit too much for their units to bear. Source Warriors have good leadership, but it's the Skinks that only have 55 at base, and you are fighting the undead, so there is fear on literally everything you're scrapping against. The little Skinks don't want to be handling all that. They would much rather be fighting some like Empire State Troopers or something instead of a bunch of disgusting, gross, undead skeletons and whatnot. Red Duke flying above, looking to get a rear charge maybe and get some leadership breaks. Very untimely route here for the Salamander hunting packs. Lizards flipping the middle though. Konigstein Stalkers, zombies, lots of skeletons, the Dire pack coming in. Is Renataki going to be able to hang on to this? Dude, the Shredder of Lustra is just such a ridiculous unit. I mean, it hasn't gotten a heal in ages, but here's the problem. What are you going to kill it with? You've got the Banshees. They're 1,000,000 miles away, though. And the Red Duke cannot risk himself trying to kill the Shredder right now. Breath attacks, no. Probably out of magic, too. That's definitely not helping. The Banshees need to go after the Shredder. That is your best tool right now. You're up on the middle. Definitely need to allocate some defenses over to the number 1. The Konigstein Stalkers look to be going to there. They'll be able to hang on to it. Both sides are pretty gassed on the supplies. In a later stage of a battle like this, it can be kind of hard to know exactly what your opponent may or may not have supplies-wise. But if you're the Lizards and then you see Hex Wraiths come out, you can be pretty rest assured that your opponent probably spent most of their money on those guys. Good isolations out on the number 3. The Dire Pack with some good value, chewing on some Skinks. Hex Wraiths help clear up the remaining Source Warriors and the Coldwind Spear Riders. And the Umbral Tide now should be killable. Beautiful volley off on the Red Duke now, though. Red Duke looking to run away. Definitely want to be dodging with him. Or running the wrong way. Just retreat in a straight line to the shortest possible direction out of range of those dudes next time. Hex Wraiths and the Dire Pack should be able to follow up and should be able to kill the Umbral Tide. Still need to do something about the frickin' Shredder. 4,100 value, 500 kills, and climbing. God, it hasn't even taken damage in the last few minutes. Sitting here with 10,900 HP right now. It's continuing to cause problems for the undead. I mean, hell, even a Blood Knight would have trouble dealing with the Shredder because it does so much damage with its weapon strength. It's actually able to cleave through cavalry fairly fast. I don't know who's going to win this one, honestly. I mean, I think the Vampire Counts win because they've done a very good job of hanging on to the objectives for the most part. They're still scrapping for the number 1. The number 3 is very well secured. Zombies coming up. Just loads of garbage. Stuffing up the works right now. And the Shredder, as good as it is, another example of a top-tier unit that cannot be everywhere at once. Definitely leaving a little bit to be desired. What happened to the Red Duke out here? He just died? He just decided he was done. He was like, I'm going to bed. Dragon, just chill here, you know. Catch some Z's, buddy. I'm gone. I'm outie. Hex Wraiths and the Dire Pack and a bunch of Garbo manages to clean up the Colossadon Hunters. The Lizards looking to move off the high ground, but units are very beat up. They're probably just going to tear route down there if they get there. Look at that, man. Beautiful win for the Vampire Counts. Into a monster that they honestly just don't have great answers for. Doing a great job of ping-ponging between objectives. Not allowing the Lizards to really set up any reinforcements to just lock those points down, really. When you bring a 3,700 gold unit, you're a little limited on what you're going to be able to throw out there to support it. And while there was some pretty good value trades from other units, it was ultimately just like a numbers game, man. And the Colded Spear Riders are just not it. They did not do well. Really disappointing performance from them. Not 100% sure how you would support them in this matchup, though. Okay. Dived for him, did a zombie summon, and juked, but he crumbled. Okay, that makes sense. That's unfortunate. It's fine, though. You gave your units time to actually collapse in there and win out. Give Ethereals their 90% resist back. I think even if you put it up to 75%, that would be enough. There are arguments for Ethereal units being decent in some matchups. It's just their inconsistency, and I mean, magic damage just completely circumvents all of the protection that they have, so that sucks, you know? I think 75% they'd be fine. I think they'd be perfectly balanced at that point, but maybe if their performance was still kind of terrible, then you could give it give them the 90 back. Although, was it 90 or 80? I don't know if it was 90%. It might have been 80%. They had a lot less HP. That was kind of what the ideal was, is that they were going to buff the HP on Ethereals and then lower the Phys Res to make up for it, and also raise their stats, but that was just not good enough, man. The Phys Res is great. It's just an issue of no armor, low HP pool still, despite the HP buffs, that is making Ethereal units underperform to this very day. But yeah, that is going to be it, guys. I'm tired. I'm going to go eat food, relax, chill out. and we'll see what we're doing tomorrow and Monday. Actually, I think I'm going to be pretty busy Monday, so it's probably going to be Tuesday when we do more new player replays, and if I have time tomorrow, I'll probably do like a quick battle stream, so keep an eye out for it. Hopefully I have time. We'll see how it goes. Anyways, till then, take care, guys.